It is so entertaining going on to pro-Israel lives and seeing them lose their minds. Ah, I'm not even trolling them. I'm legitimately trying to speak with them about the issues, but they just can't do anything but attack someone personally. Ah, oh well, shouldn't expect anything different. Friday, Friday, Friday. Hey, what's happening? Redbone, what's up, man? It was a talk about pain and suffering. Did anybody just see that live that I was in? Oh my God, it was comedy, pure comedy. I actually went up on their panel trying to discuss some issues, but again, God, the only thing they can do, unfortunately, is attack people personally. I don't think in all the lives that I've ever done, ever, in the history of my being on TikTok, have I ever once said anything disparaging. I've had to drop some people for being jackasses, but never have I once directed anything towards one person. I try to give people a chance to come up and share their point of views and not make it personal, because normally the arguments that people set forth are very easily debunked or challenged. And that, of course, makes them angry. And therefore, if you're someone who's capable of doing that, you're obviously not necessarily someone who they like so much. But if anybody caught that live that I was just on, I don't even know the host's name. I did record some of the first time I was on there. But if you don't know, and by the way, I want to credit the host. He did clear the panel as I politely requested, so that it wouldn't be just a hate fest. But then he had somebody on named Michael, and I said, okay, I'm happy to talk about the issues that come up. I said, hi, Michael, nice to see you. How are you? Blah blah blah. And then the first thing he goes into is he starts to say that I'm a racist and that I'm an anti-Semite, or say things like that that presumably makes it so that I have no ability to talk to the issues sort of objectively. And I wish they just would have let me speak, because again, I don't address people in a disparaging manner. I keep myself calm. You've seen me do this stuff before. Anyway, I really think that unfortunately many people, because of their emotions, are just fundamentally incapable of doing something that way. And I understand that. This is a very emotional subject, especially for if you're somebody who's pro-Israel. Just think of it from their point of view for a second. If you identify with the state of Israel as basically the protective force for what you believe are your people, and anything that attacks that is an attack on all people who happen to be from that background. I can understand why anybody being critical of the state would be, seemingly threatening to them. That makes sense to me. And as I like to say, I am not oblivious to the arguments on the Israeli side. I understand them. I even respect them. I just disagree for a number of reasons. And I think that the attitude of somebody who wants to do everything for themselves and doesn't really care about the impact on others, that's the definition of selfish, right? Money or some shit like this. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've been talking about this subject for 3 decades and trying to study as much as I can. And I said, not, I said, he said he just supports Israel. I said, not in a trillion years would I support Israel. I said, unless they change their behavior and they withdraw from the territories they've taken, and then they deserve some legitimate attention for doing something that's reasonable. But short of that, I don't see any reason to ever support the state of Israel. But it doesn't mean you hate the people. And it doesn't mean that the solution to this, which may come sooner than later, means that the people have to be harmed. But a lot of people who happen to be pro-Palestinian have said this. This is not my solution, but this is the one that they've discussed, is that the people who live there now have every right to live there in perpetuity. Maybe the new state will be called something different, and it will incorporate much of what was in place back in 1920s and 30s. That was relatively peaceful, not perfect, but a lot more peaceful than it is now. And that people can reapply for their visa status through the new authority. There'll be a democratic structure where the more radical groups, which I believe would never exist if it weren't for the inequities and injustices that have accompanied this conflict. And then there can be a legitimate state where people can try to live as best they can beside each other. They'll have political disagreements, but if you're somebody who wants an ethno state that's only people from your group, with a few minorities that get basically second or third class citizenry, there's no solution to that. There's no way of finding peace within that. So there's going to continue to be conflict, and that's what we've seen. So I don't begrudge anybody for advocating for their cause. I just think it's selfish. I think it's selfish what the United States does. I've been equally critical of what my government does. I don't hate the people. I don't like the people who support those policies or who encourage that sort of selfish, self-centered, antagonistic, colonial, exploitative behavior. So to that extent, I'm not too pleased with those folks. But the average person has nothing to do with this stuff. Let's face it, the average Israeli is more secular than they are religious. And while they do embrace a lot of the propaganda they're fed with, the indoctrination they unfortunately get, I don't think they're bad people. I think they're people fed a bad narrative, one that misinforms them and sends them down a path that's not in their own self-interest. And might even make the argument, and I make this argument, that what Israel is choosing to do is literally, I mean, not just shooting itself in the foot, but taking off all the toes and part of the metacarpals or tarsals, whatever they call it, metatarsals, I think it's called. And that's not self-serving, even though it's being done in what is perceptibly a self-serving way. What do I think of the bridge collapsing? There's something really, I hate to say it, there's something really fishy about that bridge that collapsed in the Baltimore-Patapsco River to the south side of Baltimore. If you look at the event, I saw a video that somebody's circulating here on TikTok. Again, the video is a little grainy, but what he said is that the barge made a sudden turn to the right, having claimed it dropped anchor on the left. So if you've done any sailing or, hey, how you doing, or seamanship, which I've done a lot, when you drop an anchor, your boat will list to the left towards the weight of the anchor, not towards the right. And so there's no reason, of course, you're supposed to use the terms port and starboard. I just didn't want to confuse the audience. Port is to the left and starboard is to the right. So in this case, they dropped their anchor on the port side, and yet the ship directed itself rather swiftly and irregularly to the right or to the starboard side and went directly into the column. And then this guy showed a video, and again, I don't know if this is doctor or not, but it looked like, just like the allegations we heard about the Twin Towers, that there were charges that were set that helped bring down the bridge. And again, I don't know why anybody would do that, but that's what the video showed. When it was zoomed into, it showed what appeared to be some sort of burst of light or energy that looked to help the collapsing of the bridge. I don't know. It could just be it could be an honest error, but it's very rare. Just to let you know, it's very rare for a cargo ship like that to have accidents like that. It's very rare. And the captains of those ships are trained relentlessly to avoid infrastructure. It's like the number one thing they're taught to do, that in collisions with other boats. I know a guy who used to serve in the Merchant Marine, so I guarantee you that he thinks something's up with this. But anyway, I never know for sure about any of this stuff. I don't think we'll ever know for sure, but I don't know. I'm not sure even what purpose it would serve other than to create some distraction. But there were a few articles about the banking system doing some stuff with digital currencies that were being circulated at the same time of the collision. So maybe it was for that. I don't know. Just the world just seems so, these powers that are doing all these crazy things to try to meet their objectives for money and power. It's just disgusting to me. It's like, why the hell can't we just have situations where we do mutual commerce and have domestic policies that help people and don't accumulate wealth at the top, all this stuff. I mean, maybe it's never been that way. Maybe, at least as far as when modern hierarchical civilization has started. It's just, I don't know, man. It just makes me sick. We humans have so many great qualities within us that can come out, and we also have the worst qualities. And it seems like all the incentives in modern industrial capitalism encourage the worst to come out. The people who are the biggest sociopaths win the game because they can just look away from the problems that their choices hurt. In fact, on TikTok, a lot of times I see these people talking about investing. And investing is not an inanimate thing. When you put money in your 401k, whether you put it in an index fund or not necessarily you, but anybody, it doesn't just go into some benign thing that makes you money. These businesses do things that exploit others and in a lot of cases exploit natural resources, which is basically the earth. And they cause a lot of damage. And who knows collectively when that damage is going to create a tipping point that's going to cause real problems for not just humans, but for everything that we share the biosphere with. Sorry about the noise, by the way. It's pretty windy out today. That's my point. Eternal or Stern, I can't see what it says, Stern. Yeah, there's a video circulating on TikTok. I don't know if you saw it. I saved it, so I'll probably do either a duet or whatever they call that shit. But it shows what appears to be charges or some kind of small explosions going off in different sections of the bridge, one at the top center, and then a couple towards closer to the pylons that may or may not have contributed. I don't know. I mean, who knows? But that's what it appears like. And the question would be, well, why the hell would there be explosive charges, right? If there wasn't an intention. But again, that would have to be pretty well coordinated. Obviously, someone would have had to have gone up there. And I don't know if there are 24/7 cameras or who has access to them. Anyway, we'll see. Uh, Somebody here said, at Warsan, prayers for Israel. That's Indigo Fascio. I would put it this way. I don't want to see any civilians or even soldiers get hurt. There should be a ceasefire, but we have to get humanitarian aid to the people, especially in the north, who are really suffering. And Israel is doing a lot of things that are preventing that aid from reaching the people in the north, including, vilifying UNRWA, which is the biggest aid organization inside of Israel, making it very difficult for the sufficient amount of aid to get in. And then, of course, sometimes actually destroying certain aid. And why does it all comes back to the same thing. Why does Israel do this? Because they can. They do it because they can. And that's the sickest part of all this. And I think if you can somehow be objective, which is tough to do, and you just look at what's happening, who's being harmed, what the Israeli military is actually doing versus what it says it's doing, you can't help but fall on the side of criticizing the Israeli military and government. Somebody is directing people to do these things. It's not by accident. It's not just happening because of some. And I've heard people say, well, it's just a couple of rogue soldiers. It's not. This is persistent and standard practice in the Israeli military. Has been for a long time, and unfortunately continues to be at a much, much more accelerated rate as we're seeing right now versus the humanitarian issues and just the continued bombings. Now we have 1.8 million people in Rafah, which is absurd. And everyone's homeless, and they're trying to deal with tent cities. And what is the Israeli? They're taking over hospitals, making it so people can't get care. They're unaliving people at hospitals. Then they have the gall to claim that if a fighter comes up from one of the tunnels and tries to engage the Israeli military at one of the hospitals, that they're terrorists for operating near or at a hospital. How can you possibly hold that standard to somebody? What are they supposed to just sit back and allow you to, destroy a place and unalive people and take away the capability to care for sick and injured people? I mean, the standards that are put forth against the resistance fighters, the H group, whatever the T-rists, are absurd. And yet it's the Israelis that create so much more havoc, and yet they call themselves legitimate just because they have uniforms and they call themselves an organized army. But armies can be terroristic, and the United States is a good example. What the United States did in Iraq was totally terroristic. Just the bombing alone, that was the shock and awe campaign in the 2003 Iraq War, was total war crimes, indiscriminate bombing of so many places, killing, probably 50 or 80,000 civilians in the span of 2 or 3 days. So anyway, the other frustrating thing I have in terms of the folks who are pro-Israel is they almost never, ever, ever, at least on the lives that I go to, are willing to talk about the issues. They just want to attack somebody who tries to go on. They don't talk about the issues. And you know why? Because they're going to get a good spanking on the issues. And therefore, rather than getting a good spanking or allowing somebody to come on and counteract their programmed arguments, they claim that somebody like me is all pre-programmed, like I'm somehow like a bought and paid for Palestinian propagandist who spreads lies around the internet. Whatever, dude. I'm someone who's read a lot about this for a long time, and I learned a lot about what Israel does a long time ago. And this is just more of the same, more of the same. But we've talked about the one difference is that people can now see it with their own two eyes. People, will generally believe the media until they're seeing direct contradictions on their phone and going like, wait, what the fuck? You're saying that Israel's a moral army. You're saying that they're going out of their way to avoid civilian casualties, and yet we have, dozens of buildings for a period of time coming down every day, and mass casualties, mostly women and children. What the hell are you supposed to do with that? So if you're saying that somebody who makes that reconciliation or tries to square that circle is somehow, disingenuous or biased, what do you want from people? Video evidence is about as far best you can get in terms of conflict, where it's confusing. And yes, there can be collateral damage when people are not intentionally going after civilians. That does happen. But this is not that. This is not that. This is intentional, what I believe to be mass murder. And therefore, it should be condemned, and as should the people who harmed Israeli civilians. That should be condemned as well, to whatever extent they did it with intention. And that's fair. But to somehow claim that the damage that the Israelis suffered on 10/7 was somehow unique and was part of the never again conversation. Listen, the H group in their wildest dreams, if they were given carte blanche to come in with no defense and they tried to literally go through Israeli society and try to get rid of as many human beings or soldiers as possible, they couldn't do it. They don't have enough rounds to put in their you know what's. They don't have the power to do it. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the material. So this idea that somehow they're a genocidal group is absolute hogwash. And yet we know the Israelis do. There's total asymmetry between the parties. And Israel's taking advantage of that asymmetry under the cover of Judaism and the 10/7 attacks to just disproportionately respond to an extent that is absolutely, there's no way to defend it. And that's why the case was brought against them. People in the world don't just come with legal actions because they have nothing better to do. They do it because there is legitimate reasons based on what they're observing to take action. Nobody's ganging up on Israel because they're Jewish. That's absurd. They're looking at the behavior of the nation state, and they're looking at it as if it violates the norms to which they've agreed to abide by. It's not like they weren't signatories. They are signatories to the treaty or the agreement that says we won't do these things, and now they're doing them. So we'll see what comes out of this. The United States, this whole pier thing, oh my God, man. It's not going to be built, and even if it is built, which they're using the destroyed remnants of some of these structures as some of the material to build the damn pier. How disgusting is that? Now, there's always going to be somebody in the comments that claims that Israel's the victim and bless Israel, and this is all against the Jewish people. It's an attempt, and any criticism of Zionism or the behavior of the Israeli state is just more indication of anti-Semitism and all that rigmarole. And I got news for folks who believe that. It isn't. It just isn't. Very few people hold hate in their heart towards Jewish people who are Palestinians from the experiences that I've had. I've never heard somebody say in all the lives I've been on and all the protests I've been to and all the things I've read over the years and people I've met, I've never once heard somebody say, I want to go after the JEWS. Never. They talk about the Zionist movement and the political influence it's having that is far over and above just the establishment of an ethno state. It extends into wanting to take more territory. It extends into wanting to humiliate and belittle and violently repress another group whose land they want to take more of, because that's what they've been doing. You can argue that's not their goal, but that's what their actions have shown. Don't believe what anybody says. Believe what they do. And that's why I wanted to come on to that live today and discuss things from a position of not what people have heard, but to show them what I speak about so that they can make a determination whether I'm doing it from a position of objectivity and analysis or doing it from a position of being mean-spirited. But you always get accused of that shit. So, the thing is, someone without a valid argument always takes that tact because you can't defend the indefensible. And that's what I said before. I did a video once. I said Israel should change its slogan to not a homeland for Jewish people, but trying to defend the indefensible since 1948. And that's the problem. That's why they have to use propaganda and they have to tell people lies. They have to tell their own people that they're just, quote, defending themselves when they're just mass murdering people. And they've been doing this, by the way, at a slower pace in smaller numbers for decades. And that's what really has me the angriest. I'm not Palestinian, so I can't speak to the feelings that one has when someone's historical land was taken from their parents and grandparents or their uncles. Because I've not experienced that. I can imagine the anger that's caused. But I don't feel that anger. But what does cause me a lot of anger is seeing the extent to which the Israelis go seemingly over and above the need to secure the things that they've stolen. They just absolutely are violent, repressive, exploitative thugs. And they don't even need to do it. They don't even need to do it. How do you justify and I can talk about this all day, I'm not going to. How do you justify if there's a march for the right of return and some 12-year-old kid is waving a Palestinian flag and he's like 500 meters away from the border fence? And then you shoot him with a sniper rifle in the groin or in the knee or even in the head and then laugh about it because you can. That's disgusting. And that's the part I talk about that is the most egregious from my point of view. I just can't, there's no way to justify that. How can you possibly justify that? And therein lies the problem. And most Israelis are told that anytime something like that occurs, it's because somebody deserves it because they're perpetrating, a T word act against their people. But that's just not true. Even today on the live that I went into, they were doubting the figures of what the health authority, the health ministry in Gaza have reported. And I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that Al Jazeera published a list of all the 30,000 plus victims, their names, their actual names. And I can't say for sure that some of that isn't fabricated because I'm not an expert on the population of Gaza. But, the thing is, if you look at what they've physically done in terms of the actual way they've carried out their campaigns, with all the bombs and all the tanks, they have destroyed a lot of stuff. And it only makes sense. Hey, calm down. Get on your bed. Sorry about that. That's the dog going crazy. I just took her out for like a 45-minute walk. She can't whine about that. Just that over and over again, that we're the good guys, they're the bad guys. Everything we do is justified because we're protecting ourselves from these violent Arab thugs who all they want to do is get rid of us. I'm so sick of that bullshit. And the only way, I'm always nice to my dog. I just tell her to kind of stop doing that. She'll whine a lot for something that's, she just wants to go back outside. So it's all good. I'm always nice to dogs. I used to be a dog walker at the local dog shelter or animal shelter. I also was a cat cuddler. And I just love animals more than anything. But Ruby, you just have to know how to handle. I've dealt with her, and if I just quietly say, "Hey, Ruby," it doesn't work. So you have to kind of raise the volume. That's all. That is what I've learned. But anyway, so I'm just kind of tired of the whole shtick, and I'm happy to have this conversation with anybody if you want to come up and talk about this stuff. But I'm not going to start talking about your family or your face or your. I'm just no. Let's talk about the issues. But again, the reason why people can't talk about the issues is because they don't have an argument. They just don't have an argument. So they say it themselves. Well, listen, there are a lot of proud. I just don't want anybody to think I'm abusing my dog. That's something I would never do. But a lot of people try to give you tips on how to do stuff like, hey, don't do that. It's like, okay, I got you. Yeah, Indigo Fascio is the name of the person who said that. Anyway, uh, advice noted. How about that? But there are a lot of people who just don't see this for what it is, and it's not even their fault in a lot of cases. That's the problem, is that the narrative that goes out to their community is just so distant from the truth that we're talking about the distance between like Earth and Pluto, and that's being kind. Do I think Israel's taking enough care to prevent collapse? No, of course not. In fact, I don't think Israel takes any care to protect collateral damage anytime. Now, what they do is, for the sake of political cover, I've heard this argument, well, Israel wanted to destroy and G-side the entire people, they would just do it. No, they wouldn't, because there are these things called political constraints. And Israel's been pushing the edge of those political constraints this entire time, and I would argue, going past them, which is why they're seeing the repercussions they're seeing from the community. Not just the actual nation states, which are taking action, but the people of the world who aren't bought into this whole Zionist thing are horrified of what they're seeing. Like, this can't be happening. This is what happened in World War II. This can't be happening again. And yet it continues. So there is no justification. The term that I use to describe what Israel does, and somebody got mad at me from the Palestinian side, who they claim that Israel is trying to unalive every Palestinian in Gaza. I don't think that's true. I think they just don't give a damn. And I think they use what I refer to as complete and utter callous disregard for Palestinian life. And they'll just do whatever they do. And if people are injured or die, so be it. Doesn't matter. Who cares? And in some cases, they do directly target. If you have one bad guy, so to speak, let's say your intelligence tells you have one bad guy in North Gaza, and you have 700 people in a refugee camp or 1,000 people, and you decide to drop a 500-pound or 1,000-pound, thing on them, and you kill 456 people, but you did get the one, that's a war crime. You can't do that. But they do it. And the reason they do it is because they don't care who they hurt. And the U.S. is guilty of that too, by the way. They've gone into places like Afghanistan and Syria, and they've unalived maybe 2 or 3 people they're trying to target, and they unalived 65 or 70 others at a wedding. And the U.S. doesn't care. It just, these power brokers don't seem to care based on what they choose to do. And unfortunately, somebody said to me today in this other live, you can't be a real American if you don't support Israel because America supports Israel. I'm like, are you out of your mind? The only good Americans, in my opinion, are the ones that point out the crimes of our government and don't just blindly support the country, and hopefully call out other nation states, even if we have relations with them politically and at the diplomatic level, at the state level. If that country's behavior is worthy of condemnation, hey, just you have to be consistent and not just look the other way because someone's your political ally. And I would argue that the United States is way out of its lane when it comes to Israel, and it's only benefiting a select group of people, not the country. And I think this is making Americans way less safe. And if you look at how the U.S. is throwing its strength around and how Israel is throwing its strength around in sort of cavalier ways that dismiss everybody else's concerns, it's going to come back to bite both of them in the ass. And I don't want to see any of the people in the nations harmed, including even the Zionists who push this bullshit. I don't want to see them hurt. I don't want to see the average American hurt, but the chances increase dramatically when you behave that way on the international stage. Chalmers Johnson wrote a great book. It's called Blowback. And most people don't just, they don't say death to America because they just don't like America. They say death to America because they don't like what the American government and military has done to the people that in their country or others with whom they identify as their brethren. That's why. And so if it makes me a bad person for pointing that out, well, I'll happily wear that moniker. Put a hat on me. I'll put down bad American. And on the back, I'll put down criticizes war crimes. Right? That should be the back of the hat. I need to get some water, by the way. Excuse me for a second. I gotta find my water bottle. There we are. So anyway, so we haven't had anybody agree. The last couple of lives, I haven't had many people come up. So if there's anybody who agrees with what I'm saying, you want to share your 2 cents, maybe I've forgotten some things, or if you're somebody who disagrees, even more importantly, come on up. If you're somebody from the previous panel today that's just in the comments and you're not saying anything because you don't want to ruffle any feathers, by all means, please come up. Let me show you the way that somebody who conducts themselves differently than you and your group did, what it's like to become a guest on a panel where nobody attacks you and they just let you speak your mind and you take turns going back and forth respectfully. That's how these conversations should go. We've all seen these segments on cable TV where whoever's moderating the discussion just lets everybody talk over each other. Even on these lives it happens, and you can't hear a damn thing, and it's just a complete waste of time. And I don't think that getting angry or yelling at people is productive either. I think that one of the things that really upsets people about the way that I do it is that I stay as level-headed as I possibly can, and I don't drop people, hardly ever. I don't mute people unless they're saying really horrible things in the chat. I hope my moderators won't do that either. Because I think free speech should be the rule all the time. Free speech is welcome. And here's why. If somebody limits somebody else's speech today because we don't like it, well, then the next time somebody doesn't like us and they have the power, they're going to do it to us. Right? And I don't want someone to, I mean, they're already doing enough of that, as we well know here. They're trying to cancel the app. They're trying to, I get shadow banned like you wouldn't believe. I used to get 300, 400, 500 people in my lives like that. And now, it starts out at like 75, 80, 90, and they're not showing my followers that I'm online in some cases, and they're definitely not circulating it through the general audience. So unfortunately, that's what it is. Now, any accusations that I'm some sort of a turncoat, that I'm trying to fake people out and I'm really a double agent for Israel. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, I've been critical of Israel, and again, not the people, not Jewish people around the world. It upsets me that people who happen to be Jewish and believe in Zionism support what we're seeing. That bothers me a lot. But I know that most people who do that, again, are just, they're sort of coaxed into that mindset. So, but God, personally attacking people is just such a waste of time. And what it shows is it just shows your lack of character, because it takes a lot of guts, in my opinion, for someone who's pro-Israel to come up on my lives, knowing that many in my audience are probably pro-Palestinian. And they know that pretty much I try to defend that point of view. And I admire people who come in. It's like going into the wolves' den, so to speak. And the last thing I want to do is make them feel, unwelcome or gang up on them. And if you don't remember, when people come in, you can go back and check the recorded lives. The first thing I say to the person who's coming up is, please, no personal attacks. And then secondly, I ask the people in the comments, as well as if there are other panelists, please do not be disrespectful or rude towards the guest. Again, it takes a lot of courage. That just doesn't exist. It does not exist on the other side of this. They claim that they're way better, and there may be some pro-Palestinian panels. There's a guy named, I don't want to, listen, we need everybody advocating for this cause we can get. But I must say, I was on someone's live last night that I think was by Zane, and he went to eat something because he was breaking his fast. But there's somebody on there named, I don't know if you ever heard of a guy named Bobby Digital. And Bobby's very passionate, and I appreciate Bobby's enthusiasm. Of course, he may even be Palestinian, I'm not sure. But for the love of decency, he just was hogging the entire time. I had a really good thing I wanted to raise. There was someone named Zach who made comments about the fact that it was not about land, it was about religion. He's a pro-Israeli. And that's a common tactic to point towards what is, people say it's a caliphate. It's a Muslim takeover of the world, and Palestinians are just a part of that. No, 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 no. And they also say that the resistance group, H group, are similar to ISIS, and they're on this religious campaign. No, 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 no. You're not going to get away with that crap. So what I was going to do is there's some quotes. If you can look this up yourself, if you go to Google and you type in the first prime minister and gang leader of some of these ridiculously terroristic groups that did all sorts of crazy shit before the formation of Israel, David Ben Gurion. And he left in his diary a number of quotes. And I was just going to read off some of those quotes. And what he basically says is, hey, if I was an Arab leader, I would never make a peace agreement with the Israelis or with the Jews, whatever he said. He said, we've come here to their territory. We've taken their land. Why would you expect them to welcome us? Now, this is the first prime minister of Israel pretty much laying out there that we're here to take someone's land. A settler, colonial, atheist, hateful, oppressive movement that wants to take for them and dispossess others. And it's said in his exact language. By the way, I see Sherry here. Hey, Sherry, how you doing? Now, again, Sherry's somebody, she and I probably disagree a lot, but we've had, I think, relatively decent exchanges. And Sherry, I would welcome you to come up and share your views with the audience. Because listen, I'm one guy with one set of eyes and ears and one set of gray matter. And it's good for people to hear how others think. I really believe that. And so I think that may be Sherry coming up. I hope it is. Hey, Sherry, yeah, come on up. This is Sherry. She's a very nice woman, and I would like to welcome you, Sherry.
Hi, Chip. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Great.
Good.
Listen, I really interesting if you're against, the West and, the Israel policy, the government. How come you live in the West, Please explain the paradox of living in the West but still going
Sure.
against the West.
I think it's actually twofold in terms of being critical of somebody like me who stays here versus what I say. So I'll share that one as well. First of all, getting back to history, there are a lot of people that are criticizing Israel for taking land. And we all know that other times in history, a lot of times, modern day nation states or territories are a result of conquest, maybe multiple times. And that happened where I live. So that's the first original sin, was the taking of the land from the native population, unfortunately slaughtering a lot of them. I think it's as many as 10 to 12 million. And then taking the land and putting the remaining people who lived through it on these small little plots of, basically unarable land, and mistreating them and trying to force their assimilation to Western culture, European culture. That's a terrible, wrong and injustice. So for that reason alone, I believe that people who are mindful of that should probably relocate. That's fair. And then secondarily, because I'm so critical of the West, it would make sense for me to be outside the country. A lot of people who are critical, who start to feel the deep-seated set of, just disgust with what the United States government does, they choose to leave. And I have mixed feelings about that. On the one hand, I would feel like I'm being more morally congruent and, sort of consistent if I were to leave the United States. Renouncing your U.S. citizenship is a big deal. And they also require you to pay half of your worth as you leave the country. You have to pay a tax of half of your net worth, which is a little bit stringent. So there's that. But in addition to that, some of us decide to stay to try to make the country better, to improve it from within, which is very difficult. And the barriers to that are something I talk about frequently. So there's two ways to do it. There's abandoning the ship and just going, okay, I'm done with these people. They're bad people, at least the government, and I just can't stand to be there. But then there's the other part is, okay, what can be done to try to make things better? And so many people, they're upset at what they see, but they're trying their darndest to try to see what, if anything, can be done to stop some of the craziness. And it's never going to be perfect. none of our countries will ever do all the things us citizens want them to do because there's a tug and pull between the ownership class and the working class and the working poor. And the militarism and the corruption and the siphoning of wealth, the big disparity of wealth that we see is part and parcel to that struggle. And a lot of Americans believe it's going in the wrong way. I'm critical of Israel mostly because of what its government has done in the past. I understand its objectives, and I'm not against a Jewish homeland or an ethno state. I'm just against the problems that have been caused by it. And we've seen it to this day. There's never been peace since it was attempted. I don't know what would have happened if it would have been relocated elsewhere. There was a possibility of it being in Africa and Uganda, or maybe even in Argentina. That may have been equally disruptive, but I doubt it would have been as disruptive as this region. And people often show a map of this small country, Israel, this small amount of land, and then they have in red all the other countries that are quote unquote Arab, and they're different, but generally speaking, they tend to follow predominantly Islam. And why shouldn't Israel be allowed to occupy this territory? Why won't these people leave Israel alone? I hear that a lot. It's because there was a disruption of what was historically a vast Arab majority area. And it wasn't a nation state, it was a region, but it identified as a culture and a people with a sort of common, thread, like a lot of cultures have in regions. And just because it wasn't a nation state doesn't invalidate that aspect of the reality in which we found ourselves. Now, what the big change was is the immigration that took place. There was a very small population. Anybody can go to Google and look at the historical population of that region and broken down by what at that time was referred to as Jews, Christians, and Arabs. Now,
Okay, so do you agree? Wait, do you agree that the Jews were in this land for way before the Arabs was a majority in 48? The Jews were here since, Israel is mentioned in the Quran. We came
Yeah.
from Judea and we've been here since forever. We fought with the Ottoman Empire, with the Romans. Jews were in this land since forever and now we return back home. So the Arabs that lived in 48, they were the occupier of the original land. You understand? So time changed and things happened, and empires can go and fall, and you have kings and you have wars, and each country in this world has history, right? Each country has history, even USA, Russia, China. You can find the history of each country, and things are changing. I agree, but if we back to the first topic that I wanted to ask you, so
Well,
I
before
know.
you before we go in that direction, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sherry. Can I just
Yeah.
address the point you just raised? That would be very brief.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about that things change. That's a fair point to make because we've acknowledged that it happened here, it's happened elsewhere. So to be consistent, though, do you believe, and this is the reason I'm asking, this will make sense. Do you believe that because of the changes that occurred in 1948 and Israel's ability militarily to push back against the attacks and what's happened since, that the state of Israel should be allowed to remain?
Yes, because this is our land. We got
Okay.
this land. The UN voted for this land. The British gave us, back the land. That
Okay,
they ruled.
I got it. So in 19, let's just go back in more than 3,000 years ago, when the Kingdom of David was established, and different historical documents refer to the territory a different way. Do you believe that the people prior to the Kingdom of David have the right to the land? And if not, if the people who followed the Kingdom of David as Jews were moved out of the region, who then later were in the land, why isn't it legitimate for them to be there in 1910 versus it's legitimate for Israel to stay there after 1948? Don't you see a distinction there that's not consistent?
Listen, at the end, who wins is the owner. US and Russia and China, they won wars, right? This is how the world works.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a conflict, right? And if you go to a judge, he will ask you who been there before, and he will see that the Jews were here before. We see it in history. Do you know about our holiday Hanukkah?
Yes, I know what it is.
So Hanukkah is the fights of the Jews against the Romans, and
Hmm.
we were in this land, way, way before 48. And then, all the empires were kicking out the Jews from this land, and this is why the Jews were spreading into Morocco, Spain, Poland, Romania.
Hmm.
We got expelled from this land, and
Yeah.
now the Zionist dream is to go back home to Zion, to Jerusalem, because this is
Hmm.
our origin. So Zionist, it means only that we want to go back home, because this is where we feel home. This is our home, and this is why we protect our home.
Sure.
And this is our holy land. Zion and the Western Wall is like Mecca for us.
Hmm.
You understand? Mecca for the Muslims is like Jerusalem for us. So
Do you think it's fair that when Jews were expelled from different regions, no matter where
mhm,
it was, do you think that was fair or unfair?
unfair.
Okay. Now, when Arabs who lived in the Palestinian region and their families were
Mhm.
expelled, is that fair or unfair?
Yes, but they chose to
No,
leave.
no.
It was
Just answer the question. Is it fair or unfair?
no, it's not fair. But
Okay, and then let me ask you one other question. This is
mhm,
important because I've made videos about this. So,
yeah, yeah, it's
if
okay.
the exact tables were turned, I want to see if this is consistent.
Hmm.
If there were a population of Jews and Arabs, let's just say especially that Jews were the majority in the same territory. Let's say they had 65% of the population. It was an Arab population of 30%, and an independent entity decided that where people who were Jewish were living was going to be carved out into a new Arab state. And then a bunch of neighbors
Hmm.
attacked them and they won the military. And so Jews became dispossessed of their land. Not all, some stayed, and they were treated, let's just say, less than ideally. And
Hmm.
Arabs had the benefit of being Arab in an Arab ethno state. And they subsequently moved in and took more territory to further displace the Jewish people. And then, whenever the
Hmm.
Jewish people decided to fight back a little bit because of that unfair situation, they were ruthlessly oppressed and continued to be militarily occupied and blockaded into these little territories. Would you find that objectionable, and would you find it inconsistent, or I guess immoral to try to break from those circumstances?
Yes, I agree. We live in an unfair world. If you want to find justice, you can find justice. But life is unfair, and whoever has the power is usually wins. Look at Putin, look at China, look at USA. Whoever, I didn't make this, global
Mm-hmm.
powers, and we had it, Churchill and Napoleon, and this is how the world works. Like right now, we live in a modern world, but this is how life works. And my grandmother was living in Romania, Romaine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was very rich, and then the age cost started, and she kicked out of there. The whole family got unalive. So right
Mm-hmm.
now, do you think it's fair that I go to Romania and do T-Tex and say Romania is mine?
Well, the difference would be about ongoing brutality and occupation and blockade. The circumstances that are in place right now in modern day Palestine, and you can call it Israel slash West Bank or whatever, are different and more oppressive and brutal and unfortunately murderous, albeit it wasn't as swift and concentrated as what happened to Israel on the 7th. But again, it's all about how one group decides to treat another. I actually have no problem understanding your point that Israel, because it's in place and it's part of this history you're talking about, wants to maintain its security and maintain its statehood. Okay, a lot of people who are Palestinian don't see it that way. But the H group, if you haven't read their revised 2017 charter, does specifically say that while they don't want to recognize the nation in terms of the Zionist aspect of it, because they're angry what happened, but they are willing to accept territorial concessions at the pre 1967 borders to form an independent state and live peacefully beside Israel. That's what they
No,
say
I
in their
don't.
charter. They've removed all
No,
language about wanting to get rid of Jewish people. This is an
I
important
don't
distinction
think
to make.
so. I don't think so. I don't think that their goal is to make a two-state, because if this is their goal, we will had peace long time ago. But they want Palestine to be free from the river to the sea. They want to kick out the Jews to go back to Germany. This is what they're saying in the protest. This is what they. You can look in the comments. You know, you
Sure.
do these lives for months and you see the comments. This is what they want. They want Israel to
Well,
be Palestine and to be another Muslim country, like, you know, and the 55 countries they already have. But we have only one country that speaks Hebrew, that follow the Judaism, and we don't have anything anywhere else to go. Where do you want us to go? If
well,
this will be
let
Palestine.
me address that. That's a fair question to ask. Don't begrudge people who are Jewish or who want to have an ethno state for wanting that or for having it where it is. I understand their goals and their aspirations, and that makes sense to me. I think where people miss it is that Israel, unfortunately, and I wish Israel didn't do this, does
Mhm.
far more than what is necessary to maintain its basic security interests. So if the idea was, hey, just leave us alone, we're this little country among all these bigger, stronger nations that seemingly want to attack us and get rid of us, if that's the idea, I do encourage you and anyone to read the revised charter so you can see for yourself that at least the group in its formal presentation has removed the language. Now, you say about the protests or people who say these things. Now, you know there's a difference, Sherry. Just as there are inside of Israel, there are those who want to get rid of the Netanyahu government. They aspire to have a different political settlement, but they don't always get their way, at least in the short term, because it's not politically practical or because of other circumstances. Same thing for people who go to protest. They may have the aspiration to return the conditions back to 1945 or whatever it may have been, where it wasn't delineated with an ethno state, but it was a region that had different parties that lived together. And you can say harmoniously or not. But I believe that's what they mean by that. It's not necessarily the expelling and unaliving of Jewish people. It's getting back to the self-determination and having your own place to be that you didn't have dispossessed from you, that they aspire to. Now, in terms of aspiration versus reality, most people understand that. I march in the United States against what our government does for peace, but I also understand that the reality that our government uses war and other clandestine operations to get its will met is probably not going to change anytime soon. I would love to see it change, but I also am practical. Most people who understand politics, especially the leaders of these groups, understand practicality. So, in that, with that in mind, I think what they're aspiring to in reality, in terms of political pragmatism, is to have a second separate place to be. But unfortunately, because of the territorial settlements that Israel has chosen to build out and acquire more and more of the territory that many around the world believe is not rightfully Israeli because of the way the war in 1967 was conducted. It's claimed to be defensive, but most outside observers, including myself, in looking at what happened during those times, don't believe that argument is persuasive. That's why there's UN Resolution 242, which says, hey, basically, Israel, you can't settle on land that you took offensively when there really wasn't a decent precursor. Just like the United States can't go in and settle Iraq when it said there were weapons of mass destruction, decided to bomb and invade the country and change the ownership of the oil interest to Western multinationals. That's illegal and it
Okay,
should be changed.
so let me ask you something. Do you think this is a, you know, local conflict between Israel and Palestine and that's it? Or it's more global, you know, powers between, you know, age group is proxy of Iran and we are kind of proxy, you know, of the US. We are, you know, the only democracy in the Middle East. And, you know, this is a global power about control, you know, about who will be in control. And, you know, Iran and Russia and China are joining together, and US and Britain
Yeah.
and Germany and Israel are together. And it's, you know, basically, you know, who wants to control the world. And it's very, you know, you can see it, you know, you can't deny that it's just Israel and Palestine, because if it was just Israel and Palestine, it's a very easy to solve, you know, two states, that's it, we live in peace, end of story. But why Yemen involved? Why Lebanon involved? And Iran and all the Muslim countries go against us? Why? It's not just us, it's about the power of the world. You agree? You can't deny
I,
it. No.
I don't deny the fact that others try to interdict or use proxies to try to push back against what they perceive to be a threat to some degree to their security, as well as for other reasons. So I'll give you an example of how it can be looked at. So some have made the argument, as was made last night. This person named Zach talked about it. He believes that there's a religious sort of Islamic caliphate that is in the mindsets of all of these leaders from all of these countries, and they all want to try to take out anybody who's not of Islam for their own benefit of having a homogenous Islamic world. That was his argument. Now, so I think another way to look at it is there's a combination of things at play. There's security interests of the countries. There's
Mm-hmm.
there's religious undertones to it in some cases, but for the most part, I think why most of the countries and why they attacked initially was there was a highly inequitable provision based on the initial border lines, where about 31% of the population got 65% of the land. Now, you can call some of the land not as arable, the Negev, et cetera, but that's a rather inequitable situation, right? Especially somebody who's going to have people partitioned and kicked off as a part of it. So I think that spurred, and the fact that I think most people believed, and I think they were right about this, that the establishment of a Jewish only ethno state inside of historic Palestine, where there was a majority Arab population, was going to be disruptive, and it has been, whether you agree with it
Okay,
or not. I
so
think we can argue. But let me finish one thought. Almost done. Almost
mhm,
done.
yeah.
So Israel takes a very adversarial stance towards its neighbors because of these dynamics, and I think rightly so. It feels under threat. But what Israel has chosen to do in the course of trying to further its interests, a lot of people align those interests with what they believe to be a broader movement based on the concept of Zionism. And I don't believe, and I wish it was just this, if Zionism was just the aspiration for people who are Jewish to be safe from persecution and aspire to return what they think is a biblical or from their religious belief system that God gave it to them, I think most people could stomach that. But I think the way that Israel has conducted itself from a political and military standpoint in trying to maintain and achieve those goals is far and over above those basic aspirations. And therefore, people look at that as egregious, unnecessary, oppressive, and they want to try to at least mitigate that or hopefully stop it. And I think an ideal solution to this would be to recreate a state that's not an ethno state, which is by demand race or sort of racist, and people who aren't Jewish are not treated the same inside of Israel. They are on paper, but in reality, some do make it through the system because they assimilate and they work hard, but many don't, and they're
But
marginalized. And they're not. And there's
but
like,
mhm.
go ahead.
But
I'll let you respond.
way worse leaders than the Israeli government. You see Assad in Syria, and Putin, and all those leaders, dictatorship. In Iran, in South Korea. So you can't. Israel is a tiny little democracy. Who cares about Israel? We have such worse leaderships than Israel that occupy the entire world. So you speaking about Israel like the big wolf, but
No,
we are
I think
the tiny
no.
fish.
I no.
It's like it's so funny. We are a tiny fish in the Middle East, surrounded by the wolves, and you call us the big guys. It's funny because we are so small, and so we are powerful, okay? We have the most powerful army maybe in the world, and we have technology, and we have the best people. And, I believe in my country. This is why we keep winning. But, to see us as the bad guys when you have leaders such as Putin and Assad and Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, and, to see us as the evil, it's, I don't get it. And, for the Listen, if tomorrow morning there will be peace and there will be two states and Palestine will have army, do you think they will attack Israel or not, or they will live in peace? Because
Well,
I find
let
it
me
hard
let
to
me
believe,
let me respond. Let me
after
respond.
October 7,
This
yeah.
is a commonly phrased argument, Sherry, where someone's saying, "Well, we're the little guys, and all these other people do bad things, and so why is the focus inordinately on our country?" And a lot of people, like there's someone who was in the request queue named Dapper, who puts it all to anti-Semitism, and that because of the perceived hatred towards Jews, which has It has happened in places before, but I don't believe it's the paramount issue in this conflict. In fact, I think it's well down the line for only some extremists. But because of the projection of power, just like the United States, and Israel is backed by the United States, has been since its inception, which is, I believe that United States and maybe China and Russia are the top three militaries, and then Israel falls in fourth position. But whatever it may be, Israel has a lot of military might, and it has a lot of financial might as well. And granted, I agree that the Israeli population, there's a lot of smart people. They've done a lot of great things with their economy. They have a lot of technology, but none of that changes the fact of what its military and its government and its Zionist fueled movement has done to its neighbors in terms of its sheer brutality and unnecessary cruelty, and humiliating people and making their lives miserable and trying to create circumstances in which they'll want to leave perceivably as Israel continues to settle more and more territory. There's no disputing, if you go back to 1948 and you look at the territory Israel now has settlements in, there's no delineated borders per se, but they militarily occupy the territories. And on the one hand, they claim that they're the good democracy, but the territory they claim to have conquered and that they oversee, they're not granting rights to the people who have lived there for generations. And they just claim, well, they're just these people that are stuck in this spot. So Israel
But I wonder,
brutalizes them.
yeah, I agree. But I wonder how you can see only one side of the story because you
I
don't
do.
talk about the rockets, about the T-Tex,
I
about,
do.
that
I
I
do.
need
That's not true.
to be afraid to walk in Tel Aviv in Dizengoff because somebody can unalive me. You know, you don't talk about our suffering.
I do all the time. I do. I acknowledge that. Let me repeat it. So I've said before, anybody who's watched my lives, in fact, Sherry, here's something cool about the way I do things. Every single one of my lives are recorded in their totality with no editing. So I put them onto YouTube and Rumble. You're welcome to go back and look through them. You'll find conversations like the one I'm about to have with you. I acknowledge everything about the Israeli point of view. I acknowledge that I did it today before we started speaking, when I was walking outside with my dog. So I understand the point of view. I would not want to live in a situation where I had to go into a shelter because things were flying through the air at my community. I would not like that. I can acknowledge that sucks. I can acknowledge that being in the position where Israel feels like it's the victim, that everyone's against Israel, disproportionately pointing out the things that others do. I wouldn't like that either. I can acknowledge that. I wouldn't like the fact that there are T attacks that occur both on a smaller basis and on a larger basis. I wouldn't want to have that happen. I wouldn't want the potential of that happening just out of the sheer fear it would cause me and my people periodically. And it did happen to our people on 9/11, so we understand that. But what I would say that goes with all those things, I don't think most of those things would be in place if Israel conducted itself differently. And herein lies the problem. You can look at back and forth and say, well, it's never going to stop if everybody goes back and forth, right? That's fair. But in terms of what Israel chooses, and this is what got me the most upset when I learned about this back in 1989, I had no clue. I learned what Israel does versus what people say in the media what Israel does. It's a lot different. And most people who are good people, I have no reason to doubt you're a good person. And a lot of people who support Israel are probably amazing people. But I think in a lot of cases, they don't know the magnitude of the brutality, indifference, oppression, unaliving, injuring of human beings, that despite the attacks that are relatively minor, by the way, in terms of the total numbers of people who die and the situations that change in Israel, if you do the counts going back to 1948 and all the massacres put together and all the back and forth, if you look at the number of Israelis or Jews that have been killed, by the way, it's all been in that region. So it has not happened elsewhere. There haven't been Palestinians that fly to, Morocco or to the United States and do mass T attacks on Jewish people. There was one synagogue in Pittsburgh recently where it wasn't a Palestinian, it was an American sort of YT supremacist that hated everybody that went in and unalived, I think, 14 people in a Pittsburgh synagogue. It's horrible and to be condemned, as were the civilians that were engaged on 10/7. I've spoken to all these issues at length. And I also go through painful steps to differentiate between what I believe to be a population of people that are probably relatively decent, although I believe they're misled into believing one thing over the reality that's hidden from them. But I think they're good people. It's the leadership that I criticize, the military actions, as well as the long term goals of what appear to be the conquest for more territory that's being done in a slow but steady fashion. So just go look at the numbers.
Yes,
Anybody can
yes,
Google
but
this.
yes,
Look at
I
just last point,
understand.
last point.
Hmm.
If you Google the number of Palestinians that have been killed since 1948 to present, including the recent conflict, there is no comparison. It is incredibly disproportionate. And so to try to justify that is what I find the most difficult. When I learned about this shearing in 1989, I was so surprised. I'm like, wait a second, this can't be true. Israel couldn't do this stuff. They're the good guys. How can they possibly treat other people like this just because they're claiming it's for their security? That's the biggest issue that I think most people have. It's the sheer brutality, cruelty, and indifference to Palestinian suffering that create the anger that spurs on the attacks that otherwise probably wouldn't happen if the Israelis weren't so incredibly horrific in their behavior. It's not about hatred of Jews. It's not about Islamic caliphate. It's about responding to horrific mistreatment and the perception of being humiliated by another group that initially took the land in the first place.
Okay, okay. So first of all, do you know, like, people from the left, activists for peace, like Vivian Silver, you know, she lives in the kibbutz in the south, and she took Palestinian children to hospitals every day. And you know, in October 7, they unalive her in her
Mm-hmm.
own bed. So, you know, we have people from the left that took care of the Palestinian people, and they also got unalive and being stabbed in the back after all they did. Also, Sinwar, the leader of the age group, Sinwar, we took care of him in our hospital. You know, he had cancer in his head, and we took care of him in our hospital. What other country would do this? It's crazy. And we had Rabin, our leader from the left. He gave the Palestinian an airport. He gave them weapons, and they also took advantage of his naive approach. Like you are also a naive like Rabin. You think that you want to support the Palestinian, and Rabin also did this. Is him believed in the Palestinian, and this is why he did the Oslo Accords. And what's happened next is we got Intifada number one, Intifada number two. So each time we try to believe, we've been stabbed in the back. And I really want to hear your honest opinion. If tomorrow morning we will have peace in two countries, and Palestine will have an army, do you really believe there will be peace, or that they try again to attack us in order to achieve the entire Palestine from the river to the sea? Because half country is not enough. They will want Palestine from the river to the sea, and they say it. So
Mm-hmm.
we try it hard to believe that they will just give up and say, okay, we have half country, and that's enough for us. Because right now they saying they want Palestine from the river to the sea. So wait, Chip, I will love to hear your opinion, but I need to drop. But it
Okay.
was amazing opportunity to speak with you, and that's it. I
Okay,
hope
Sherry.
that one day you understand Israel point of view.
Fury,
Maybe,
because she's
maybe.
Israeli.
Yeah, maybe I don't want it to happen, but maybe when T-Tech will start happen in the US and Europe, maybe then you will wake up and understand what we are going through.
Okay, I understand your point of view. Thank you for sharing it, Sherry.
Thank
Thanks for being
you.
here today.
Thank you, Chief.
Appreciate
Double
you.
checking to answer her.
Just real
Bye-bye.
quick, this is more
Yeah.
administrative than anything. So the order for those who came up is going to be Brenda, and then I can't see because someone's giving a gift right now, but I can see in a second. I try to go in order and give people a chance to speak. You probably can tell that I gave Sherry ample time. All I ask is anybody who comes up is you try not to attack anybody else on the panel personally. We have plenty to talk about with respect to the issues and the history that are all good arguments. Sherry said a couple things that I want to just push back a little bit before we bring the next guest on. She said that I was naive, and I think I did an okay job of acknowledging some of the things she said as far as what Israelis have to endure and have endured. And I am sympathetic to that. I'm especially sympathetic to those who lost their lives or who were otherwise assaulted on 10/7. That was horrible and worthy of condemnation. And those who did it, those are still alive, and the leadership who directly, if they wanted that done, if they said, go get civilians, they should be all held accountable for war crimes. I firmly believe that. I think that's reasonable. And on the other hand, I also think that those same standards should be applied to the Israeli response since 10/8. And if the ICJ comes back with, they've already had an accusation, they're going through the process of sort of sorting through the information. But if they come up with a finding that the Israeli leadership pretty much either through group punishment or through the way they have enacted their military campaign, especially from the air. If it turns out that there's an indication of intent of directly unaliving civilians, it doesn't matter whether you do it on the ground with an AK or whether you do it from above with a 2,000-pound JDAM. It's the same net result. And so if it is unjustifiable and it can't be accounted for as collateral damage, and it can't be found to be human shields, which is often the allegation from the other side. But if those are all pushed aside after investigations, I equally believe that those in power and the people from the military who followed those orders should be prosecuted for war crimes. And the generals who decided to cut off all the water, fuel, food and electricity and medical care, and who constricted the arrival of medical aid and other aid during the conflict, including now, should equally be punished, held to the standards of international, the Geneva Convention when it comes to that. So I wanted to say that. There was somebody named, the last name was Levi, who was trying to come up earlier. If you're still in the audience, sometimes on TikTok, it times out on my end. So it's not letting you in all the way. The way to fix that usually is to leave TikTok and then relaunch TikTok and then re-request. So if you're still here and you'd like to do that, I'll bring you up and put you back in line. But I never exclude people from the panel. I always bring people up. The other thing I want to say is real quickly, as far as decorum goes, I've been on several pro-Israeli lives recently. I was on one this morning. And unfortunately, and I wish things were different. And listen, everyone's got something in their life that's worthy of criticism. Fair enough. But I try not to focus on people's shortcomings. There's a guy named NYC Joe. If you haven't heard of him, he's a very prominent pro-Israeli. He hosts a lot of lives. He's very outspoken. He's a good advocate for that point of view. I respect his advocacy, but he's said some things that are absolutely horrific about what he thinks should happen to Palestinian children. And yes, he's addressed it in the past and he's apologized for it, which I think is the right thing to do, as have I with some of my shortcomings. So I've never once brought that back up. And that, therefore, I think it's fair for us to
But
stay
you just
focused on
brought
the
it up
issues.
now. You
Hold
just
on.
brought it up.
I did not say what he said. And I also acknowledge the fact that I've said some things. I don't want to drop anybody, but if you don't take your turn, I can't listen. One thing I don't tolerate on the panel is people being disrespectful on the panel and kind of interrupting and trying to dominate the conversation. So I will give you a chance to speak up. Just let me give the ones who are ahead of you a chance. So Brenda's next. Come on
But
in,
I,
Brenda.
I
Excuse me.
actually came right after Sherry.
You'll get a chance. Brenda's been waiting in the queue for like 30 minutes. I know the order because I run these. Let me run the live. I know how to do this. I've been doing it for a long time. Please go ahead, Brenda.
Chip, can I be next? 'Cause I have something just real fast.
I got to let Brenda go first because she was in order. I can let you go right after Brenda.
No,
Okay?
that was me that said that. I said, can
Oh, it
I
was
go
you. Yeah.
after?
Oh, yeah. Brenda, go ahead. I thought that was Mark maybe saying that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said, can someone have a turn in front of me? Just I need to just take care of something
Yeah,
real
no
fast.
problem. Okay, I'll put you back on
Thanks.
me. So Mark, EBB, and then Ray, and then it's going to be JWQ. So go ahead, Mark, please.
Hello.
Hi.
To everybody.
Hi, Mark.
Please close your microphone. Thank you, Mrs.
Um,
That's how. That's how, Ari.
Can Mark, what would you like to say?
can
What
you
would you like to
close
say?
his microphone, please?
I'm not
He
sure what you're
has
saying, Mark.
he
I can hear.
talking with children, and if you
Let me just, Mark. So here's what I'm trying to figure out. You're saying about microphone or something. There's a lot of background noise, and if you
yeah,
want to speak,
she talking, not me.
hold on. When you say she, I'm not sure who you're referring to because I can't hear any females speak. I hear you speaking. So who are you referring to?
Excuse me. I said she has open It was microphone.
Oh,
me. I accidentally had not unmuted, but I mute it now, sir. You can go ahead. Thank you.
okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, hello to everybody. I want to say some simple words. In our world, in our society, as a human, I say the people of Israel is people like like other country, but when we have war, we have a role. The role of war, they say that you have conscience. I ask if you kill 1200, 1400 of a country, they can do as a same or double. Until now, they killed 100,000 in reality and 50,000 in the news. Where is the conscience of people of Israel and government? And this is so easy. If we're talking about easy question, then people of Israel, I have when I was 16 years, I am from Iran. I in the some of a shop of working with a businessman, a big businessman in Iran, and they were very good to me to them. Then I wonder why everything changed. We have a man from Israel. His name is Joseph Avesar. He's advocate in the United States. And for 1 year ago, we started listening to him. He has working with this subject as Israel and Palestine about two governments. In 1 year, we talking before 7 October, I believe that Israel has trait of Germany, Hitler very bad. And the Holocaust was not good. But in the continue when it's happened, I never, ever couldn't imagine that Israel military kill children, adult, and destroyed whole 300,000 houses. Where is the conscience of war in our civilization world, not domestic? Civilization, not wild. I mean, the domestic people has conscience. Where is this where came this thought of government of Israel? I don't care about they say they came from God or we came from mommy body, and we are people. If Israel is good, if Israel came from God, then they must be more kind, more careful. Why is not in this way with civilization people? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand your point of view. So, okay, so the question is, or should Israel be held to a higher standard because of their claims that the land is chosen by God? And, what response should there be to an attack that was seemingly very unexpected and of a magnitude that really, really, really shocked and upset and was considered to be terror from their point of view? And so, what is a reasonable response? Should it be proportionate? Is the proportion to which they've chosen to take it over the top, which is something that President Biden said? Is it indiscriminate, which is also a word President Biden has used? And that they've been very critical of the Netanyahu government. Is that fair, reasonable? And these are all fair questions to ask. I mean, the actual number, as I understand it, just to clarify for the audience, is 1,167 total human beings that did not survive that day that were Israeli. A lot of the people they initially thought were Israeli were in the vehicles, and it turns out they were either citizens or H group fighters or both that were charred to a point where they could not be identified initially. So that's the number. Now, to clarify, of that number, my understanding is approximately 330 or so were IDF soldiers, or people that were engaged directly in uniform or were in barracks or they were in the outpost, etc. The other counts of people that leaves about 867 people or 837 people. Some of the people that were unalived, I have seen the videos where it was directly done by the H group. Horrific, horrible stuff. I've seen the kibbutzim, I've seen the rave. I've also seen people's leftovers, remains that appear to have been done directly by the same group. And so to whatever extent those numbers did occur and to whatever extent they were purposeful, they should be condemned by any good human being, regardless of how you feel that a response was justified and that breaking free from the confines of the enclave was justified based on an ongoing blockade and the controls and the historical injustice. All those things, nothing justifies old women, young kids, all that stuff. And those people should not have been harmed. As far as the hostage taking goes, you can make an argument that shouldn't have happened, especially with really young people or maybe some older people. Some of the people that have been taken hostage are soldiers. Some of the people who have been taken are younger, which I disagree with too. The challenge on the other side of that argument is that because the Israelis over the years and even currently have taken so many Palestinians into their detainment facilities, their jails, and either have convicted them of a way more, a much larger crime than what their actual actions were, or they've taken people under what they call administrative detention. And they usually have between 7 and 12,000 Palestinians incarcerated at one time, many of which are under administrative detention, which means you're not charged with a crime. You're just being held because you're suspected of maybe knowing somebody or you might be a threat or whatever. Does that seem fair? No. And if you understand how people are treated in Israeli detention, it's pretty bad. And I've made videos about that. So, but not getting into that, we don't know on that particular day, based on the Israeli military response, they had tanks and other vehicles in the kibbutzim that in many cases fired on properties to try to go after the quote unquote bad guys where families were being held. So it wouldn't have happened had the attacks not happened, but they all wouldn't have been unalived perceptively if that response didn't happen the way that it did. And there's been admissions of this and even witness statements and actually members of the military that have described it. I have the videos. So it's not in dispute. Now, we also don't know during the rave and the arrival of Israeli air attacks how many of the vehicles were engaged by the Israeli military, how many of the fleeing people were, because it was difficult to distinguish who was whom. And the orders were given to fire and be less concerned about any potential damage under the Hannibal Directive, which basically says that we don't want prisoners taken, whether they be civilian or military, because we don't want to give the enemy leverage. We want to eliminate the enemy and reduce the chance of them having leverageable assets to try to get their people out, especially the people they deem to be the most dangerous. I understand that. That's a choice of policy. But to lay the entire blame of the event solely on one group when it's not clear how many happened to whom, my guess is, if I had to guess, is that outside of the soldiers, probably between 300 and 400 people were most likely directly unalived by H group, which is horrific. And the remainder were unfortunately caught up in the response. That's a guess, some combination of that, but it wasn't 100% one and it wasn't 100% of the other. So I want to make that clear. Okay, I don't know if Brenda's ready to come back in. If you are, you can unmute. Otherwise, okay, there you go, Brenda.
Yeah, I'm ready. Hi, Jeff.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to just respond to, I know she's gone, but I think her name is Sherry. My understanding of from the river to the sea, and I think the notion otherwise would just be silly because what political ideology that wants to be taken serious would call, and in this day and age, I'm talking about like year 2024, what political entity would claim that their main goal is the basically the ethnic cleansing or wanting all of the Jews to be cleansed from Palestine? That's just absurd because they would never be taken seriously. And so the clarification for that is that it means that all people will be free from the river to the sea. So like that means Christians, that means Jews, that means Muslims, that means non-practicing people, agnostics, like whatever, secular people, that everybody can live under the same rights. So from the river to the sea, and I know she made a claim that that's what some people say. And I mean, of course, there's going to be radical people that say stupid things in any protest, but the main idea is not that everybody wants them to be gone. I think when people say that, and maybe this is why it's taken out of context, people say that if you don't agree that everybody should have the same rights, not just Jews, that everybody should have the same rights, then okay, you can go elsewhere, go back to where you have your first passport from. But that's just under the premise that you just don't want equality for everyone, which I think is fair enough to say. Like, you don't want everybody to be free, then you don't have to live here in this place where everybody should be free. Because I think, again, the premise of establishing a modern day, quote unquote, democracy would have to abide by all equality rules, because I think this is what doesn't make sense about the establishment of Israel, is that they're claiming to be a democracy, yet under the security concerns, they refuse to give all rights to everybody.
Hello,
So,
everyone. Hello. Please,
hi,
I'm sorry because I interrupt you.
Sorry, I wasn't finished. I'm almost done, I promise. So I think the premise of that is just doesn't make any. Okay, we'll get it now. It doesn't make any sense to say like, oh, all people, they want everybody gone. That's like such a silly thing to say. And I think the next thing that I wanted to say was that I think whenever someone says something that challenges your beliefs, I want to offer this up to everybody, especially those people who are set in their ways, which is usually people who support Israel, is that when someone says something that challenges your beliefs, instead of just saying, no, you're wrong or that's wrong, try to think about like, why is it that they believe that? Because there's got to be something behind it other than just pure hatred. Like people don't just hate everybody. And I think the thing I want to offer is that like a lot of people are becoming more secular. And so then the idea that people hate the establishment of Israel because it's for Jews, like that doesn't make any sense, because a lot of people don't even practice anymore. We don't practice like religions in the sense that we're going to be fanatic about it. I think there's a lot more young people that are more upset about the TikTok ban than anybody's religion. So I think let's start being more logical about things. And I offer this as well. I offer this to everybody. Like, let's be logical and base our assumptions on love instead of just the fact that everybody, we all hate each other. So that was what I wanted to offer.
Thanks,
Hello,
Brenda. I appreciate you being
Mr.
here. This is for the panel's benefit. Just the way that the live runs is we take turns. Each person gets a little chance to speak, and then we can go back and forth later. The next, just to let you know, Tiger, I want to hear what you have to say. I know you're eager. I have to give other people that have been waiting patiently a chance. So thank you for you also being patient. Please keep your mute engaged, because if people continually jump in, I usually drop them, which I don't want to do. The next person to go is Ray. Just to give you the batting order, it's going to be Ray, then JWQ. Then it's going to be, I think it's going to be Mufasa, Zio, and then Tiger. I'm sorry, Sav, then Mufasa, Tiger, and Zio.
Can you give me 3 minutes because I am eating?
Tiger, let me explain this again. We take turns based on people who have been waiting for a long time. So no, I can't give you a chance to jump ahead of the line. You're welcome to come back later. We'll be on for quite a bit, but if you can't, come now. Okay, thank you for abiding by that. Okay, Ray, it's your turn.
Yeah, how you doing? First, you do a great job of answering most of those Zionists that come on here. And I wanted to answer Sherry. She was on there, but I'm not trying to attack her. But the first thing I always hear from Zionists, the 7th of October, but I feel they forget like what's going on like before that. Like, I'm a Palestinian, I'm American, I was born here. And I speak for a lot of Palestinians, and because I have a lot of friends and my whole village, my whole people, everybody in America, we just want to go back overseas and live a normal life like everybody wants to live. Most Palestinians, they live in America. They like to go to Palestine in the summer. But I wish Americans or most people that support Israel, come and see what Palestinian people suffer, especially the ones, we live in America with all the freedom and all the, how like normal people want to live. When we go back home, it's like, how could people live like this? Like, like my village is about, I'll say, a normal 10 minutes drive. If I have to drive like on a normal street like everybody else, I have to drive almost 30 minutes or more just to go through all these different checkpoints just to get to my village. And you always hear it's like, oh, but they do this, they do this. But why do the people do what they do? Most, I know hundreds of people. I never heard anybody say, I want to unalive a Jew, or I want to do. People just want to live a normal life. Even when I go back home, me and my brothers, once we cross the border, we're American citizens. When you go into Israel, inside, and we see how like it's a beautiful. You go to Tel Aviv, Yafa, Haifa, and you see how the Palestinians and the Jews live together. You're like, why can't the Palestinians in 1948 live like this? But they don't. You have these, Jews, you guys need to know who the problem is. It's these settlers. I know but I know you're not blind about seeing what's going on. You guys keep taking more land every day, every day. It's not only just the land. I swear to, people got to understand, it's not just the land that they take. They take a little part of a part of the hill. It's not just the hill they take. It's like 10 miles down the road. You still can't build. You know, wherever they build, it's like 10 miles near it. You can't build near them. And then they destroy all these olive trees. Then they open their own roads, dividing. Like, my family, we have land we can't even get to because, the Jews, they put a wall, a street around it. Now nobody's allowed to build. Now you have to take permission from them to build on it. And they don't give you no permission to build on it. People just got to see it, and the Palestinians are so gullible. You know what happens? And I'm always laughing. I'm 50 some years old. I've been watching news and it's like they take one land and and the Palestinians start fighting about it. But then the Jews go take another land. Now they forget about the first one. And now they're talking about the second one. Then they do another one. And I'm like, oh my God, this happens all the time. Like,
Can I ask you a quick question, Ray? This is
go
important for
ahead.
the audience to understand. Okay, so you've mentioned some things that people last night made the argument. Someone named Zach said that, and I'm going to mention three things to you, and I want to get your answer based on the three
Yeah, go.
things. I'll be very quick. So, in terms of the motivation for what do you want to call it, the resistance, the pushback, the PLO, the H group, all these different things that have been problematic for the Israeli side over the years, where they would want people to behave more peacefully, but there have been more violence. So there's three things that can motivate this. One, it could be an Islamic caliphate, and if the Palestinians or Arabs in that region want to participate in that. Number two could be that they just have an abject hatred for people who are Jewish from the get-go, and therefore they want all Jews gone or unalived or both. Or three, it could be in response to the occupation, the blockading, and the different actions the Israelis have taken, in addition to sort of a longstanding discontent with the dispossession of land as they see it. Which one or more than one do you think motivates the conflict?
That was a good question. I swear. Look, a long time ago, when Rabin was when Rabin wanted to make peace, the same Jews that were coming and making our life miserable, when they said they wanted to make peace, the Palestinian kids were given olive branches to soldiers that were driving by because they heard they want peace. They forgot all about everything else that happened to them before. Palestinians just want to live. I swear to God, I'm not saying this because I'm Palestinian, but most Palestinians, first, we don't want to be ruled by no Islamic. I'm a religious person, but I'm not but nobody wants to be, especially in Palestine. We just want to live a normal life. We just don't. People just want. They're doing what they're doing because what they do to us. You don't see. You got to see what these people do. You could be sleeping, and the next thing you hear is soldiers knocking at your door. They make people's life so. But the most biggest problem, honestly, it's the settlers. It's because what they're doing in 1940 in the West Bank area, and them taking more land is making people's life miserable. I didn't never got affected, by them taking my land. They separated, but there's people that they took their main house. They took their village. They took their olive branches. They just need to people don't want to fight. Palestinians just want to live a normal life. If they're doing something bad, is because somebody did something to them. If you go look at most people that are fighting, is because they got affected by what the Jews are doing to them.
Real quick, one more question, Ray, and this is
Yeah.
really important to understand. So, do you believe that if there was able to be a two-state solution, again, territorially wise, because of the lack of territorial integrity, and what I mean by that is the contiguous territory, because of the settlements, but if in some sort of alternate universe, the Israelis agreed to withdraw the 700,000 plus settlers, which is obviously very politically difficult, if not impossible. But if it could happen, I believe their concern, mostly, if I understand the Israeli point of view, is that if they were to allow for an adjacent Palestinian territory that becomes sovereign, and they have the ability to have police forces and maybe even a military, do you believe that the more militant members who do hear echoes of from the river to the sea would be able to constrain or hold back? Could they be contained and not continue doing things that were aggressive towards Israel, or would that be an impossibility?
Yeah, I think first it's going to be hard, trying to get rid of all like they got big settlements, like Ofra and all these big settlements, you know. But I think if they like took the main ones, like the not the ones that they had before, like or Ofra and some big settlements that have been there a long time, people will tolerate that, but they won't. But a lot of people that like separates from one village to another, where you have to, if it's a miserable thing. Like let me give you an example. My dad, he's dead now, but whenever
I can't hear you. Is that only me?
Guys, mute so you don't noise. I apologize. What I was going to say, Ray, is thank you for your input. I have to give someone else a chance just briefly, but please stay up. I'd like to hear more. In conjunction with what Ray said, there's a really, really, really good summation documentary. It's only about 40, 45 minutes, not too bad. It's free on YouTube. And it's not done by Palestinians. It's not done by Al Jazeera. It's not done by anybody affiliated with anything on the Arab side, quote unquote, of this. A young Jewish American at the time named Anna Baltzer, Baltzer, was being told some of the things that Ray said by her friends, and she didn't believe it. She's like, there's no way, this is propaganda. You guys are brainwashed, blah, blah, blah. And they said, I tell you what, Anna, next time you visit Israel, go check for yourself. She actually went over on a humanitarian mission, and she went to Ramallah to do some work with this aid group or something like that. And she stayed with a Palestinian family. And what she learned in actuality versus what she thought growing up couldn't have been more different. And she saw not only the things that Ray mentioned, but so many more. And her sympathetic element in her heart said, I can't believe that any group of people have to deal with these types of circumstances, what I call brutality, unnecessary oppression, etc. I believe that most people who are Jewish and who live in Israel and elsewhere who support Israel are good people. They want a homeland for Jewish people. They want to be free from being attacked. They want security. They don't want to be oppressed anywhere else because they have been before. I agree with that 100%. But I do think if they were made aware of the things that are in this documentary, it would definitely have a shift, because you can't, if you're a good person and you have a heart and you actually find out the things that this government's doing, which it puts under the umbrella of safety, but is really reaching out in terms of oppression and brutality, unnecessary unaliving. Watch the documentary. If you go to YouTube, you type in Anna Baltzer, Life in Occupied Palestine. And anybody who thinks they're a critical thinker, if you're open-minded, you don't want to just be on your team forever. I've watched probably 40 hours of videos sent to me by people who want to share their views. I'm happy to do that. But unfortunately, those who want me to learn from their point of view have not been willing to watch things like I just mentioned. I think that's really unfortunate, because we all should want to know what's really going on in life and then make our decisions of how we feel accordingly. And unfortunately, others want to stay with their blinders on and only believe what they want to believe. I like to challenge my views. With that said, we have another guest coming on. I do want to make a quick request. This goes for everybody. Please don't direct negativity towards each other, both in the comments and on the panel. We don't want
Hello,
to disparage
Mr.
anybody.
Brother. Can you
Hold
give
on.
me just 2 minutes, please? Just 2 minutes.
Tiger, what I have to do is follow the order, and if I have to remind you of that again and you jump in, I'm going to have to drop you. I don't want to be mean about it, but you keep coming up and wanting to come in front of the line. So if you can't stay right now, that's okay. Come on back. I do lives all the time. I schedule them Wednesday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern, and Saturday tomorrow I'll be on for 4 hours from 12 Eastern to 4 p.m. So if you can't do it, come on back. If you can wait patiently. We have a guest named Jewish Warrior Queen. I'm guessing because of her name, she's going to share thoughts that are a little bit different than the ones that I'm sharing, which is fine. Let's give her the respect she deserves. Let's give her a chance to say what she wants. Let's give her adequate time. And I'd love to hear what she has to share with the group. How you doing, Jewish Warrior?
I'm great. So I wanted to give a different perspective. As someone whose family fled Egypt, and not because we fled willingly, there was and a lot of people are uneducated about this, but there were a series of programs across the Middle East against Jews, and this was even before 1948, before the State of Israel. It has been going on, where we were stripped of our citizenship, We were stripped of our rights as people. Men from the age of 18 to 72, just because they were Jewish, were jailed. And to say that Arabs want to live in peace with Jews, it's very hurtful to me, considering what my family has been through and what many people in the Middle East have gone through that are Jewish, and considering that a lot of them only had a choice to migrate to the U.S., France, and some Canada, and a majority in Israel. That's like just a really uneducated thing to say, and it's not true. Even in America, as a Jewish person living in America, it is not safe for me. I can't see an Arab doctor, and if they find out I'm Jewish, they're not going to treat me right. I've experienced this with my mother, who's gone through many amputations because she's a diabetic. And as soon as they found out she was Jewish, they messed up her leg quite a few times in operation at Hopkins and stuff. And that's one point I want to make. Another thing is to hold Israel to a higher standard while not taking into account the years and years of abuse from the other side, from machetes in Jerusalem, from kidnappings in Jerusalem, because I was almost kidnapped in Jerusalem by an Arab, is just blindly ignorant. And there's lots of history and proof of this. And you can do the research yourself. There's so much history of Arabic Jews across the Middle East, is to say that. Another thing is, if you're going to go into war with someone, there's something called the rules of war, one of which is no acts of barbarism, raping, and kidnapping of people. Anyone who justifies what the H group did, that's a problem. I cannot agree with that at all. Because you have to, if you're going to hold us at a higher standard, they should also be held at that standard as well. You don't see Israelis, soldiers, kidnapping people and raping them and taking them over and unaliving them and parading them in the streets like Shani Luke and a bunch of other people. There's a thing, that you have to consider, and to blindly disregard that. And Brenda, who was here, but she's not, I wanted to touch on one of her points as well when she was saying about from the river to the sea. Now, the Americanized version is a really nice, tune version, but the real phrase in Arabic is actually from the river to the sea, Israel will all be Arab. That is the phrase. And if you think that H group is going to go to if only wants Palestine so they can make it all Palestine, it's more than that. They will go and they will unalive even Arabs that have Israeli citizenship. They will unalive Muslims that live that live in Israel freely to hold power. You don't see that in Palestine. You don't see the equality there for women either. And just like that, if you guys did not witness, when they threw off, I think they either hung or threw off 3 people that they thought were traitors to the Palestinians, people that were Palestinian. I think that shows you who is actually pro-humanity and pro-life.
Okay.
And in Judaism, we are taught to love life, to live life, and to save life. Quite the opposite. And to be put on, and you talk about people of God and people of this. I've heard a couple people on the panel say this. What's ungodly is like when I'm trying to pray, and then all of a sudden, all of my people are being unalived left and right, and stabbed and mutilated, and people put into ovens and stuff. I don't think that's godly, and that's a resistance. To me, that's just barbarism. And if you disagree with that, that's the points I want to make.
Yeah, good points. Thank you for raising them. I made notes during your points just to make sure I didn't forget. You made a lot of points. So, first of all, I feel your sense of being harmed and feeling unsafe and being angry and upset about what's happened to people who you identify with as historically marginalized. I want to first say that. I do not believe that it's appropriate or that's acceptable for anything to any group to happen just because of who they are. So, and to the extent that people have gone through pogroms, forcible being expelled, any of those things, they're to be condemned. most notably what happened during World War II, which was the most horrific thing that's happened in the modern era. So yeah, I have to acknowledge all that. I also acknowledge the discomfort I talked about to Sherry about this, that accompanies just wondering if something's going to happen to you as far as being safe and sound. You mentioned potentially being kidnapped. That was close. I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
happened
like
to
the
me.
fact.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
happened
I
to me
don't like
right in
them.
Jerusalem.
Yeah, so I want to address these things. And by the way, I want to just be. You talk about being, humane or being human. Yeah, I not to whatever extent things occurred on 10/7, I completely oppose that in everything. I have had a little difficulty, and I've been criticized really harshly for this, but I've really made an effort to try to what I refer to as atrocities. The more egregious atrocities. You mentioned oven, you mentioned the S assaults, so to speak, the mutilations people have talked about, et cetera, et cetera. I know I've seen direct video of H group people unaliving just normal civilians. So I have no reason to doubt any of those claims because I've seen them. The other claims that have been made that may be true in their entirety, I have no evidence to suggest they aren't. And there's a lot of testimony. And there's even a UN report recently that came out that they believe to be the case that it was part of what happened on 10/7. I have seen reports by journalists who were privy to what was given to them by the IDF, which was a compilation of H group fighters, GoPro cameras, as well as Israeli first responders, that show the horrific nature of that day. And I heard a summary from one of the journalists, Owen Jones, who's a regular that I've been following for a long time about other issues. So I think he's as straight and objective as one can be. But he did say that while he saw some horrible things, as have I, according to the videos that I've seen, I've not seen the summation, which is probably worse. But he did very clearly state that none of the things that have been more alleged, I call them, more egregious atrocities, there was no evidence included in that presentation to substantiate some of those things. You mentioned a couple of them here. So it doesn't mean they didn't happen, but I would think that if they did happen, that to whatever extent they could have been documented, maybe they weren't filmed, but there might have been something in the presentation that was persuasive for the general audience to, corroborate the things that have been said. We've also heard some things, unfortunately, that were said, and maybe it was not done purposely, maybe it was just hearsay and somebody repeated it and it became amplified, but we've heard things that turned out not to be true. So we don't know for sure. I've been very harshly criticized for not being able to definitively agree with those reports, and it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I don't have any evidence, and I haven't heard others have presented the evidence. So again, that's sort of in a question mark category, but if it did happen, again, I'm totally against anything like that happening, whether it's unaliveness or mistreatment or suffering. As far as the hostages go, the soldiers that were taken are considered POWs. That's sort of a fair way to look at it, just as any group that takes a combat event and captures people and doesn't unalive them, they take them back, and in this case, they're trying to use them as leverage, I believe, which was part of the mission. But as far as the other part, I talked about it earlier, there's a lot of ambiguity about the remaining people that didn't make it that day. So let's cover the thing. I think if I understand what you said was, you said that all Arabs are sort of have it in for Jewish people, and that their statements in the past have indicated that. First of all, I think by conflating all Arabs in terms of their motivations towards Jewish people is the same thing as conflating all Jews as Zionists or hateful towards Arabs. I think that's obtuse. It's not fair. There are probably plenty of people that are just normal everyday people, only a few of which are militant or sort of radicalized. Most people just get through their day. So I think to say that all Arabs, quote unquote, want to harm Jews, maybe in the past it has happened, but in terms of the modern era, I don't have examples of Palestinians traveling outside of the West Bank, for example, and doing T attacks against Jewish people or just unaliving Jewish people. I think the major beef is in the territories and the behavior. We talked about that earlier. I'm sorry that you feel unsafe or that others feel unsafe around the world. I think the reason why that's elevated some, if I had to guess, and I'll try to finish quickly, is that people, unfortunately, when they see, just this happened in 9/11 in the United States as an example, the amount of Islamophobia because of people's perception of somebody's, maybe tangential attachment or a visual representation of their anger, they sometimes elevate their mistreatment of others unfairly, I think. But it's human when you see somebody who you believe represents an injustice that you're angry about presently, for you to be less than warm towards people that you feel might be that. And it's not fair, but it's not abnormal, I don't think. But it shouldn't happen. I agree with that. You mentioned about people said about holding Israel to a higher standard and that they should. You said that it should be equal. I agree with that. And I agree that nobody should want to hurt people's civilians. I think that should be off limits. I agree with that. You mentioned about abuses like T attacks with machetes and other things like knives and stuff. Hey, I agree. I'm not for violence. And I think when violence does occur, it's not helping. But it does happen because people get angry and they feel helpless to do anything differently, which we can get into later. You mentioned that, I think you used the word that I'm ignorant or unaware of some of the facts. I've been studying this for 34 years, so I've really tried to dig deep and try to find out as much as I can, although nobody can know it all, quote unquote. But I think I'm ahead of a lot of Americans on this. You mentioned all the atrocities. Won't get back into that. You mentioned about the mistreatment of like Shani Luke. And again, we're unclear on some of these things because we don't have that evidence, but I hope nothing happened to her. You mentioned.
She's dead.
Well, no,
Can you
I thought
please
I
stop
must
the
have, I
whole
must have mistaken her for another
for
name. I
everything that's been
apologize for that. I'm
going
not
on?
trying to be insensitive to that. I just didn't. I messed up the name. I apologize. You mentioned China. So if she was unalive, yeah, that's horrible. Any civilians, again, any of that is completely condemnable, 100%. You mentioned about in the societies that they're not necessarily ideal because they don't give equal treatment to LGBTQ, women, people who are gay, etc. I agree with you there in that I don't want to see anybody harmed for who they are and what they are, but the culture is different. And the way that certain Christians behave in certain communities in the United States is different. Some people won't bake cakes in cake shops in more conservative Bible Belt places in Tennessee, for example, for someone who seems gay. And again, we're supposed to get equal treatment under the law, but humans are humans. They behave in ways that are more towards their group. So I can't condemn that because I don't live in that culture. I can't tell them how to live their lives, and I wouldn't want to live under that type of stuff, but that's for them to negotiate. If they don't like that, they can try to change it socially over time. Okay, regarding that, one more thing I wanted to say. You said that mostly that Jews are for life and that other people are not. And I think that is pretty much an absurd statement. I think that everybody wants their people to live. I think everybody wants to be kind to others. And I think earlier we had somebody speak to the fact of what really motivates this conflict. Is it just hate? Is it just because people don't want to kill everybody? Or is it because there's a response to something that they find to be egregious and unjust, and maybe people have been mistreating them for so long and they try to be peaceful through it, and they just have nothing to show for it except for less land and more frustration and more unalive family members, and they just eventually lash out. I think that's also normal. And I know this doesn't equate exactly, but I use it as a reference in terms of mindset. The people that were in the Warsaw Ghetto, the Jews that were being ruthlessly oppressed and exterminated by Germans, decided they were going to try to fight. They were going to try to do something against insurmountable odds. I believe the Palestinians, in the asymmetry of the militarism, with the U.S. backing the money and the militarism at the UN, etc., it's impossible for them to unalive all the Jewish people or win a war with Israel. I think that's, nobody would doubt that. But at the same time, they decided to try to fight, to do something to change their plight. There was a big political divide between the Palestinian Authority and the West Bank, and that's why the H group split from them. And they actually harmed each other in the process of that political split, which was horrific. And again, you can blame the H group, but that's the decision they've made politically to try to tackle their plight. But at the same time, even when the settlements were withdrawn from Gaza in 2005, they still did try to resist with rockets, etc. And the reason is because their brethren, even though there's a political divide on the leadership, they still see their brethren, their people, as oppressed. And they are. Unfortunately, whether you want to deny it or not, if you watch that documentary I mentioned, I don't think any human being could watch that. It's done by a Jewish American, former, brought up in a Zionist household, so she has no reason to kind of lie. She's not getting paid by the Palestinians. I think if anybody sees that who has a heart, I wouldn't want Jews to live under those circumstances. I don't want Arabs to live under those circumstances. I think once you see that, it's hard to refute. So I think I covered most of your points. Let me move on to, I think it's Ray that was next, and then we have I'll let Tiger go, and then Sav and Mufasa inspect the diagnosis.
Brother, can I speak? Hello. Hello. It's me now.
Is this Tiger? Ray, did you?
Yes,
No, Ray already spoke. I'm sorry. Sav is next, and then Tiger. Sav is next, and then Tiger. Go ahead, Sav.
Take my turn. Speak after him. I'm outside.
Okay, got it. No problem. So Tiger, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry because I want to speak main time because I lost all my family in Syria because of Iran. So Iran, they killed 2 million Syria and 2 million people in Syria. I don't see people stand up with Syria because I see everything in my life when I was 15 years old, when I was kid. So I see everything. Actually, I go to prison. Bashar Assad, they gave me only 2 centimeters to stay. To I sit like animal, okay? So Israel, I'm Muslim. I support Israel because Israel is very, 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 very respect to human rights. Israel, good country. So I'm going to speak with you, and I have proof for everything. Okay? I will be honest with you. I am Arabic. 75% of Arabic, they are anti-Semitic. 75% of them. When I was kids, my uncle, they tried to learn me to hate Jewish. And when I come to Europe and I live with Jewish, I see the true story. I see Jewish people is like me, saying he has good heart, he has good soul. So 75% of Arabic, they're anti-Semitic. And Muhammad, they will not accept like that. Quran, they will not accept you are hate any person. Quran, they will show you how you are give love and try to save soul of people. This is the Quran. So actually, Hamas is ISIS. They take money from Iran to do in 7 October. He take a lot of money. And the big problem, 75% of Palestine, they support each group. So this is why the reason Israel, they have right to defend of himself. Because when I see the YouTube, when the each group, they kill children in Israel, and people in Gaza, they give sweet, they give chocolate for people because he is happy. They make party. They make party. What is this, brother? It's not okay. So if you open YouTube in 2007, Hamas, she fight with Fatah, okay? They fight each other. I don't know, 2004 or 2007. Did you know what happened? Because some Christian, they say, I don't want Hamas. Hamas, he take him for a big building and he throws it away. My English not very good, but you understand me. They kill him like that, like what ISIS they do. And I speak with many people in Facebook who is living in Gaza and who live in Ramallah, in this land of Palestine. They told me we are cry every day. We wish to go to Tel Aviv. We work there and we have good life there because it's just a country there. It's just a city. We have right to get health insurance and work and everything safety. The people, they want to go live in the land of Israel, but Iran, she don't want peace. Iran, she gave money and weapon for each group to fight Christian and fight Jewish. You understand? Iran is like ISIS, a brother. So the problem is not of Israel. If you want to talk of justice, I'm going to give you proof. Australia is not for Australia. Australia before a long time is land for India, and also America, land for India. So why you don't talking about Australia and you talking about America land? Why you don't talk about this? And also in Africa, France, he has big country there. It's from France. For France, why people they don't fight? Why people they don't kill France people? Because these people is good. They have good mind. But in Gaza, people they have bad mind. They have bad religion. I am Muslim, but my religion not like them. My religion, they don't kill me. They don't tell me go kill innocent people. It's not allowed. My Quran, they told me who save one soul, like he save all the world. So when you have good mind, then you are a good person. When you have a clean heart, then you are a good person. So I am so much sad when I see some Christian or some Europe or some America, they are against Israel. And Israel, he fight alone he fight ISIS, he fight Iran, he's alone. We have to stand up with Israel, because when ISIS, he take Palestine, the land, okay, it's Israel land, but I want to talk about this, then you don't think I am racist or something like that. So if ISIS, for example, they take Palestine, what do you think they were going to do? They will coming to you. You are the next. Spain the next. Spanish next. Greece the next. They will coming to you. They will not leave you alone. So we have to stand up with Israel, because we are the next. If we don't support Israel, this group, they will coming to America. They will coming to Africa. They will coming everywhere. So, Mister, I want to tell you something. I really forget. It's very important. I want to tell you.
I can't hear you, Chip.
Chip, you're muted.
Did you remember what you want to say, Tiger?
One country in Middle East. One country in Middle East. It has freedom and justice and democracy. It's Israel. I traveled to Saudi Arabia. I traveled to Qatar. I traveled all this country. I cannot talk anything what I want. Only in Israel you have right to talk what you want. If you are lesbian, if you want to pray, if you want to do what you want, nobody stop you. Only in Palestine land
Be
you are not
Palestinian.
allowed to do what you want. And also in Middle East country, all of this, Libya, Syria. Oh my God, brother! When I was 15 years old, I see army Syria what they do with the children. They cut her finger.
All right,
They cut her
just
finger, brother.
make your last point. We've gone on a little long here,
Okay,
so
sorry. So, brother,
it's okay.
please, we have to stand up with Israel. Israel not genocide. Iran is genocide, and Bashar Assad is genocide. Israel is very nice country and it's
Okay.
very nice people.
Okay, thank you
I
for
want to
making your
speak
point.
something. Who is against Israel? He against her family also, and he against her America, and he against Europe, and against NATO. You know
Okay.
NATO. NATO. We have to stand up with NATO because Israel is a friend for NATO, and he fight terrorists. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for being here, Tiger. Yeah, if I'm going to quickly address some of this so we can get to our next guest. Yeah, I understand that point of view, and I'm sorry that the things have happened to your family by the repressive governments. Let me go back and cover from the beginning of what you said. I tried to take notes on this. So, you made the example of Iran and Syria, and you think Iran is sort of a bad actor. I don't like theocracies, and Iran has a theocratic government. So I agree with you there. I do know there's an existence of different ethnicities and religions in Iran, and they don't persecute people there. I do know that. But as far as free speech goes and freedom of movement, Iran's a mixed bag, and they do mistreat people of different sexual backgrounds, which I disagree with as well. And again, I don't run their societies. They have theocracies that are overruling people. There's a lot of people who are fighting back, but it's a repressive government. I agree with you. You mentioned about human rights. You said that Israel is a country that respects human rights. I think there's a lot to be said that can be said on the other side of that argument. So we're seeing examples of it right now. I've mentioned examples of it that I've observed. I think Israel, again, is a mix, like most places, but I do not believe that they're an adherent to human rights in all circumstances. Same thing with the United States. Those are irrefutable points. You can read Noam Chomsky, who talks about that at length. You mentioned that it's mostly Arabs against Jews, that most of the countries who are Arab. I don't like conflating Palestinian Arabs with every other Arab country and all Arab countries together into one big lot. I think like every society, they have people who think differently. You said that 75% of Arabs are mostly anti-Semitic and against Jews. I can't verify that, but my guess is that's not the case. And I think most Palestinians, that's not the case, at least the people that I've spoken with. My understanding is their discontent is geared toward the experiences they've had vis-a-vis those who have treated them poorly and mistreated them, taken property, which I think any of us would respond to in that manner. I think that's a normal human reaction, but maybe you're right. I've not seen those numbers. Okay, you conflated the H group with ISIS. Again, we get back to the motivators. We talked earlier, is this religious as a caliphate? Is this based on hatred, or is this based on response to oppression and occupation and dispossession of land? We settled on the fact that it was more likely almost exclusively the third. The argument that they're equivalent to ISIS is absurd. ISIS has the objective to establish a religious caliphate. They operated mostly in Syria and northern Iraq for a period of time until the U.S. military and others got together and tried to limit their reach. That is a profession of theirs. If you look at the 2017 revised charter of the H group, there's no such language that talks about anything to do with outside the region. In fact, if you look at the history of the group, as militant as they are, and as much as I disagree with some of their choices, they've never historically gone outside of that territory and harmed Jewish people. Just haven't. So there's no data to back up the fact that they're equivalent. The fact that Iran funds them through proxies, they fund Hezbollah, they fund the Houthis in Yemen. Yeah, that's irrefutable. And I think there's a power struggle between Iran and Israel. Israel wants Iran gone. They've tried to lobby the U.S. to attack Iran. They already lobbied the U.S. to attack Syria and Iraq and Libya. And a lot of that's happened, unfortunately. It's created a lot of unrest, the opposite of what Netanyahu guaranteed would happen in the region. So there's been some blunders there and some unfortunate, can of monkeys being opened up that's problematic. Again, we want peace. This has created more unrest, unfortunately. Okay, you said that
brother, the last thing, I want to go. Thank you so much. Peace is coming when Hezbollah and Hamas and Iran is finished. Then peace is coming because Israel...
Got your point. I think you made your point pretty well, and we gave you a lot of time to make it. Okay, yeah, I think that in terms of that being the aspiration of what's going to lead to peace, I think if you right now dismantle all of the resistance forces, let's say the Houthis in Yemen go away, let's say the entire H group goes away, the entire Hezbollah, militant group goes away, that will not lead to peace because the underlying circumstances that underpin the motivation for these different groups to do what they do doesn't go away. And as long as that variable doesn't change, there will not be peace because even if you unalive the current people in all those positions, guess what will follow them? Those who grow into that because they have the same set of feelings and motivations. So that doesn't make any sense. What there needs to be is an acknowledgement that of what Israel has chosen to do in prosecuting its interests that have been over and above just maintaining its ethno state. I believe that will create peace if we can rein in the other governments. And if people will agree to the pre-1967 borders as sort of it happened, it's done, let's try to live together. But I don't even know if that's possible. I don't blame either side for what they want to do. I understand they have different interests. But if there wants to be peace, each side's going to have to give, and we'll see what happens. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. And the Israelis right now, whether you like it or not, maintain a dominant position from the asymmetry of their military, and they have munitions, money, political cover, and military support from the United States, the biggest superpower. That's just what's going on, and Great Britain and others. Okay, you mentioned about Australia and India. I'm not sure about what you're talking about there. You mentioned about the Quran and the fact that it outlaws hurting innocents. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I don't know for sure what the mandate was from the leadership of the H group that propelled the attacks on 10/7, whether they specifically said, go get civilians, or whether they specifically said, go get hostages, or maybe they said both, or maybe they reminded people of the rules and some broke them. I don't know exactly what that is. So I can't make heads or tails of that, but I agree that they should not be harmed. And I think Islam in general is very clear about that. And all the people that I've spoken to are against the hostages and against the civilians being hurt. They don't want that to happen, but they do want to be treated with dignity. They do want to have autonomy. They don't want to be mistreated and brutalized. So both fair. Okay, and then you mentioned that the only democratic freedom is in Israel. Listen, you can criticize the other societies for how they operate, but democracy does not always function as intended. It gets corrupt, as it is in the United States. I believe it is to some extent in Israel, and it's not the only form of government that can allow people to have good lives. Okay, there's pros and cons of each. Okay, just because I disagree with your argument doesn't make me anti-American. In fact, most Americans, we came from a dissident point of view against the British. If it weren't for the dissidents, there would have been no revolution and there would be no America. There would just be Britain. So I don't think it's anti-patriotic to criticize Israel. I don't think it's anti-patriotic to criticize the American government. The governments of these countries do things that I think are worthy of analysis and criticism. Again, you can fault me for that, but I'll probably, until they change their behavior, which makes it uncondemnable, I'll continue to criticize it. I hope they will change their behavior. So that's a quick example of responses. You mentioned about freedom of speech. Just two quick examples. There's a recent teacher that spoke out against the conflict. He was arrested and put in jail. All he did was tell his class that he was against the occupation and against the conflict. Boom, arrested, put in jail. So that's not freedom of speech. Ilyan Pape, Israeli journalist, is not allowed in the country because he wrote a book called he wrote a book called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. He's no longer welcome in the country because he criticized the actions of the predecessors to and the Israeli government subsequent to the establishment of Israel. So this is not true. And in the United States, we have journalists who are on the hot seat like Julian Assange and others. There's no true freedom of speech. What we're seeing with restrictions on apps like this that try to cancel it. Every place has some version of censorship. It's more extensive in other places than others, but no, there's no beacon of freedom anywhere right now. So just to say that is just a little bit, in my opinion, like, pie in the sky-ish. Okay, I've talked a lot. I apologize for that. I think Sav was next, right? Is that right, Sav? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Well, just a quick place to start from. Somebody said, I've been hearing this so often about Iran sponsoring the H group. I've not seen any real tangible evidence to show that. I'm not talking about the H group in the north, whether it's Hezbollah or the Hashd al-Shabi in Iraq, but with the Palestinian resistance. We all know for sure that some of the leadership of the resistance are in Doha, Qatar. Israel is not really saying much about that because there's some kind of arrangement with the Americans in regards to that. Is Iran the easy target? And why are they so comfortable talking about how Iran is funding the H group? in Palestine, particularly in Gaza. I've even heard people saying, oh, they are the ones giving them the, the wherewithal and so on and so forth. That's the first thing. And secondly, I heard all the story about, the Israel being the only democracy in the Middle East and so on and so forth. I mean, it's democratic for you if you're there having fun and pointing out some of the things he loves to enjoy, having a beer, having a nice time in Tel Aviv and so on and so forth. But for the people on the other side, I don't think they would feel the same way about Israel. If it is democratic for some people in Israel, there are other people that are not really enjoying it, particularly in the occupied territories, in the occupied areas in the West Bank and the way they have treated the Palestinians. So the Palestinians have a right to live freely. They have a right to dignity. That is not too much to ask of. And people keep conflicting the Hizb group with the ISIS. I mean, we know how all this emerged with Abu Musab al-Zarqawi in Jordan, and the whole menace that started in Iraq and some parts of Syria. The question I keep asking is, these guys have not attacked American interests yet, or American position in and around the Middle East. They have not targeted Israel, not for once. Okay? So what you have on Israel's hand is a resistance, in the Hezbollah group that is calling for justice, that is calling for, autonomy for the Palestinians and some of these demands. These are just basic human rights that is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was passed in 1948. And there are so many things we can talk about. So if you're putting forward the argument of the ISIS and whatever they did, please, you have to look at yourself as well, because we know what happened in Syria. During the war in Syria, some of these fighters were coming from the Golan. And we all know who controls the Golan. You're not saying anything about the Turks that are giving weapons to these groups. But it's very convenient to label and say, oh, look at what the Syrians did. Look at what the Iraqis did. Look at what Australia did. And, it said something about Indians in Australia. It's the first time I'm hearing that the Indians were the natives of Australia. Maybe he made a mistake, or maybe he just wanted to put that out there. Because there's this, I don't know, the level of censorship in Israel, and I've discussed with a lot of them, trust me. The level of censorship in Israel is beyond the scale of imagination. And the same thing in the United States. They believe in their own, they live in this little corner and believe that the whole world revolves around them. And if it is not America or America's point of view, then it's useless. That is not, the world is not just about America and Israel and their European friends. There's a lot more about the world. And one last point, which is his argument why people are hating on Israel and picking on Israel. What has Israel done? Why are we not looking at the Hezbollah group and so on? I don't think people really have a... Pardon?
Chip Burns, thank you for having me. I'm from India. Saif, please don't talk.
Oh, God.
Chip, we cannot hear you.
Just like to know, Mark Swashbuckler, we keep an order here. We don't just bring somebody up and they start talking, okay? So if you don't mind waiting your turn, I'd be happy to get you here. I think there's like 4 people ahead of you, okay? Thanks for being patient. Please continue, Sav.
He's making is that why are people against Israel, and they're saying Zionist, and we're talking about, look, it's 2 things. Number one is the economic interest that you guys have, and it's the position that Israel has in terms of what they have done in and around the world. For instance, the proximity of Israel is in the Middle East, right? And there's the issue with the Palestinians, but there's also a geopolitical dimension to this whole narrative, which is that Israel is the eyes and the ears of America in the Middle East. And if you look at the destruction and the chaos that has resulted, that came about as a result of Israel's activity in the Middle East over the past 20, 30 years, people will say rightfully so that, hold on a second, you're the one giving all this information to America, goading them to get involved in the war in Iraq, creating chaos in Syria, trying to goad them to attack Iran. Where does this stop? If you attack Iran and destroy Iran, will you move next to Turkey? Where does this end? Okay? Is it even in the interest of America? And of course, the American policymakers will say, well, we have our interests in the eastern part of the Mediterranean Sea. The Red Sea is very important to us. And as long as Israel is there, we can use Israel as a forward operating base. Okay, so there's a geopolitical argument to that. And for those at the receiving end, whether it's people in the Middle East or people in Africa, what we see is not the paper they write in Washington. It's the bombs that are dropping from the sky and, unaliving women, going to farms, people going about their daily life and torturing them and administrative detention. That is where people are complaining, because in the implementation of these hegemonistic ambitions of the United States of America, which Israel is implementing and doing what they want as a result of that, people feel the pain. And again, about Africa, you wonder why, people hate you and so on. Nobody hates you. We want you to stop behaving in the way you are behaving. Because in Congo, you have boots on the ground. The Mossad chief was in Congo in 2019 about 3 times, trying to put pressure on the newly elected president, Felix Tshisekedi. They did the same thing and removed the former president, Joseph Kabila, and they are supplying weapons to Rwanda, supplying weapons and creating chaos in South Sudan and in the Nuba Mountains and in Darfur. We see this in real time. Israel is not just a forward operating base. The multinationals in the US are also benefiting because Israel is helping them to easily market weapons laying on their shelf. They are the ones that have the contacts on the ground because of the propinquity of Israel to Africa and their presence in the Middle East. Sorry. They're using them to distribute and sell weapons from big companies like Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, to governments and non-state actors. So we have to also look at the economic side of it. And I made a video that I did a correlation between Gilbert Biggio, the Zionist guy in Haiti, that is creating all this chaos. It's not the only one, but it's the main guy. It's the richest guy in Haiti. You guys can find out, go and check about Gilbert Biggio. This guy has connection to some interest groups in Florida that are, shipping in weapons. He has his own private port. These guys are bringing in weapons and, funding the G9 in militia. You guys have probably heard of barbecue and so on, with all these rebel groups in Haiti that have completely destroyed the country. He's the head of the Jewish community in Haiti. And this is not, again, we should be able to say things the way they are, right? You can just type Gilbert Biggio and they will tell you he's the de facto head of the Jewish community in Haiti. The guy is a dual national of Israel. He is
Sav, I'm sorry. Can you say the name a little slower so people can look it up and I can write it down too? What's the name?
Gilbert Biggio. Gilbert Biggio. I'm going to write it in the comment section. Gilbert.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Gilbert Biggio. So I just wrote it in the comment section. So Gilbert Biggio.
One more thing, Sav. The people that own the businesses and are operating in the Congo that are pitting people against each other and exploiting the child labor, they're owned by Zionist-friendly individuals, just so you know.
Oh, okay. There you go. And again, and this is why I wanted to make the connection between Haiti and Congo. It's exactly, it's a copy and paste. It's a simulacrum. Now, if you see what Gilbert Biggio is doing in Congo, it's the same thing that Zionist interests, in Haiti, it's the same thing that Zionist interests are doing in Congo. For instance, you have the Dangetla International, and you also have the Israel Diamond Exchange. I'm not just talking about just Israeli businessmen and so on. I'm talking about guys backed with the Mossad. The state of Israel is backing them. And I told you guys can check the visit of the Mossad chief to Kinshasa. He was there 4 times until he was finally kicked out, right? And the U.S. government, they even started challenging the U.S. government interest in terms of coltan and diamond in Congo, to the point where Donald Trump decided to, impose the Global Magnitsky Act on them, I think in 2018 or 2019. And as a result of that, what happened? Different interests in the U.S., including the son-in-law of Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, and also Betsy DeVos. You guys, there's this lady called Betsy DeVos. She was, I think, education secretary or something. She's the sister of Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater. And Blackwater is now called Academy. By the way, Blackwater is doing contracts in Congo for Dangetla. So because of all these interest groups, these guys are connected. So they use that to relieve the sanction and put pressure on the Trump administration at that time to lift the sanction on Dangetla. What about Glencore? So when we mention names like this, Glencore is a Swiss mining company directly working with Getla and his people. How come Israel is the largest exporter of diamond and polished gold and all these, minerals in the world, but they don't have a single gold mine? They are getting it from South Africa through the Oppenheimers. They are doing it in Congo, and they take it to Antwerp for polishing. So we are also at the receiving end. So, and when you say Muslims don't like you, no, I am a Christian, I'm a Catholic, I'm a believer, I'm not a Muslim. I'm an African, I'm a Pan-Africanist, and the way Israel is behaving in Africa is also going against my interests, and this is why I'm speaking up. because a lot of these governments have been bought. Look at what Morocco is doing recently and those other African countries.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're a beacon of information. What I want to do is have you as a primary guest one time, just you and me, and you can share some of this unbelievable depth of knowledge you have. But I do right now need to give others a chance to speak if it's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Chiefs. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. I think everyone's really impressed and I learned a lot from you. Thank you so much for sharing what you shared. If you can write that stuff in the comments too, that'd be helpful. Okay, yeah, Sab. Wow, my mind is blown. Okay, I think the next person to go is Mufasa, and then it's going to be Inspecta, and then Dionysus, Revolution, Swashbuckler, Hatham. Sorry about the wait, guys and gals.
Hey, Chief, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Okay, so I've heard a lot of stuff. I can prove that like 95% of the stuff are completely false. I will start by pointing out the double standard. So we had a Palestinian from America who was born in America, right? Palestinian born in America with an American citizenship. So, but he considered himself as Palestinian, and he, according to him, has a right to return to Palestine, even though Palestine was never any kind of sovereignty. It was a name for the region, like South America. But Jewish people that lived on the land for more than 3,000 years, some of them were expelled, lived as Jewish in Europe. They are still Jewish. It's not only a religion, Judaism, it's an ethnicity. And they don't have the right to return, according to the Palestinian, to their own indigenous land, even though it was recognized by the League of Nations, United Nations, USA, that the Jewish people are indigenous and has the right to return to their own indigenous land. Now, last time we spoke, I told you about the misfire rockets that Age Group and Jihad Islamic fired. You said you're going to look into it. I'm curious if you did. So I would like to show a little bit about it. So if I can have the big screen for a second, I would like to show the source. So this is icj.org, right, as represented to the ICJ court. Already more than 2,000 rockets, missiles, that Age Group have fired and misfired, landed in Gaza since the beginning of this war, causing untold level of harm. And this is from January. Right? So by now it's more than 2,500 rockets that Age Group fired and misfired landed inside Gaza. Just to show you the date real quick. It's from January 12. Okay? By now it's more than 2,500 rockets. Since the beginning of this war, Age Group and Jihad Islamic fired more than 14,000 rockets on Israel, aiming deliberately targeting civilians on main cities, which is a war crime. More than 2,500 out of them actually landed inside Gaza, unalived thousands of people. But they're blaming Israel for that as well. They are counting that in the death toll. So I'll give you a few examples. By the date of 21 of October, the beginning of this war, already 550 rockets landed, and this is the area. Why is that so important? Because by this date, this area right here is the most dense area in Gaza. Thousands of rockets already fell.
I'm not trying to stop you from speaking. I'm just saying you're showing a map. Where's that map from? Sorry, go ahead.
Iron Dome record. It's directly from the IDF. Okay.
Iron Dome records. Is it something that's available to people like you and me, or just for you?
Yeah, you can go and then take a screenshot. It's a long URL, but it was on the IDF website. It takes some time to dig into it to actually find it there, but you can go and see it. But this is just one map. Now, this is not so. This is about the casualties, right? They're claiming, Age Group claims 36,000 casualties. Although I can prove they are fabricating numbers. It's very easy to prove. And there's the full research about it that they are fabricating numbers. Not only that they are fabricating numbers, they are counting the people that they unalived themselves as if Israel unalived them. And this is not something new. This is, for example, from 2021, because you mentioned the number of casualties.
This is Gaza.
Hang on, I'm talking.
Hold on, guys.
I didn't interrupt anyone. I said not a single word. So this is not something new. And why am I mentioning that? Because you said something about the death toll of the Palestinians. It's much higher than the Israelis and the Jewish. It's true. But who's to blame for that? Completely ignoring that. So this is, for example, 2021, 680 age group rockets misfire and landed in Gaza. This is not something new. Every year there are missiles, in average, more than 1,000 missiles that age group and Jihad Islamic firing every year on Israel, targeting civilians, and a lot of them, 17% out of them, landing on their own population, unaliving innocent children, women, elderly, but they're blaming Israel on that. Let's talk about the full number. So out of the full number, they claim 36,000 casualties. How many out of them combatants, age group and Jihad Islamic? So IDF already claimed, and it was confirmed by USA, more than 12,000 are actually age group, and they are on top of that Jihad Islamic and other combatant. All total is estimated around 15,000. On top of that, you have the misfire rockets, as I mentioned already. It's a rough estimation, nobody knows the exact number, but it is thousands, around 7,000. On top of that, you have natural mortality, like anywhere else in the world. It should be minimum 4,000. If you're adding up the number and you're comparing the remain with the combatants, you will get to the ratio of 1 to 3. For every citizen's casualty by the IDF, there are 3 combatants. This is unheard of in an urban war. It's a very, very low number. Now, you said a lot about age group. They don't really, the Palestinians, they don't really want to unalive the Jewish people. They don't have a problem with the Jewish people. So let's look at the charter. The new one and the old one, okay, of the age group.
Well, the old one's obsolete. The old one's obsolete.
The old one, the new one is not replacing the old one. It's an addition to it. But I'll start with the old one and I'll explain why is that so important. And I'll explain why is that so important to start with the old one, because
just let you know, we'll do another minute, and then I have to let other people. I'm gonna do a response, and then you can come back later if you want to add more. Okay, 1 more minute. Go ahead.
well, I don't think that's fair, but it's your live. I mean, I actually timed everybody.
I'll give you more time if you want to stay. I just want to let some other people time up. I'm not kicking you off. We got to give like 5 or 6 minutes, 7 minutes per person. Unfortunately, the last person went on a little longer than I wanted to. I couldn't jump in.
It's okay. It's okay. It's your life. You decide. So this is from the old charter. Let me remind you, when age group came to power, that was the charter, and that is why that is so important. When the population of Gaza elected age group, that was the charter. And I'm reading from the charter from paragraph 7. First of all, for them, it's a holy war of Muslim Brotherhood. No, it's not the Palestinians against Israel. It's the holy war of the Muslim Brotherhood. That's what the Palestinian elected in Gaza, okay? And this is quote from the Al-Bukhari Hadith, Sahih Hadith, 2926, and they are quoting about the end of the time. The Palestinian would lie and say, oh, it's only about the end of the time. It's a manipulation and lying, because they're saying what they need to do until, to bring the end of time. The time will not come until, it will not come until. They need to do something today. The Muslims, not the Arabs, not the Palestinians, the Muslims will fight the Jews and unalive them. I'm hiding it because it's not allowed on TikTok, until the Jews will hide behind the rock and the tree, and then the rock and the tree will say, "Ho Muslim, a servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and unalive him." Now let's move to the new charter. In the new charter, also they are saying they are Arabs, Muslim, part of the Arab Muslims, Ummah, very clearly not Arabized, Arabs, Muslims. And paragraph 2, they are saying very specifically, all of Israel belongs to them, from north to south, from east to west, all of them belongs to them, all of it belongs to them. On paragraph 10, they're saying more so about Jerusalem, the holiest place for the Jewish people. It belongs exclusively to the Palestinian. Not one stone should be surrendered to Judaization. On paragraph 7, in the new charter, by the way, same paragraph that I read on the old one, they are saying in a sophisticated way, they are referring to the same code that I just read you about unaliving all the Jewish people, and they say, and they will continue in their mission until the promise of Allah is fulfilled, talking about the same promise of Allah in the new charter as well, but they are trying to hide their real intention. Now, Israel was established in May 15, 1948. Literally a couple of hours afterward, because it was announced in evening time. In May 16, 1948, Israel was attacked by 5 Arab nations with the assistance of Iran and Russia, and with one goal: to eliminate Israel off the face of the earth. Since then, the Arabs started 3 wars combined to eliminate Israel. I will jump quickly to the biggest part because
I let you go 2 more minutes. Just hang on to your thoughts. Keep your notes. I made some notes about what you said. We'll come back to you. I promise. I'm not trying to mute you, but we just can't go on and on and on and on and on. Let me make you smaller. Let me make me bigger.
like real quick.
Oh, no. That's got to be it for now. Just listen, be patient. I'm not going to cut you off. I just want to, we can't give all the time to one person and just because they want to come up and, go through that lengthy diatribe. I appreciate your points of view, by the way. I have a lot of questions in my mind. I'm sure others do. I think it's unfair for anybody to outright dismiss somebody's statistics. So I'm not going to do that. I have my doubts and questions about those. So I'm going to bring that up, but what we need to do is dig to the bottom and try to find out the truth, and that's fair. So let me start with what you said. We'll get on to our next guest. The next guest is going to be Inspector. Hold on for 1 second. I want to make sure I understand what was said. So, misfired rockets, that 2,000 of them so far, probably 2,500 now, landed inside of Gaza, that 14,000 rockets have been fired, all intended to unalive Israeli civilians. That you think has unalived thousands. You later said it was up as much as 7,000 people. Okay, the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry you don't trust. The Iron Dome records from the IDF website shows a map that shows a consistent pattern of rockets landing primarily in the north. I think that's what you said, and that probably could contribute to, from that point of view, a large number of civilian casualties that are being blamed on Israel. I hope I'm right so far. There's been 36,000 rockets total, or 36,000 people claimed to be unalive so far, according to the ministry. 12K were militants, maybe 15,000 total when you add in the non-H group members, possibly 7K from the rockets. Also, because you feel that the ratio of 3 combatants to 1 civilian, it's a lower number and therefore it's justified. That the H group in 1988 says it includes a holy war of the Muslim Brotherhood to unalive all Jews. In 2017, that they said that everything from the river to the sea belongs to Arabs, that Jerusalem is all to the Arabs, which is a special place for Jews as well, that they're going to try to fulfill the promise of Allah, which you believe is code language to then unalive all the Jews, and that in May of 19...
Just quick correction, Palestinians, it says, not Arabs, Palestinians. It belongs to the Palestinians.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the clarification. And then there were different attacks that took place with the goal of eliminate the Jewish state. Okay, so we got that down there. So let's just go through the ones where I think it needs a little attention, and we'll go to our next guest. Trying to be quick. Sorry, Dionysus. I know you're waiting to say what you got to say. So I don't have the number of the rockets. Again, if you're gonna distrust the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry, it's fair for anybody to sort of look with sort of a squinted eye at figures provided by the IDF. Again, there's been plenty of evidence to show that when people make statements on their behalf, there's reason to question them, unfortunately. So I don't know about the allegations of the short-fired rockets. I've not heard much about that in my efforts to confirm the details of the conflict. That does not mean it hasn't happened. It just means that it hasn't crossed my radar. I don't know if anybody here on the panel has corroborating evidence for that, but maybe I'm just ignorant of these things. In terms of the fabricated numbers, I don't know. I've seen lists of the actual names of the people that have been unalived periodically, and they look like they're real human beings and that they've been unalived. So I think a lot of people, and this would be a totally wrong perception, maybe the world's just stupid and can't see past what you're saying. But I think the predominant outrage that the world shares is that they don't see it, that those misfires contributed that drastically to the body count, and that it was most likely, according to their view, indiscriminate at best, and even worse, intentional bombing of civilians and shooting from tanks and snipers, etc., that have unalived so many human beings. Unfortunately, I wish it weren't the case. In terms of the ratios, not every ratio is the same in every conflict. It depends on intent. And this is what the whole case comes back to with the ICJ. They have to prove intent. I don't know what's going on through the heads of the Israeli command structure, the leadership, or the military. What I can say is, from the outside looking in, it appears as if, and like many people perceive, that it's just a free-for-all, and Israel has chosen to flatten the terrain, blow up the infrastructure, unalive as many people as they choose, with relatively low amounts of combatants being targeted. But although I don't know what the numbers are, I've not heard people confirm, what you said, 15,000 total, including 12,000 age groups. I don't have confirmation of those numbers either. As far as the charters are concerned, I go with what the new charter says, not with what the old charter says. If somebody were back to the old constitution and say, hey, look how bad this was, you look at the new one and that's what's been adopted and you go with that. I think it's a little disingenuous the way you presented the facts, because if those of you who want to go look at it, just go to Google, type in 2017 Age Group Revised Charter, and you'll see that there's multiple paragraphs that specifically says our problem is not with people who are Jewish, who practice Judaism. Our problem is with the Zionist project and what they have chosen to do and cloaking themselves in the Jewish religion or ethnic Judaism. That's what they say. And they say that they want to get rid of that movement. But what they also say is, while they won't recognize the validity of the regime or the state, they are willing to accept as a politically practical outcome the territories that were delineated before 1967 in the form of a two-state solution. So that's all in there. So on the one hand, you're making these claims to sort of stretch the language, but then specifically they address that, which I think should be taken on the value it's at. Now, there may be some individuals, including the leadership and members of the H group and other radicals, who do have a hatred towards another group because of maybe their general upbringing, their religion, and or what's happened in the conflict, or maybe all three. I can't speak to that. But there are those on the other side that espouse hatred towards Arabs. You got the Ben Gavirs, and you got the Smotriches, and you got the Gallant, the defense minister, and you have Netanyahu and many, many others, including the settlement community. They don't give a rat's ass about anybody who's not Jewish. And they feel like they're superior. They feel like they're chosen. And anybody else wants something, to hell with them. We're going to take what we want. We got the U.S. backing us up, and we're doing whatever the hell we want for our interest over every other consideration, acting with impunity, and all the things that people are alleging. I happen to agree with those allegations, although you're providing arguments to the contrary, which I will investigate. So to that extent, if you want to send me links, email me at chipbarnesonline@gmail.com, and I will do my due diligence as best I can based on what you provide. Okay, Inspector.
I actually did it before, and you deleted everything.
Well, no, if you send me a link to that IDF site, which you says is a lengthy URL, you have to dig deep, send me that. I'll look at it. Other information you want to send, I'm not going to delete it, but just send it to me on email and I'll look at it. Okay. I think that's fair. Go ahead, Inspector.
So how do you respond when neighbors constantly try to you and swear to continue to do so time and time again? Since 1948, each and every war waged upon Israel has the same common denominator. It's been initiated by its Arab neighbors and ends in Israel winning said war. You can't expect the civilians living in Israel to accept the status quo of having a look over their shoulder, that there could be a T attack at any moment, having rockets fired at you on a daily basis, or a boom when you're taking the public transport. I think that the majority of people that have expressed solidarity with the pro-Pallies are too easily swayed by emotion-grabbing videos, and that the numbers, even though that they're provided by H group rather than the intent, which you mentioned briefly just before this. If you consider intent on either side, it should be clear who the aggressor is and has been, as opposed to those looking to protect their own civilians from a legitimate threat. This just feeds into H group's intentions, which are as clear as day to those who are looking at this objectively. How can you come into another country, massacre 1,200 plus civilians, take hostages as young as a few months and as old as 80 plus, hide behind your civilians while doing absolutely nothing to protect those civilians? Each and every single one of the innocent civilians that have been unalived, while unfortunate and tragic, are a direct result of H group's actions. And I can only imagine what would happen if Mexico decided to attack the U.S. in the same manner. The response would look a whole lot worse than what we're seeing now. If Israel had fired the same amount of rockets in the same manner that H group has since being in power, there would be no Gaza. Each and every one of those rockets has been aimed at civilians indiscriminately. So I wonder if that approach would be accepted by the pro-Pallies should the IDF have done the exact same. And if not, then they should be condemning H group. I also know to reference the Hannibal Directive, which was retired in 2016, and it was only used for soldiers, and there's no evidence of it being the case that it was used on October 7th. When making this argument, it's usually common that people like to reference an Apache video, which is often shared by pro-Pallies, which has been debunked. The video often referenced is taken at night and not near the Nova Festival, but rather right at the border when H Group and others were trying to cross back into Gaza. I've also heard you mention that the damage being beyond H Group capabilities. While it's beyond the scope of AKs, they were also using RPGs, which, if fired at close range, can do the damage that was inflicted on October 7th. This war, and I repeat, war, was waged upon Israel just as each and every war since 1948 has, and will end in the exact same manner as each and every one of those wars has since 1948, with Israel winning said war. Israel has shown it is willing to give land as a measure of good faith in order to achieve peace. Both Egypt, Syria, and even Gaza can.
Inspector, it sounds like you're reading something. Are you reading something or sharing your views as you see the conflict? Because this sounds like a script that's been handed to you.
I was writing down my notes while I was waiting to speak for the last 20
Okay, yeah, okay, go ahead. I just thought you were reading a script, a Hasbara script. Go ahead.
No, it's literally just what I wrote down. I can show you my notes app on my computer here.
Go ahead. No, you don't have to show me anything. I just want to. It just sounded like a teleprompter read. Is what? That's what it sounded.
Yeah. Well, I am reading, but I'm reading what I wrote down while waiting. So if you don't mind,
gotcha.
I've literally two.
No, please
two
continue.
sentences left.
Please continue. Please continue.
All right, cool. I'll conclude here. So Israel has shown that it is willing to give land as a measure of good faith in order to achieve peace. Both Egypt, Syria, and even Gaza can attest to this. Whether it be the Sinai, Golan Heights, or even when they disengaged from Gaza in 2005. However, the same way you can't negotiate with T groups, and as much as H group tries to rebrand themselves, actions speak louder than words, but their words also very clearly lay out their goals. There you go.
Okay, thank you for sharing your point of view. I appreciate it. I do want to remind the audience that hopefully you can see by the way this live is being conducted that this is the way we want to do it. We want to give people a chance to come on, share their views relatively uninterrupted. I try my best not to jump in and mute people or disparage them. And hopefully in the comments, no one's been doing that. I just want to recommend again, please don't disparage anybody, even if you're Israeli, pro-Israeli in here and you want to say something about a panelist or me, same sort of thing. If we keep it civil, we can hopefully get to a point where we can have some consensus, because that's what we're going to have to do to have peace. And so that's why I try to run it that way. I do jump in a lot, and I apologize for those who are waiting who don't like that fact, but this is sort of the format that I follow. So I like to take notes on people, what they say, to make sure I understand them, to let them know I was listening, and then to hopefully, figure out a way to navigate from there. So I'm going to do that quickly. Okay. And by the way, for those of you who either came in late or can't stay, these are all recorded, and usually within an hour or two, sometimes next day, they're uploaded to my YouTube channel and my Rumble channel. And you can find those links in my bio. It just says Linktree Chip Barnes. If you're in the US, it's clickable. If you're outside the US, the text that you have to type into your web browser is listed at the bottom of my bio. Okay? Inspector said that in each case, all of the wars were started by Arabs, and that Israel just can't endure this type of approach. It's got to do something once and for all. I can't deny from their point of view they'd feel that way. I'd probably feel that way too. The rockets and the other threats of different attacks, buses, what happened on the 7th, cafes. I can't blame somebody for feeling that way. However, I think the assertion that all wars were, quote, started by Arabs, there's a lot of scholars who look at the 67 war, which is a very important war from a territorial standpoint, and they do not buy Israel's justification for its offensive war. It claims that it was acting preemptively in a defensive manner to what it perceived to be an imminent attack by the Egyptians, and the Egyptians were doing exercises. They did close off the Suez to Israeli shipping, which is, some people consider that an act of war. But there was no imminent threat to Israel other than the perception that it says it felt. Now, again, the U.S. thought that because of the imminent threat in Iraq that Saddam held to the world, that he was pursuing additional weapons, as Colin Powell testified at the UN, which turned out to be complete horseshit, that there were no weapons of mass destruction, that the administration knew this, yet they prosecuted the war anyway. That's called an illegal offensive war based on preemption. Those don't fly. That dog doesn't hunt, nor did it hunt in 1967. That's why people dispute the territories, not because they hate Israel or Jews. They don't think it's okay to offensively take territory as is delineated by international law post-World War II. Now, Israel just ignores international law, so there you go. And the U.S. backs them up at the UN. So therein lies the problem, as they've been doing recently with the ceasefire requests. Okay, intent. Who is the aggressor?
Well, you can look at that both ways. I can't deny that when somebody does an attack on somebody, it's aggressive because it's done, with force. But we have to be fair and look at the context in which this stuff happens. The United States was occupied by the British in the late 1700s. And the people that were occupied by the British decided they didn't want to have it anymore. So they tried initially to seek to redress their grievances. The crown laughed at them and said, shut up. Then they dumped tea in the harbor and other civil disobedience. Didn't change their circumstances. Then they decided they had to take up arms and resist the ongoing occupation to rid themselves of the oppressive power. That's what happens to people when they're occupied indefinitely and they see no other means to stop it except for bringing up arms. This is no different. If you perceive, you can try to say they're wrongly perceiving it, but the Palestinians do perceive, and most around the world see this, that they are resisting an ongoing injustice initially and brutal occupation and blockade since, with Israel doing all sorts of things that aren't even necessary to protect its own security. It just brutalizes people as punishment to the resistance acts, as barbaric as they may be. And as much as I might condemn them, it's not my plight to fight, it's theirs. And I'm against all civilian casualties, but I understand the desire to resist because it is universal, as was done by the very people contained in the ghettos in Warsaw, Poland. And I know the circumstances on the broader context were way different, but the mindset of not wanting to be subjected to someone else's oppression and rule is universal. And it exists here just the same. So I disagree with the point that it's all quote unquote Arab aggression. That's absurd.
Can I respond to what you just said?
Yep, I'm still going. I'm not done yet.
All right.
I'll give you a chance to respond. I just want to go through your whole stuff. You're good at taking notes, obviously. So, okay. Now, in terms of massacre and hostages on 10/7, there are many, many, many Palestinians, anywhere between 7 and 12,000 at any time, that are in Israeli jails. Many of them, I don't know the exact number, are there under what's called administrative detention, not been charged with a crime. They're being held in horrific conditions, and it's renewable, and it can be extended every 90 days indefinitely. Many people are still in Israeli custody now under those same conditions. That is not legal. Somebody who's in the wrong place at the wrong time, who knows the cousin, who knows the friend who did this, should not be in prison. But Israel somehow justifies it. And they also, when they do pick up somebody under the age of 18, which they do frequently for throwing a rock or yelling a jeer at a soldier or whatever they do, those are minimal crimes, misdemeanors, basically. They're not violent assaults. They're resisting with minor force, but Israel categorizes that as terrorism. And they charge people with 5-year prison sentences who are 14 years old. And they do it in a military court, the only country on earth that takes justice through a military court for people underage. That's just a fact, and Israel does that. So if you look at the terminology used by Israel, they say that H Group took hostages. They took soldiers, they took civilians, and they took elderly, and they took young. Now listen, I can't deny that I would be equally angry if somebody did those things to my people, so I can understand that point of view. The question is it reasonable for Israel to stand on its justifications for holding people and not call them hostages, and when their people are taken, they're hostages, and this is against international law? I think you got to be balanced on that. And I try to be as an outside observer. So if I wanted to get leverage, if I'm somebody fighting oppression and they have 7 to 12,000 of my people imprisoned, if I take several hundred people, the most I can, on an incursion, that doesn't seem incredibly unreasonable to me, as much as I would object to the older and the young, etc. And I don't want women harmed. Okay. So I think that's fair. That's an objective, response to that. You said, as far as civilians, that the deaths that are happening in the Gaza Strip are all the fault of the H Group. And in many cases, they hide behind civilians, meaning they use them as human shields. This is a typical Israeli accusation, which does not have corroborating evidence. Different human rights groups have looked at the previous incursions that Israel took into Gaza, Protective Edge, etc., and they've found no evidence, after investigating the conflict, that there was any evidence to support those allegations. Those, I believe, are baseless allegations. Israel wants to make it sound as if the party that they're going after purposely murders their civilians or puts them in the path of violence so that they'll die, and that these people love death, and that the Israelis are the good guys who love life. That doesn't hold water for most people, including myself. But you can make the allegation all day long, let the public decide. You said if Mexico attacked the United States, that there would be hell to pay in the response. But Mexico is not, we're not occupying Mexico. If the U.S. was brutalizing and occupying and subjecting to death, destruction, misery, no self-determination, no hope for a political solution, and then they attacked, yes, I can understand, but that's not happening. So there you go. In terms of, no, she said if used, sorry, I got that. So something about use of force. You said the Hannibal Directive was no longer being used. Well, I don't know what you want to call it, but the behavior indicates otherwise. So you can categorize it however you want. Israel did respond. There are pilots from the Israeli Air Force that admitted in interviews where their identity was masked that they did indeed. There was 6 of them who testified that they did respond to the rave party. And they did shoot at people and they did fire on vehicles. If you look at the 30 millimeter rounds that are used, I've been in war. I've seen the way vehicles look on the ground face to face. I've smelled the aftermath. I've seen it within 100 feet. The vehicles and the signatures on those vehicles are a result of 2 things: 30 millimeter rounds coming out of the cannon on the Apaches and Hellfire missiles. The damage signature is exactly identical with those use of weapons. So if you're somebody who hasn't seen that either on a firing range or in real life, you have a hard time justifying the fact that it's RPGs from the H group. Also, you know how difficult it is to hit people and personnel from an RPG and destroy it the way this is a level of accuracy that doesn't exist with those weapons. It just doesn't. So those are faulty claims. Now, as far as, sorry, I got a little bit of something in my eye. You talk about the war. You talk about the fact that the war has been waged, and that you said the key difference. Here's the thing: you're claiming that the war that was quote started by the H group is a war that they're not going to finish, and every time it ends the same way. Well, this is different, and here's why. They may not win the military conflict, and they have no ability to go through and destroy the Israeli army inside of Israel, unalive the people. All these claims of genocide by what happened on the 7th it's absurd. I'm sorry that it happened to civilians, but it's an absurd claim. However, the key difference in this conflict is the perception and awareness by the public. Israel has always been very good, and I tip my cap to somebody who's good. They've always been able to control the narrative. Every time they're able to get the American media and the Western media to play on their side, to say things like, their people were murdered, Palestinians died. That's an example of language that's used. It's not a settlement, it's a neighborhood. And this is what Israel does. They sanitize language. They use a lot of proactive propaganda. They do a lot of lying by omission. And it adds up to a misperception by the public that errs on the side of people supporting Israel. But it's the only democracy in the Middle East, an American ally, blah, 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 blah. But in this conflict, people are not buying the propaganda because they are seeing through avenues like TikTok and others. They can see the actual behavior by the Israelis in real time, and they see buildings coming down and people dying in hundreds and thousands at a time. And they're outraged, and I think rightly so. So the narrative that Israel's putting out there about the human shields that you said and other allegations, and the fact that rockets fell short and something, people aren't buying it. You can claim all day long you're the good guy. You can make all these morality claims, but when the behavior speaks for itself, you know, grandmas walking their kid across the street, Israeli sniper, bang. You know, 2 guys walking down the beach, Israeli tanks, boom, boom, and then they bulldoze them into the ground. 4 people walking up the road to go back to the north, Israeli drone, boom, 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 all on camera. We have thousands of examples. I probably have several hundred videos on this phone that shows unwarned building collapses by missile or bomb or artillery, and then Israel claims it's human shields. Give me a break. Give me a break. It's all garbage. Okay, and as far as getting out of this thing, you said you can't negotiate with unpeaceful people. These people have tried for decades to do peaceful. They've even offered proactive solutions recently that Israel has turned down. Netanyahu has stated publicly the best way to prevent a 2-state solution is to support the division between the Palestinian Authority and the H group in Gaza, which Israel has done very successfully. So right now they have a divided enemy. It's divide and conquer, and more territory and more militarism and more subjugation and more oppression and more violence is being meted out by Israel by far than the minimal responses that have been carried out by militant groups. So cry in your beer all you want, which I'm sorry as civilians died, but the death tolls are disproportionate by magnitudes that are bigger between the distance from Earth to Pluto. Okay, you want to respond to that, Spectre?
Yeah, I'll the first claim regarding being occupied and under occupation. So what I would say is they're under occupation due to the threat caused by H group. If you consider the situation prior to when H group was in power versus now, before they were in power versus now, you'll see a stark contrast. So, for example, my grandfather used to go into, whether it was the West Bank or even Gaza back in the day, probably 40, 50 years ago, went to the market, whatnot. That was acceptable at the time. now, obviously, as soon as H Group got into power and were clearly a threat to Israel, then the big border wall, which is usually a big claim to the occupation, got put up because they became a serious threat. They were showing that they're willing to commit T attack after T attack and are willing to take as many lives as possible. In regards to the hostages versus prisoners response that you had, those taken into detention are completely different than the innocent hostages, which, like I said, are as young as when they were taken, less than 1 year old. Now I could think he's over 1 year old and over 80 years old. I think from what I've seen that the youngest, that there's actually no one under 14 years old that is in detention in Israel. What else did I write down in response to that? And the majority of them are in detention for what? For throwing rocks, for attempting to knife innocents or soldiers. And there's CCTV footage of that happening. And whether you can say throwing rocks isn't a reason for that, throwing rocks at cars that are driving by, at people, should they come in contact with those people, can have long-lasting repercussions. So that is a crime. In regards to your other claim about the pilot, from the video that I saw, that was from an Al Jazeera documentary. So I'd hardly take that as a reputable source. And then in regards to the human shields allegations that you believe is false. So personally, I from what I've seen, H Group is embedded in each and every aspect of life in Gaza. Their rocket launching sites are literally right next to mosques, right next to schools, and residential buildings. So obviously there will be those are also come in the line of fire by doing so. And in regards to the current Al Shifa hospital situation, why are they hiding in a hospital? Because it seems like from what's come out that whether they've caught or been unalived multiple H Group members, not multiple, hundreds in the last week. So those being in a hospital, I would believe would be considered to be a human shield situation, putting everyone around them at risk for also being collateral damage. That's it. I can't hear you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your point of view. I appreciate your comments. It's helpful. The fact that innocence, you said that the people that are in the hostages are innocent, but you juxtapose that to the prisoners who are criminals or terrorists or whatever you want to call it. So again, I don't know the exact number, but if you were being held under what's called administrative detention, you or I, and we happen to know somebody who threw a stone, we were hanging out in the same street, and the Israeli military picked up the stone thrower as well as the kid that was five meters away who happened to be with him that day. They pick them both up. They charged the one with terrorism for throwing the rock, which didn't hit a metal vehicle or hit the tire on a passing car. Not all these rocks cause much, if any, damage, much like the rockets don't that are fired out of there. They're very minimal in terms of damage. Yes, it's possible, but I don't believe it rises to the level of terrorism. Yeah, if somebody comes up and drives a car over somebody or gets them in the throat with a KNIFE, yeah, that's damage, and that's worthy of being, that's a criminal act. I agree. As far as if you want to categorize them, I don't know about you, but if I'm somebody that's in jail because my friend threw a rock at a vehicle, why should I pay the price for his act? Why should I be scooped up and sit there indefinitely? That's not fair. Those are hostages. I don't know how else you can categorize. You'd feel like one. It's not even being a political prisoner. You didn't even say anything. You just got scooped up. So those people are in Israeli detention centers. I don't know why they shouldn't be released. They didn't do anything wrong. If you are a group of people that, imagine this for a second. What if the Jewish people in Israel were snatched up all the time by H Group, not just one time, not just 150 or 200, but every single week, 5, 6, 7 people were taken in perpetuity for decades? What would you do? You think that's fair? No. Same standard applies. Okay? There we go. So now as far as the pilots go, you're saying because the source of the documentary that you believe these people spoke in was Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera didn't conduct the interviews. Al Jazeera took the interviews from an Israeli channel and incorporated them into a documentary. So you can check the source on that. You said the H group constantly embeds itself in all these civilian areas, including hospitals, mosques, residential areas, positions its firing positions from there. No, they don't. No, they don't. That is a common talking point. And in fact, right now at the Al-Shifa hospital that you mentioned, they are not inside the hospital. The militants that have popped up to try to engage the enemy, it's the Israeli military that's inside the hospital and unfortunately unaliving doctors and nurses to try to keep them from caring for Palestinians. In addition, there were 3 young people who were deemed to be by the Israelis militants under the age of 18. They were in the hospital. One was in a coma. The other 2 were in for treatment. The Israelis dressed themselves up as Arabs, quote unquote. They went into the hospital, they unalived the 3 young people, and then they left. That is a war crime. That is the Israelis breaking the rules of war, not the Palestinians. Okay?
They were
So
all found to be team members. What do you mean? But when they dressed up as
hold on a second. Now listen, you call everybody on the other side team members. Okay? Now, other people view them as legitimate response militants, that because of the circumstances under which they find themselves, they have a right to resist. International law says if you're occupied or blockaded, you have the legitimate right to resist by whatever means available. You cannot go into a hospital and unalive people, because just the same in Israel. If you had soldiers that were in a hospital and the Palestinian people came in either by rockets or by duping people looking like Israeli Jews with the curly hair, etc., it would be cried out as completely unacceptable. But somehow when you flip the script, it's okay because they're combatants or whatever you want to say. It doesn't work that way. You have to be consistent. Okay? I'll give you one more point and then we'll let you have the last word. We'll go to our next guest.
Sorry, were you done or you had one more?
I'm going to give you the last word for like a 30 seconds to a minute, and then we're going to let somebody else come in.
Yeah, in regards to that point, I believe when T group members are in hospitals, they're a valid threat. Not a valid threat, they're valid combatant or whatever. So I think that operation, which didn't put anyone else, any other civilians in harm's way, is completely legitimate. And lastly, I asked a separate question in my original statement. So would you rather that the IDF just shot, let's say, 11,000 of those Al-Qassam, I don't know if I can say the word on here, right back indiscriminately at Gaza? Would you rather that be their response? Do the exact same thing that H group has been doing since the beginning of October 7th, aside from their initial massacre? 11,000 rockets fired indiscriminately at Gaza. Would you rather that?
Well, I'd rather there be no violence, quite frankly. I'd rather nobody do anything. I would rather the Israelis withdraw their settlements to the 67 borders, give autonomy to Palestinians, and have a guarantee for security that minimizes the chance of militant groups to come in and harm Israelis. That would be a fair compromise, in my opinion, and most people see it that way. Unfortunately, because of the territories being as they are, it's impossible because of so many settlements. That's been the primary agitation and the primary problem with Israeli soldiers and police protecting said settlements, while they further dispossess Palestinians' land and murder them and all the other damage that goes on. It's like sticking the finger of a long-standing wound and opening it up every 15 minutes. That's the problem with all this. It would enrage you if your people or people who you support were under the same circumstances. You would feel the same way as they do. So I don't have any problem with Israel wanting security, but they do things that are so far out over and above that, including what they've done in Gaza recently. It's not necessary for your security. You're not defending yourself when you drop 2,000 bombs on a refugee camp to go after one militant and kill 456 people. That is not defending yourself.
So you wouldn't respond.
That's called mass murder.
So you wouldn't respond to a massacre of your own civilians if you were the chief of staff, let's say, for the IDF or for whatever military of whatever government you would be, like whatever military faction you would be a part of.
Are you talking about 10-7 or what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, based on what your response was, you were saying that you don't think that it's a legitimate thing to respond to that through militarily, because you don't see that H group is an ongoing threat, has been for the last since they've been in power and since 2017 or 2002. Yeah.
There's no disputing the fact that they're a threat to Israel. That's their whole point of being, is that they're willing to take a more militant approach to trying to achieve their freedom. And you can argue this whole point of whether that's smart or not. Yes, this has resulted in incredible carnage to the people in Gaza. It's been horribly displacement of people down to Rafah. We've seen all the stuff that's going on. It's been horrific. The difference is, what has it achieved politically for their fight? And I would argue, and again, I don't know if this was intentional, it may have been, and if it was genius in my opinion, but the entire world, barring a few people, maybe in the West and elsewhere, are primarily shocked and angered by what Israel is doing because people are seeing it with their own two eyes. It's no longer a contained media environment. And unfortunately for Israel, and I believe Israel is doing the wrong thing, I think even some people in Israel think it's over the top because they don't want the Netanyahu government in power. Security as a state. I believe what they're doing. Even if I supported Israel, which I don't, but if I did, I would be saying to myself, why are we doing this? Everyone is turning on us. We're becoming a pariah state. We're going to get treated the same way South Africa did. The pressure is only going to increase on us to have to change our ways and either incorporate all the people who are oppressing and giving no rights to into our society, or to remove the state entirely and change it to something that's more equitable. That is something I think most Israelis can't even dream of. And yet that is the direction this is going to head, in my opinion, and many others, if Israel doesn't right its ways and quickly.
So if it gets rid of H group and destroys its capabilities by the end of this war, would you say that it would be worth it? That it would be a valid military operation?
I think Israel is within its rights, of course, to try to go after those who attacked it. I think everybody agrees that that's not totally unreasonable. But the point militarily is, and if you follow the analysis of this, it's nearly impossible to defeat an enemy that is aligned the way H group is. The tunnel system, the elaborations of it, the supplies they have, the way they operate, it's just almost an impossible mission, even for the best military in the world, among which Israel is. So it's not feasible to unalive all of them. That is a ridiculous stated mission. Everybody knows it. Israel is using that stated mission, what most people believe, as an excuse to try to herd the people to the south, try to convince Egypt to take them into the Sinai Desert, which they're not doing, thankfully, and then try to negotiate from there. The Americans have said, you're not going to get rid of the H group. They know it. Everybody knows it. Israel knows it. However, they're going to use this as a guise to mete out as much punishment as they can, as long as they're allowed to do so under American political cover, but it will end at some point. And at that point, even if Israel was successful in unaliving every last fighter, guess what's going to happen next? The underlying problem still persists. This is the part Israel doesn't understand. When you brutalize somebody, regardless of what they did back to you as a part of that brutality, the resistance mentality will persist. You're not going to put people in a ghetto in Warsaw and then you have one fight, you come in and brutalize them, they're going to keep wanting to fight back until they're either dead or you have to kill everybody.
So with that mentality, the Nazis would still be around today, which they're not. That mentality died with them.
You're making my point, because the oppressive factor in that part was the Germans. And guess what happened to the Germans? They had so much hubris and so much arrogance that they overreached themselves. And guess what happened? They got smacked down. And that's what's going to happen to Israel if it doesn't stop its bullshit, in my opinion.
No. In response to what you were saying, whereas the H group's mentality, like because it's a mentality that's embedded or whatever, or that it will continue carrying on from generation to generation, that's what I was comparing to.
No, not proactive attacks of terror for the sake of hating Jews or just being against another group. The whole motivation for this is the fact that the dispossession of land initially and the refusal of Israel to do anything to try to remedy the situation through the negotiations that were peaceful for a time. And if you see something that's impossible to resolve peacefully, what are you to do? You have two choices. Accept your fate as the other person encroaches more and more and continues to kill your people because they can, or you try to fight back. They're fighting back. That's it. That's all there is to this. And it's going to persist until something gives. With the Americans in charge and running the show, despite their public condemnations of Netanyahu, where they're trying to lay all the blame to deflect from the longstanding Israeli policies, they've supported it for decades. They've condemned the settlements, but they've supported funding Israel, $3.8 to $4 billion a year for as long as I've been alive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Anyways, I think the next speaker is probably ready.
Okay. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, it's always good to let people come in and talk. Listen, I understand people's points of view. Shiri said earlier, I totally understand it. I just happen to disagree. Okay, Dionysius, you've been waiting like a very patient person. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. How you doing? I respect how you navigate with the language and the calmness and the sincerity you hold. You are a better man than me. So it's funny. I came in just to read Senator John Kennedy before he got elected president in 1960 in New York at the Zionist Organization of America's convention, right? So I'm just going to read a section of it. It might take about 6 to 7 minutes, but then I'm going to shut up because everything he said is an answer to that schmuck and every other schmuck before him. So there has been a rhetoric in recent years about free transit through the Suez Canal to float every boat through it.
Can you just, when was this done and by whom?
So this is by Senator John F. Kennedy. It was at the Zionist Organization of America in 1960, August 26, 1960. And this is his speech. This is his speech to the Zionist Organization of America. And he put them on blast. He put them on blast and he put America on blast with this speech. So he says there's been enough rhetoric in recent years about the free transit through the Suez Canal to float every boat through it, but there has been no leadership. Our policy in Washington and in the United Nations has permitted defiance of our 1956 pledge with impunity, indeed with economic reward. In America's word to the world, if America's word to the world is to have any meaning, if the decisions and resolutions of the United States are to be binding on all parties, if the Mutual Security Amendment, which I co-sponsored with Senator Paul H. Douglas, is to have meaning, if the clear, thoughtful language of the Democratic platform is to have meaning, the influence of this nation and other maritime powers must be brought to bear on a just solution that removes all discrimination for the Suez Canal. So he goes on. A moral obligation. The Israelis surrendered their 1956 victory only because the United States and United Nations committed themselves to the fulfillment of a pledge of free transit in the Suez Canal. So this is a United Nations resolution in which we have a partial moral obligation. We have also had much rhetoric in recent years about the arms race in the Middle East. This rhetoric has not only been empty and negative, even more fundamental is the premise that if the United States and the United Nations are to reject a solution based on force, then they must accept the task of finding a solution based on reason and justice. When I talked to and this is after JFK had toured the Middle East and specifically Palestine itself, right? And he was flabbergasted as to how those people were being treated. And he actually spoke about how Palestine was before Israel got there. So when I talked to Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion on his recent visit to the United States, he told me of a dangerous signs of unrest which existed then under the seeming quiet of the Middle East. For there is no peace in that region today, only embittered truce between renewed alarms. American intervention, on the other hand, will not now be easy, for the record is not one to which we can point with pride. And you mentioned a little bit of this to Chip about the Suez Canal and America's part in that, and he also mentioned this right to them, to the Zionist Organization of America. The series of incredible American blunders which led to the 1956 Suez Crisis, events in which the role of our government has never been fully explained, the so-called Eisenhower Doctrine, which had been repudiated by the very nations which accepted our aid, and in general, a deterioration in our relations with all Middle Eastern countries, primarily because neither Arab nor Israel know exactly where we stand or exactly what we mean. So he goes on to say, this is what he thinks a president, or what he will do actually, and what he thinks any president should do with the Middle East. At times, it must have appeared that champions of democracy were being punished for their very virtues by being taken for granted by a neglectful administration, which showed concern only when it was displeased by their conduct. Peace in the Middle East is not one step nearer reality than it was 8 years ago, and the Russian influence has increased immeasurably. What can a new president do? Moral weakness and timidity will not do. More stubborn errors redeemed at the last minute will not do. Now we must take the risk of leadership and use our influence to compose this ugly situation before it breaks out into a new threat to peace. And I know we will not be alone in searching for a peaceful solution if our aims are high and if they are centered solely on the genuine needs of the people of the Middle East and on an honorable end to an ancient quarrel. First, I propose the new president reaffirm our sincere friendship for all people in the Middle East, whatever their religion or their race or their politics. Secondly, I propose that we make it crystal, now listen to this, you put them on blast, that we make it crystal clear that the United States States meant what it said in the Tripartite Declaration of 1950, that we will act promptly and decisively against any nation in the Middle East which attacks its neighbor, including Israel. I propose that we make clear both to the Israelis and the Arabs our guarantee that we will act with whatever force and speed is necessary to halt any aggressions by any nations. I propose that the international effort be made to limit an arms race in the Middle East with a realization that if this is not accomplished, we shall not permit an imbalance to exist which threatens the right of any country to self-defense. Once the nations of the Middle East have a firm and precise guarantee, then the need for a continuing arms race can disappear. The easing of tension can follow, and both sides will be able to devote their energy to peaceful pursuits. Third, I propose that all the authority of the White House be used to call into conference the leaders of Israel and the Arab states, consider privately their common problems, assuring that we support in their full aspirations for peace, unity, independence, and a better life, and that we are prepared to back up this moral commitment with economic and technical assistance. The offer should be made with equal frankness to both sides, and all the world will be watching the response of each side. I sincerely believe that an American presidential initiative, honestly intended and resolutely pursued, would not be lightly rejected by either side, unless that side was prepared to bear the burden of breaking the peace. And I promise, and this is why they unalived him. I'm done right after this. This is why they unalived him. Right before he got elected president, this was when he's still senator, and he was saying this to the Zionist Organization of America. And I promise to waste no time in taking this initiative. The Middle East needs water, not war. They need tractors, not tanks. They need bread, not bombs. There is already little enough in that sandy soil to be wasted on a dizzy arms race on both sides. An arms race which could be prevented if guarantees of security were provided. For the original Zionist philosophy always maintained that the people of Israel would use their national genius for the betterment and enrichment of all of the Middle East. The earliest Zionist leaders spoke of a Jewish state which would have no military power, which would be content with victories of the spirit. And for some reason, modern day Israelis have lost that hope. That was JFK's hope. That was one of the most, excuse me, Mufasa, son, thank you. That was what one of the greatest Americans who could have ever been, who would have ever been if he wasn't unalived early in his life, wanted to happen with the Middle East. He said this months after he toured Palestine and seen the degradation, the suffering, and the apartheid that was going on. He put them on blast. He put the American public on blast too, and the American government, for our role in this, our negligence in this, and not taking accountability and leadership, like he said. But that's all I wanted. Everybody needs to look up that speech. 1960, August 26, 1960, Senator John Kennedy at the ZOA Organization of New York. And it answers pretty much all that kid's questions too. Like this was they tried a peaceful pursuit. The only man who was going to do a peaceful pursuit got taken out of the way, just like Yitzhak Rabin did, just like all those other people did. And that is also coincidentally a tactic that Likud party uses, is assassinations and all that. But like, if Americans really want to take accountability and responsibility, it's for our willful ignorance to the facts that we have been misled and misinformed. And it doesn't, whether it was for malicious intents and motives to begin with or wasn't, it right now is our responsibility to change it.
Thank you, Dionysus. I want to add a couple things to what Kennedy did as well. This is John F. Kennedy. This is when he was in office. He was trying unsuccessfully to not allow the American Zionist Council, the predecessor of American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, to register as a domestic lobbying entity. He didn't think that was fair because they're a foreign agent. They should stay as registered as such. They have been successful in doing that, which gives them a couple advantages. One, they don't pay any taxes. And two, they get unlimited sources of funds they don't have to declare. So they can take as much dark money and nobody has any idea who's funding AIPAC. So that's where it is. And they've had a huge influence since, as we all know. The other thing is, he was trying to get inspections done at an Israeli nuclear plant so they would not be able to divert relatively highly enriched uranium to start developing nuclear weapons, which we all know what's happened with that. So they actually created a fake front end room to their entire nuclear plant to fool the inspectors who did eventually make their way over there. But Kennedy was keeping up so much pressure on them in addition to these comments that, that's one of the reasons people think that he was no longer allowed to keep his skull together after 1963, unfortunately, in Dallas, Texas. Okay, I want to mention something administratively. There are a few people that have been trying to get in the right order, and they haven't been able to get through. That's a function of TikTok, so I'm not taking you down. The best way to fix that usually is to exit the app, come on back in, re-request, and I'll bring you up. I apologize for that. I just want to let people know my regular schedule. For those of you who wants to come back, first of all, follow me so you'll get the indication, please. But I wanted to let you know that I normally go on my set schedule. I go every Saturday from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., so I'll be here tomorrow, same stuff. Also, on Wednesday nights from 7 p.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. Eastern. And then I do them here and there. Today started with a walk outside with my dog with 55, 60 people, and it's turned into this 530 person interesting dialogue. The other thing I want to let the audience know is I'm an Army veteran, for those who don't know, and I learned about the Israel-Palestine conflict when I was 21. I'm soon to be 57. So I've had some time to read into it and look it over and follow it over the years. And when 10/7 popped off, obviously as an American, it's not, I'm not a scholar, but it's unusual for the everyday Americans to have a long-term understanding of this. So that's why I speak to it so frequently. But I talk about other stuff. I talk about American politics. I talk about the Ukraine-Russia war, other conflicts. So it's not just this. But this is so in the news right now, we talk about it a lot. People accuse me of only talking about this and bashing Israel. That's just not true. All my lives are recorded. So if you want to go back and check my library of work, everything since December 19th of last year has been recorded and put up online. This will be there as well. It's on my YouTube and Rumble channels. It goes there a couple hours afterwards. You can find those channels by going to my link tree in my bio. It's a little link of all my social media. It's in the bio. It's clickable if you're in the US. If you're outside the US, it just says Linktree Chip Barnes in my bio. You just type that into your web browser. Takes you to the same place. If you want to support my work, I'm not getting checks from Qatar, Doha, Qatar. Unfortunately, I would love to get some pay, but no third party pays me. I'm independent political observer, I guess. I'm not an expert. But if you want to help out, there's a $5 a month Patreon. Every time you join a TikTok membership, TikTok keeps 70%. So that same link tree that I mentioned, if you want to do something there, I've had some very kind people help me out. If you want to do that, great. If you can't, don't sweat it. Okay, next guest is, I believe, Swashbuckler. You were next, right?
Yeah, thank you for having me here, sir. Chip, it's an honor.
I'm gonna drop a quick Josh. Thank you for letting me.
Okay,
Chip.
okay.
Thanks for being here. That was a great contribution. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Please continue.
Yeah, so here's the thing now. First of all, I would like to condemn the attack on Israel on October 7th. It's a shame that they were attacked. And then I would like to say that why is this that everybody is talking against Israel and nobody is supporting that. Nobody's talking that on October 7th, innocent babies were unalived. And they were right now more than 100 hostages are there and nobody knows their situation. And nobody even cares about them, and only people are saying that Palestine. I would like to ask my Palestinian friends over here and Arab friends over here who are living in Western countries and European countries in the US and the UK, why is this that why is why is this that you guys are living in the thankful the USA has granted you citizenship. UK you are a citizen of that country, but you are opposing that the same government which you are being which you are keeping. I'm sorry, my English is a little bit weak, so please excuse me. So you are constantly like coming against the government of the USA and UK. Like for example, I'm from India, and when I travel to the USA, when I will travel to the USA or UK, I will never go against fighting against Pakistan. If Pakistan is this, and I will just focus on my work, live my life. Maybe have go to Fort Lauderdale, have Spring Fiesta, have a good time. But why is this that I'm sorry, Sir Chip, I respect you very much. I am always watching your lives, but why is this that I feel that you are more pro Pali than being neutral. You are like saying more Pali stuff. You are a US Army veteran. Like, I think that it's treason against your country and the US Army that you, despite the fact you were in the US Army and you are now coming against them. Maybe you are paid by some pro-Palestinian lobby or some Qatari or some Arab lobby. And I would like to ask, I'm just be very short.
Hold on, just a second. If you have evidence to verify that type of allegation, I'm happy to hear it. If it's just a baseless allegation made on opinion, I will tell you this, I'm an honest guy. I tell people, I've told my whole financial picture on this live before. You can go check it out. I don't get paid by anybody. Nobody has ever contacted me and said, hey, let me support your work. Let me just say this or say that. I probably, if I wanted to make money, I could get paid by the Israelis a lot more because they're the ones who allocate a lot more funds for this. But I'm just trying to give my opinion. I've been talking about politics. Check my work. You can go to my library. I'm not a bullshitter. To call me treasonous for sharing my point of view, we do have freedom of speech in the United States, and I value that privilege. And to declare that somebody who has an opinion with which you disagree as treasonous, I served in the military. The military takes orders from the civilian establishment. That's how our government works. I'm not saying negative things about the U.S. Army or its soldiers. I don't agree with the policies that the U.S. enacts and uses the military to enforce. Doesn't make me treasonous. That makes me a patriot, because any country, like in the Vietnam War, that was wrong what the U.S. was doing, and people protested. Were they treasonous? No, they were pushing back against policies that were harmful to the people that were engaged by them, which I believe this is as well. And they felt strongly, they expressed their opinion, and it changed things. That's all. So please, I'm not going to deride you for your point of view and call you a supporter of mass murder of civilians, which I believe people who
They're
support
not
Israel
mass
are.
murderers. The thing is, they are defending themselves. For example, why is this that a Palestinian and the age group has a green signal to whenever they go to Israel to unalive their people? For example, I have met some Palestinians personally, while I was on a holiday in a country which I don't want to mention. Like, they were the biggest. Please excuse me, but they were the biggest traitors I can see. But then I met some Israeli people. They were the most nice to me. People tell me online the Israeli people are racist to you. They don't like India, but it's all the other way around. By the way, I'm a Muslim. Alhamdulillah, I'm an Indian Muslim. And whenever I say that I'm standing with Israel, they call me a Hindu, and I don't know what they stuff. Why can't they have the patience to listen to me that I am a Muslim, and in my hard times, Israeli person helped me, and my own Muslim brothers turned their backs against me. Now I am going to support Israel, and I wish I can somehow travel to Israel and join the IDF forces and support them in their, self-defense of the Gaza Strip and to terminate all the Rafah. Yes, sir.
Okay, and listen, I appreciate you coming up and sharing your point of view, because everyone has a different angle on every political issue. I've never heard one person come up to me and say, hey, my name is Malik, and this is what I think, and I know I'm wrong. Right? Malik believes what he believes because of his experience. He was very clear in delineating that when he's interacted with different people, he's had a different experience in terms of how people have treated him, and therefore that's how he feels, and also maybe for other reasons. He did mention a couple things that I wanted to address. Now, he mentioned infants. We did hear some claims initially of a lot of infants losing certain body parts, and that turned out to not be true. That was just something somebody overheard from an IDF soldier. It got amplified. It became the whole talking point of the world, and then no evidence. Now, there were younger people. I heard this on an Israeli Live, and they claimed they were infants. And then when they were challenged on that, it was a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old that were unalive. Nobody younger. There was one person under the age of 6 months who was unfortunately in their family safe room when the property burned, but we're not sure if that was done by an IDF tank or done by the other group. That's still unclear. That's really horrible. But the woman said, well, that's somebody's baby. Well, yeah, somebody who's 17 is still some woman's baby, but they're not an infant or a toddler. So that's you can't. Again, some of these emotional points are not factual; they're emotional. So there's a couple more things you said. Nobody cares about what happened on 10/7. That's simply not true. You're making claims that have no basis in reality. You rewind, watch this episode, and go back about maybe 2 hours ago or an hour and a half. There was someone named Cherie, and I spent about 5 or 6 minutes just acknowledging the pain that people must feel in terms of what happened, the innocent civilians who were harmed, which I believe are war crimes. In fact, the whole world initially, like most attacks like this, are on the side of the victim, which many were. There were a lot of people that were outraged. They watched the news. They heard the baby story. They were just disgusted. Like, how could these horrible, barbaric people do this? They were very much sympathetic to the Israelis. Unfortunately, then Israel chose how it was going to respond, which is its right. It can do whatever the hell it wants, but people are going to form their opinion based on people's behavior. They were horrified by the behavior of the H group, but in terms of what happened next, it turned out to be quite limited in scope versus what Israel's chosen to do, regardless of how you want to justify it. So, and the justification that it's human shields and all these other stories, do with that what you want. I happen to think that's a big story, but You can agree with that story if you want to. It sure makes a lot more sense if you want to try to justify mass murdering 20, 30,000 people to say it was their fault, right? Pretty interesting way to phrase it. In terms of defending oneself, you said that Israel's just defending itself. If you have a group of people that harmed you, you go after the group that harmed you. You don't go after the entire society by cutting off water, fuel, food, electricity, and medical care, and then limiting the amount of vehicles that normally serve, 12, 1,400 a day. You limit it down to like maybe 50, 40, 30, 50, 60, 70. It's insufficient to handle the needs of the population for food, for water, for adequate care for infants to get formula, for mothers to get care when they're sick. People need medical care at hospitals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's called collective punishment. And that is a war crime. You just can't do that. The citizens who live inside Gaza, yes, back in 2006, about 70% voted for the H group, right? They wanted to try a different route. They had tried peaceful route. They tried working within the bigger authority. It wasn't making any headway. A different group decided they wanted to take a different tack. You can blame them at that time. But since then, a lot of people have been born, half of which are under the age of 18 and weren't alive when that vote took place. That means that de facto, half the population didn't vote for H group and the other 30% from the original population. That's about 65% that did not vote for them. But how can you hold the entire people accountable and say, well, they voted for them, so they deserve whatever befalls them? I think that's bullshit. Most societies have a mix politically. They have different views internally. Probably some people hate the H group. In fact, I've heard people say, why is this happening to us? I hate the H group. These are Palestinians in Gaza. So there's different opinions, right? But people also don't like being occupied and being blockaded as a general thing. And therefore, if somebody takes a shot at somebody who's been harming them for a while, even if it does include atrocities that they probably personally don't agree with either, as I don't, it makes sense within the broader context. Antonio Guterres, the head of the UN, and I know Israelis claim the UN is unfair to them, but he said the attacks were horrific. Everyone sympathized with what happened on that day. They were condemning the H group for it. But he said, we all know it didn't happen in a vacuum, which is the broader context. And if you're going to ignore the broader context and claim that this one militant group started the war, and therefore Israel's going to finish the war never started in 10-7. It started in 1948. It started in 1948. It's really been ramped up by Israel since 1967, where they've been taking far more territory and further brutalizing the Palestinians. That's just, as I see it as an objective human being, I wish I could have a different, I always like to say I would love to compliment Israel's behavior or Israel as a country. Do something worthy of that and I'll sing your praises from the hilltop. But if you're going to choose to murder, dispossess people of their property, when they dare to fight back a little bit, you disproportionately respond. You have a system of oppression, an apartheid system where they have no rights, and all the other horrible things that are contained in that documentary, Life in Occupied Palestine, or the movie Gaza Fights for Freedom. You will see, if you're an objective human being with a conscience, that shit's not acceptable. And that if you were subjected to that, regardless of how you feel about how people treat you outside the country, that's meaningless when it's compared to what these people are choosing to do. So just because somebody's nice to you, I'm sure some of these higher ups in America who perpetrate these war crimes are perfectly nice to go to a cocktail party with or meet out in the street. Just because they're friendly doesn't mean they're good, and doesn't mean the behavior they support is decent and even legal. Okay? And so that's what I really want to say in terms of treason.
Thank you, sir, so much.
In terms of treason, we address that. I if you have evidence to support me, being treasonous, then bring that on. But to call somebody treasonous, I don't know what your relationship is with your country or your groups, but that's just an absurd allegation to make. Okay, you don't understand what I do or how I think. So, just because I politically support an issue doesn't mean treason. That's called freedom of speech, and we have that in this country. So if you don't have it where you are and you want to call other people treasonous, go there with it, okay? I don't appreciate the personal assessments for which you have no evidence.
Thank you, sir, for having me, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
God bless Israel. God bless Israel.
Yeah. Well, God bless freedom and peace. How about that? That's a common interest, not just for one of the countries. Okay, I think that's fair. Okay, the next person here was Revolution, I think, and then it's Zion.
It was me.
Who was it?
Hytham.
Hytham. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry if I got the order wrong. Please go ahead.
No, it's all good. I just want to say, Chip, been following you. I really appreciate everything you've done. When someone support the right cause, it doesn't mean you're taking sides, you're saying the truth. And all those people that have been up here and they're talking allegations and throwing accusations against Palestinians, I pulled up some websites that I like to show, what the IDF have done If you don't mind, I can put on the big screen. It's all from that. So let me roll this. Okay, so they say that they always say Palestinians kids throw rockets or stones at IDF tanks, and that's illegal. But here yet you have Israel forces spray sewage on Palestinian homes. Now, how come is that okay to throw sewage water at Palestinian homes? What are those Palestinians have done? But they always say that we throw rocks at tanks and that's illegal. Well, then, if you want to be fair, then this should be illegal too, because it doesn't go one way. It has to go two ways. Does that make sense?
Well, the question is, what does throwing sewage water on the homes of people with whom you disagree or want to keep down have to do with your security? What possible means is that? How can you justify that for security?
Thank you so much. So this is one thing that they keep bringing up. Oh, we throw rocks, it's illegal. And so this is another example of what the T group does to the Palestinians. So I'm going to call them the T group. Second of all, this is here, Israel attacks, even human rights saying that what they're doing is unlawful attacks towards civilians. So who's doing the T attack here? Is it the Palestinians or is it the IDF? So if anyone read this and have a mind to think of and not being bought by some Indian that doesn't have flip-flops on, I believe that the United Nations saying, or the human rights saying that the IDF is doing the T attack. Because most people, when you talk to them, they say, oh, we didn't see the news, we didn't read the news. So I'm just bringing some stuff up here to show that all these documents, as every Palestinian been to this platform since October 7, they have something to back them up, and we have nothing to hide. One more thing, I'm sick and tired of people saying that we use children as human shields. Well, there is a footage here of Israel taking Palestinian as a human shield, a 13-year-old kid as a human shield. There's so many evidence of this showing that they're taking Palestinians as a human shield, yet there's no proven evidence that the resistance are taking any Palestinian, small or big, as a human shield. So I'm really sick of the accusation that they keep throwing at us that we're using our own people as a human shield, because there's no way in God's name we will ever do that. I just want to bring that up to those people that they just came in through allegations and they just dropped. Here are more pictures of them taking us as a human shield, abusing kids. One more thing that I'll bring up, this says there's no kids over 14 in prison. Well, this kid, he's only 14 years old when he was released from prison, when the first hostage release happened. So this guy released at 14, and assuming that he was in prison way before he was 14 years old with no charges. So all those allegations that the Zionists and the T attacks on the Palestinians, they have nothing to back it up. I'm just really tired of that. Everything they say is we're doing is evil, but everything they do is justifying to their actions. Israel has no right to self-defense. They're an occupying land. They're supposed to be taking care of the occupied, which is the Palestinians, yet they're abusing them, harming them physically, emotionally, sexually, financially, and every option out there. So no, Israel has no right for self-defense. That was told by the United Nations, attorneys of law, United Nations, everybody, that what they're doing is an act of genocide. That's all what I had to say. I don't want to take much time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your point of view. There was something in the comments. Mufasa was making a few comments saying sort of general statements like this is all lies. The ICJ, there was a lot of evidence of the use of human shields by H group. I've seen the same photographs that were just presented here where direct video and photographic evidence of the Israelis putting Palestinian, mostly young people, but at one point I saw an adult male and a woman in front of their vehicles so that if someone were to fire back at them, they would most likely strike that literal human shield, someone in front of them in their position. So to say, just to claim that the H group forces their civilians to stay inside buildings where they're going to be hit by Israeli bombs is absurd. If you're a militant, where's the last person you're going? Where's the last place you're going to go if you know your enemy is constantly bombing residential buildings? How about a residential building? You stay underground. Hold on, Mufasa. Hold on. We got some other folks to come in. I'm just letting you know what you're saying in the comments. So, if there is evidence at the if there is evidence at the ICJ, please don't unmute again, or I have to drop you. If there's evidence at the ICJ that is contradicting what I just said, I've given you my email address. I will happily look at whatever you send me, and if there is evidence that shows that it was happening, Mufasa, I just gave you a fair warning, so you got to go, my friend. But if you send me the email, I will look at it and I will come back on my live. I'll even invite you up and I will acknowledge it to the group. I think that's a fair thing to do. But absent that sort of evidence, making the claim does not make it so. So Israel makes a lot of allegations, which is fine. But if you don't back up said allegations with evidence, they are just that. They're just allegations. And same thing on this side. You can't just say something that it's so and have nothing to show for it. Sometimes you don't have evidence, and then the audience has to decide based on the allegations versus rebuttals, and people can choose what they think to believe. I don't want to believe something one way or the other, even though people accuse me of being pro-Pally. I just want to see where the facts take us, and then, of course, I'll determine what my view is. It doesn't make me right. It just makes it the view based on the evidence that I've filtered through. Okay, I want to let Zio Hunter, then Revolution, then Soarcamp go, please.
I'm sorry, if I may. So may I?
Yeah, real quickly, just be quick. Please.
Thank you. Okay. So as you see here, 500 tons of bombs, how many people they have unalived, all that stuff. My question that I always bring out to the Zionists to stop the Tia attacking, they have over 300,000 troops in occupied land with the support of France, Italy, German, United States. They cannot go on ground and take out the resistance. Did they really have to unalive all those people with their T attacks? This question I keep asking every Zionist. If they're so strongly morally army, how come they cannot go on foot and take out the resistance? Why they had to bomb hospitals, churches, mosques, shelters, everything else? No one can ever, from the Zionists, give me a good answer. And I'm done.
Because they're war criminals. That's why. And because they can.
Thank you.
Those are the two problems. I always like to say, people say, well, why would Israel do that? People have said, what's the point? Why would they do it? They do all the things they do in the occupied territories and in Gaza because they have the upper hand and they have the political and the military and the financial backing of the world's biggest superpower. And if they didn't have those things, it would be much more difficult, although they probably still try to do it because they're bullies and thugs, in my opinion. And I wish they weren't. If they would just maintain their territorial integrity and defend it, which is reasonable, then there would be nothing to criticize other than the initial harm that was done through the Nakba and the 1948, dispossession of land. And that may not be adjudicatable. There may be a situation politically where that's never going to change, at least in the immediate future. But that would be reasonable to give the Palestinians some territory for their own. And we could all probably live with that, including them, and they could probably mitigate or eliminate the more militant members because the chances of ruining or losing that particular benefit for their autonomy is significant. But they've never been given that opportunity, and therefore it's a justification for further brutality. That's the problem that I have with it. Zio Hunter, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Again, I just wanted to say, I'm pretty sure we're on the same page when it comes to what I'm about to say, but I noticed earlier in the live you said that, again, obviously there's going to be outliers in any set of data, but when you look at what the easiest way I could describe quote-unquote Israel would be, it's an entire quote-unquote country of, if you were to imagine if all 300 million Americans, men and women, were the perpetrators of Abu Ghraib, then that's what Israel would be. For instance, Abu Ghraib guys, they're going to go back to America and they're going to know the type of society they're in, and they know if they tell someone that's going to have big legal ramifications and all that kind of stuff. So they may be complete demons, but that's not the entire country. But again, not only is all of Israel, if all 300 million Americans, men and women, did Abu Ghraib, but it's if they did that and they were permanently armed 24/7, and they all felt it was God's given right to have this limitless expansionist proxy militia of the US U.S. Federal Reserve with borderless, with limitless and God-given borders that they can expand to and grape and pillage whoever they want in their path, including children. And then when the world doesn't agree with them and the world doesn't want to be their goyim and the world wants them to be defunded from committing a literal G-side, not just now, but every day for 105 years, they try and get their big daddies APAC and the ADL to shut down this app because they want to create more people like that Pajit who just came up here and said the words democracy. Israel is like our democracy, man. Like they're like a Western country for like 5 minutes to try and negate any sort of any conversation that required more than 4 brain cells about and again falling for the typical Hasbara trap of, oh, you know, like these Muslims, they're doing like a jihad. Okay, well, why don't you go look at who funded that quote unquote jihad, and why don't you stop ignoring the fact that the word jihad means the struggle, and whenever Palestinian boys practice their ijtihad, their jihad in the alleyways in Sheikh Jarrah and they're playing football in those alleyways, snipers, colonial Zionist snipers will literally unalive him from rooftops, then take him to the torture dungeons with the other 9,000 prisoners, harvest their skin and organs, and treat them in the worst conditions whatsoever for what? Playing football in the middle of an alleyway and then not smiling when a sniper took his leg out. You know what I mean? And specifically targeted his leg. So when you look at what they are, they're an expansionist proxy militia of the U.S. Federal Reserve. And when you want to look at how bloodthirsty they are, they believe it's God. They believe God gave them the right to do this. And they won't even believe in God. The secular Israelis, the secular left-wing Israelis, they're all like this. There is no such thing. Unless you're the ultra-Orthodox Jewish population, to my knowledge that's only maybe 10,000 or less that identify as Palestinian Jews and actually face a lot of brutality at the hands of the quote-unquote state of Israel. No, not the Likud party. No, not Netanyahu, the state of Israel, quote-unquote state. And when they do, you have to realize that's probably the only community in all of quote-unquote Israel that isn't just a militarized bot essentially molded by a Ministry of Education that taught them the words democracy and jihad and the T word over and over again, so that way they could go and export it to the world in 1982 when Netanyahu held his global quote-unquote CT conference in DC with Congress, and he essentially tried to convince them of this vague image that Muslims were the biggest threat to global stability because they were gonna quote-unquote like ride in on camels and install a Sharia in the White House, when in reality the only threat to that's already been done in the White House by AIPAC, so that America turns a blind eye to not just the occupation, and I don't even want to call it an occupation, like just the grape of a 1,000-year-old culture that they will never have, and that they actually suffer from a form of like almost like Judeo-schizophrenia over the fact that they can't have, and they believe they're waging some kind of war for Jerusalem, and then they go and flip the script on everyone else, and to the point where when I'm in these Zios lives and I'm citing stuff like, hey, did you see how AIPAC actually tried to instigate a war in Syria with Bill 5732? They'll go and reply with, oh no, you are doing a taqiyya because you are a Muslim and you are a T-word and you want to ride in the White House and destroy all the country and make your khilafah. And then I'm like, bro, what are you saying? I'm bringing up AIPAC bills and you're here going like, no, you are doing the taqiyya because you are a Muslim. And then I'm like, bro, what are you saying? And it's because of this that they're able to create such successful bots like this absolute Pajit, this guy who uses cow feces as lubricant when he's looking at pictures of Gal Gadot on Instagram, and he tried to insult Mr. Barnes on his own live. And then when he got put in his place, he thanked him and then said, "God bless G-side." And again, you have to understand, where does this come from? How are they able to? How these guys again? Just remember to all 500 people watching, all of these people are long gone. That T word was in its dying days 15 years ago in the Syrian civil war, when Israel created and funded and admitted to creating, funding, and arming and training the I group. Okay, so just remember that this type of mentality, it was in its dying days in 2015, and when the Israelis, who they believe the world owes a debt to and should die for, and that the Palestinians should be unalived for, don't believe them, when the rest of the world literally chastises them for recording videos of themselves burning indigenous Palestinian women alive in an open-air concentration camp and then sniffing their lingerie right after for everyone on their TikToks, quote-unquote countrywide, to laugh at. It's ridiculous. That's exactly what I mean. And then they all have guns, and then when they go back to the West Bank, they'll go and plonk it on a kid's head when he's on his way to school, or maybe they'll a lucky shot at an Arab who actually has an Israeli passport and is walking around in quote unquote Israel. So again, they are like this. They are bloodthirsty, and it's not just Palestine. They've always existed. They are essentially a colonial project in its truest nature, because they do not have defined borders. They actually don't define their borders as Palestine. They define their borders as the Nile to the Euphrates, and they define them as the entire world upon the destruction that they want to do of Masjid al-Aqsa, which is why they've imported this Pajit's cow god, so they can slaughter them and bring about the Antichrist with the construction of the third temple of Solomon, who they actually used think tanks in the Zionist entity. And for example, if a woman doesn't want to serve in the quote unquote IOF, where she's going to sit in a
Zio, you're first of all, take a little breath. You're going nuts. I love your person. And secondly, can you land the plane in about 30 seconds? We have to give some others. Please stay on the panel, though. You're a very knowledgeable guy. I appreciate you.
I don't know what it will take to sort of
down to the Yangon plan, because the Yangon plan said Nile to Euphrates, and it was a comprehensive manifesto of how they were going to go through every single country. And it's the same story with Iraq, it's the same story in Syria, it's the same story in Palestine. The only de-radicalization, and that all that radical Islam, quote unquote, was created and funded by Israel. So the only de-radicalization we need in our region is to de-Zionize Israel.
Okay, yeah, thanks for sharing your point of view. I do want to recommend to the audience, I like the passion that Zio Hunter shares. In terms of referencing people's personal behavior as far as like cow manure and stuff, let's keep that out of the conversation. We can still make our good points without referencing.
Mr. Barnes, I got a bit heated there.
That's okay. No, it's all good. No, everybody kind of gets heated up, myself
good.
included.
How you doing?
One of the bulwarks of this live is that we try to keep it super respectful, and I think that makes it better for everybody, including people who come on with whom we disagree. I think they deserve respect because they feel the way they feel for their reasons. Okay, Revolution was next, and then it's going to be Handsome Harry, then Sourcamp, and then DJ Marley, then Justice.
Hey, Chips, how you doing?
Hi, good, thanks.
Okay, I'll pick it up tomorrow because I'm in Baltimore City now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll be on tomorrow from 12 to 4.
Off to get
I think Sour Camp was ahead of me, actually.
You want to go?
You
want to go, Sour Camp?
Do what I need to do.
Yes. How are you?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to remind everybody that prior to 10/7, that IDF waged a 4-day bombing campaign against the people prior to 10/7, and that 4-day, 3-day, I know on Google it says 3 days, and then reading and listening to PBS, it says 4 days of nonstop bombing prior to 10/7, and a number of families were killed, a number of properties were destroyed, a number of churches and hospitals were destroyed. I do not condone taking hostages, but H group took hostages and harmed some people. That was unacceptable. What is even more unacceptable is killing over 100,000 people for what a certain group of people did of kidnapping 150. And during those who were kidnapped were not tortured. When they came out, when they were released, there was no sign of torture. And yes, of course, they were distressed. They were stressed. They were unhealthy living because they were underground. Nonetheless, the people that IDF took over a 3-month period came out emaciated. They had pictures of 3 young men that were released that went in without being charged, and they came out, they looked like skeletons because they were tortured. starved, and they came out looking like corpse. That's unacceptable. That's genocide. That's inhumane. Since 10/7, reading and also listening to public stations, public news stations, I've learned that IDF have dropped over 29,000 bombs on this area. I know there was a discussion by one of the panelists where he stated that the people, Israel is just defending itself. It's like how you defend yourself when you are attacking hospitals that caters to children. And then another person stated, why do H group go around in civilian clothing? Could it be that the people that you're claiming that are H group, I'm not saying there's no H group, I'm just saying the people that they are killing, they are claiming that is part of the H group, are normal civilians who are unfairly targeted and killed. Since this incident took place, I've learned that prior to 10/7, IDF did not allow Palestinian free access to water on a regular basis. They controlled the electricity. They gave them 2 hours of electricity on a normal day, gave them 100 gallons of water over a month period for a family of 5. That's not a living condition that anyone in their right mind will want to be in. And if they resist by throwing rocks, that's not equivalent to throwing an atomic bomb on a civilian environment. This has to stop. We as individuals need to do something to pressure our different governments to put pressure on Israeli people to take this current government out and put a more just government that will listen to the people. My
Nicholas, sorry, this has got to be administrative. There's several people that have been trying to come into the live as guests for like 20, 30 minutes. Your connection keeps timing out. I've messaged you in the chat. You must not have seen it. The only way to fix that is to leave the TikTok app, like close it, and then come back in and re-request. If that doesn't work, you have to restart. Hold on 1 second, Sorcam. If that doesn't work, you have to restart your phone or change your down. Hold on, Sorcam. I got to keep you muted. There's a lot of background noise. Please keep yourself muted.
Oh, okay, so I'm just going to finish this with this one statement. I actually stepped out of the car just so I can speak because I was in a car with my uncle.
Let me finish what I was just saying, please. This is, I got to tell people this who are trying to get in. I was trying to mute you, but you kept coming back on. What I was saying is you may have to down your data connection, like go into airplane mode and then come back and then re-request, blah, blah, blah. So if you want to come in, I'm not keeping you from coming in. You just have to re-request.
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm.
You want to finish? It's got 30 seconds, okay?
Okay, great. Sorry, I didn't realize it was going in and out. All I'm saying is this: we do need to pressure our government to make this stop. We need to stop allowing the Israeli government to keep killing kids and children and destroying them and allowing the illegal grabbing of homes of the Palestinians. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, somebody in the comments was kind of refuting what you said about electricity. If you don't know, the only way a lot of Palestinians have been getting power is by using solar panels, which a lot of people have in there. But the Israelis have been trying to bomb the solar panels, just like they've been trying to take out journalists, take out professionals, all of the above. It's really pretty disgusting. They've been bombing aid trucks. They've been bombing bread, bakery type places. The extent of the purposeful damage to try to make life impossible for people to survive has been disgusting. This is part and parcel of what the ICJ is going to talk about. And again, if you're an Israeli supporter, just turn the tables. Even though the attack was egregious, I get it. But imagine if you and your family was being bombed the food supply for you and your water supply and any power that you live your life and enjoy right now, myself included, turned off. You're made a refugee because your home is destroyed. You don't have any of your belongings. You're trying to live in a tent and find food. If you stayed in the north, you're absolutely desperate right now. Just imagine for a second what that must be like to deal with. And I know it's hard to think from the other person's point of view, and you might blame it on the H group and say, well, it's their own damn fault for voting for them or whatever you want to say. But it doesn't make it right because individuals like children and women had nothing to do with that. If the Israeli army did something, should they come in and punish every single woman and child and little kid in Israel for it? I don't think so. But why is your government doing that? That's a fair question to ask. Okay, Revolution, you were next if you're ready to go.
Yeah, thanks, Ship. Thanks for having me again. And thanks, Hunter, for your intervention. That was pretty awesome. And, it's very important for us to inform and educate people on the subject because there are a lot of people now who are normally sitting on the fence thinking, which side am I taking? People who are not even interested in the conflict. And today they're shocked with what they're seeing on the telly. They're shocked with the casualties amongst children, what have you, and they're taking the Palestinian side. So we do have a huge responsibility if we are going to be the voice of Palestinians and the voice of children in Gaza and the kids that are suffering in Gaza today. We got to do it responsibly and do it in a civil manner. Now, I just want to quickly, Chip, address the point of Israel has the right to defend itself quickly, and I'm going to drop because I know there's a lot of people want to come up. Now, Israel has the right to defend itself. This is the common narrative that you hear from Zionists everywhere. So to defend itself, Israel has unalived over 25,000 innocent women and children. That's what they've done. And that's defending themselves. To defend itself, Israel has unalived over 1,000 university professors in Gaza and over 4,300 university students in Gaza. They're not H group. Okay? In the name of defending itself, Israel has desecrated graveyards in north and central Gaza, and they removed bodies from graves. Why is that defending itself? They wreaked so much havoc on Gaza, and by the way, 95% of Israelis are actually think that the IDF are using appropriate violence, and some believe that the IDF has not gone far enough, in their campaign in Gaza. This is Israeli society, These are genocidal perspectives. In the name of defending itself, Israel, are actually starving children. In the name of defending itself, there are Israeli families, loads of them, taking their children. Grandmas and grandpas and mums and dads and kids, little kiddos are actually going for demonstration to stop aid trucks from coming into Gaza. And 2 miles down the road from those demonstrations, there are children who are dying slowly but surely of starvation. There are thousands. We don't talk about them. We talk about the dead. The kids who are alive, who are lucky to be alive. There are thousands of children in Gaza who are orphaned. Their parents have been unalive. They're no longer around. There are Palestinian women holding the hands of their kids. We see them on the telly day in, day out. No H group television, not Arab television. This is CNN. This is BBC that we see in, holding the hands of their children, starving children, surely will die. And they're just waiting for that moment where their heart would actually leave this planet. And 2 miles up the road, we have Israeli families, it is absolutely disgusting, demonstrating and stopping aid trucks from coming in. Do you know what I mean? And when is enough enough? And I ask all Zionists in the room, with all due respect, you gotta do some serious reflection here and think about what you're supporting. This is not defending yourself. Israel is not defending itself. If we were to make a count of how many Palestinians were unalived by Israel, by the Zionists, and by saying Zionists, I'm making a distinction between Jewish people, a Jewish person, and a Zionist person. When you become a Zionist, you stop being Jewish, full stop. If we were to do a count of how many Palestinians lost their lives since 1947, I think it probably will blow your mind. You'll just won't know what to think of that figure. And harvesting of organs of unalived Palestinians, it's something they've been doing for years. And, It's absolutely horrendous. That's all I want to say, Chip. You know what I mean? I just almost desperate, really, asking Zionists to just look at themselves in the mirror and think about what they're supporting. But you know what? Israel is less safe today than it has ever been. What Netanyahu is doing, and you guys, 95% of Israeli society are actually supporting this man and supporting the campaign. You're doing yourselves no favors. The whole world is against you today. Do you know what I mean? You're a pariah state. You're isolated. And one day you're going to face the music. Do you know what I mean? Thanks for listening, Chip. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thanks for being here. There is somebody, just real quick. Thanks for being here, Revolution. I appreciate your comments. I don't disagree with that point. The argument that I was making earlier, if you didn't hear it, was if I were a supporter of Israel, and I'm not against the people of Israel. I think most people are just like everybody else. They just want to get through their day and be peaceful, right? And have a good life. But the state of Israel is not a peaceful entity. And the Zionist movement that propels that lack of peaceful behavior is a real thing. And it's not just for the establishment of an ethnocentric Jewish state and homeland. It's more than that. If it weren't, there wouldn't be settlements being done. There wouldn't be all this violence metered out. There wouldn't be all this BS we're seeing. So unfortunately, it goes way past that. They claim it's all for their defense based on their security concerns. Itamar Ben-Gvir said it perfectly on a local TV channel. He was talking with a Muslim who happened to be somebody from Israel. We're not talking about somebody from like in the occupied territories. And he said, "I'm sorry, Mohammed, but my safety and my family's safety is more important than your right to freedom." And that says it all, that mentality of the chosen people, that everyone else has to kind of deal with their plight in life because we want what we want, and everybody else can go F themselves because we're the chosen folks. We're the SHIT. And there's only one problem with that statement. We're the SHIT. You got one word wrong. You got to remove the, and then you got the right statement. Because that's how your behavior indicates, and you're not chosen. If anything, you're going to be chosen for some major, major blowback if you don't be careful with what you're doing, because you're shooting yourself collectively, sort of figuratively in the foot. And you're overdoing it. It's overreach. It's overbearing. And the world feels that way. Whether you want to agree with the world or not, perception is reality for people. And Israel is a rogue state. And if it weren't for the protection of the United States at the UN, Israel would have been condemned already. They'd be sanctioned out the yin yang, and I think they will be eventually once the U.S. backing fades, which I hope it will, but it may not. But Israel will always be viewed differently after this conflict, and people have seen it with their own two eyes. It is unjustifiable behavior. Just like what happened on 10/7 was unjustified with respect to civilians, so is the harm done civilians by Israel's response. You can't have it both ways. And you can't say there's no moral equivalency. Whether you get somebody with a bomb, with a sniper rifle, with a tank, or whether you do it with an RPG or a whatever you want to call it, it's the same result. It's a civilian that had nothing to do with the conflict who's been unalived. It's just Israel has much more asymmetric strength, so it uses it because it can, which I think is disgusting. Now, if you're trying to come on the live and you're not able to get through, I'll repeat this. You have to leave TikTok, close the app, come back, try to re-request. If that doesn't work, because it keeps timing out, you have to actually go to your data, like go into airplane mode, then reestablish your data connection, and then come back in. I've had a few people keep trying to get in, they can't. There is somebody in the comments, I forget their name now, shit. Maybe I can find her. Anyway, there's somebody been going back and forth on a few topics. The way you request to come in as a guest, in case somebody doesn't know, if you look at the bottom of your screen, just right of center, there's a little blue and red guest request icon. You have to press that and hit request. It'll tell you how many people are in the queue. I think right now there are 2 people, but if you want to come up and you're pro-Israel, please do. My whole goal of this channel is to be civil, give people an opportunity to share their views, not let people in the comments like slam them, not let other guests speak to each other in ways that are disparaging, and no personal attacks. Yes, we all have flaws and some people disagree, and that's okay. We're all human, but we don't need to bash each other individually. You can have strong feelings about an issue without being mean to the person who has those strong feelings. That's how we try to do it here. Okay, who was next in the list here? Was it Handsome? I think it was Handsome, right? It's your turn, Handsome. How you doing?
Hi. Okay, my mother used to say to me, "We're Jewish. We're the last people that should show prejudice to another group."
Exactly.
So anyway, so I think Dionysus mentioned this. I called into C-SPAN in 2003 twice, and once about 5 years ago. First time I talked to Bobby Ghosh, and I said, we need a Middle East treaty organization. Okay, and then and he blew me off. But um, I think another point I had, I think you answered it, is most of the problem the West Bank occupation. And I remember Rabin and Clinton had a peace treaty in the 90s where Rabin said all the Israelis have to leave the West Bank, and they assassinated him. And after that, they went hard right. If I am right on that, I'm not sure. But the other problem which the Democrats have in this country is most of the Jews vote Democratic. And like I have a good friend and he's a Zionist, and he said about a month ago, we should kill all the Palestinians. So this is the problem that the Democrats have. They can't go, they're stuck in the middle, and it's really a tough situation. To get out of it. Also, I was just curious on your background and your knowledge. Like I've never been to Israel, so I'm trying to figure it out myself. Who's right, who's wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, just real quick on the background. For those of you who've never seen me before here, my name is Chip Barnes. I'm somebody who has like a passion for geopolitics in general. I learned about this issue just before I went off to serve in the military. I'm a veteran. I was an officer in a tank unit that served in the first Gulf War. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of damage and destruction, which is not fun, but it did give me some insight into the aftermath of 10/7 with regard to the vehicles and the festival, because I've seen that same type of damage up front, 5 feet away from it. So, unfortunately, when you go to combat, you see some things that you just can't shake. In fact, whenever I smell diesel fuel, which is the fuel used for the tanks we were in, it just takes me right back there. It's really strange. Anyway, I learned about this conflict in 1989, quite out of the blue. One of my political science classmates gave a senior project on the 1987 Intifada. And so I didn't know what the Gaza Strip was. I didn't know about the West Bank. I didn't know about the Golan Heights. I didn't know about the 67 war, stuff that I've since studied quite a bit. So I've had 34, 35 years to take a look at this, and it just became kind of a passion because I was just, I was kind of outraged that I was told one story growing up about Israel as our friend and all these bad people that wanted to attack them and that whole narrative. And what I learned just shattered that. And so I felt badly for Palestinians, and I learned about the brutality. And again, I'm not for the attacks that the PLO engineered in the 80s, and I'm not for the attack that happened on the 7th. I don't want to see anybody get harmed. But within the context of suffering and the imposition of just, mass campaigns of brutality and terror by the IDF against Palestinians, it just anchored me. And it still does. And it's been going on unabated for such a long time that while I don't want to see violence, I can understand how somebody would want to resist within that context. And that applies as far as the people that were in the Warsaw Ghetto. And I know the conflicts and circumstances were very different, but I'm talking about the mentality of somebody living under brutality and oppression with no seeming light at the end of the tunnel and no other hope. What does one do under those circumstances? They can sit back and take it, with more of their land being taken away or being shipped down a railway to wherever the hell it might be, or you can fight. And there was a big split between the Palestinian Authority and the H group in terms of how they wanted to run their affairs and how they wanted to deal vis-a-vis these circumstances. And so that was fostered and furthered by the Netanyahu clan, which basically thought that if they could create the divisiveness between and increase it, that they would have an easier time managing their mission, which is to overcome Palestinian resistance and take more land and control the territory, which they've continued to do. And if you add up the cumulative death toll, not what happened at one day, but if you add the cumulative death toll of what Israel's chosen to do over a long period of time, it has racked up so many more Palestinians that have been unalived, notwithstanding the periodic resistances, which are horrible, on settlers getting hurt or people in a cafe or whatever it's been. I'm against all that. But there's no comparison in terms of the numbers, and yet Israel tries to justify its actions based solely on its security. And it's that overreach and that Zionist mentality of we're better than, we're chosen, we can take what we want because we got the U.S. That's what I object to. It's not about Jewish or Arab or any of that stuff. It's about a mindset of the permissibility of brutality, exploitation, subjugation, humiliation, etc., and preventing somebody else from having a decent life, all because you want to achieve your goals over the other, and looking down on them and being dismissive of them as less than. And not every Israeli or people who support Israel think that way, but enough do that it's noteworthy and it's problematic. and it needs to end. And it's that mindset that permeates this process, and the support for that mindset with all the money and munitions that's got to go. Not the people, the mindset, and the thing that's sort of become, it's almost like a flu or an infection that's kind of just gone through this wave of people who are just acting in diabolical ways that aren't necessary. Anyway, that's how I feel, and I wish it weren't the case, because I would love to compliment Israel. I would love to say great things about the things they do, and they do some things well. They have amazing, their country is beautiful, and they have a lot of very smart people, and they have a thriving economy. I mean, those are all things to point out on the good side, but it's come at the expense of others. And that's not the first time it's happened, but it's especially egregious with how the Israelis have managed it over the decades. And unfortunately, I've been around and seen too much of it, and it just makes you angry. So, Israel, if you want to start doing something good, I will sing your praises. But as long as you're acting the way you're acting, you can do nothing but look at it and condemn it while being fair-minded with what happens in response. Okay. I think the next person is it DJ Marley, I think? And then it's MO9 Huss.
Hi, Chip. How are you?
I'm trying my best to keep my sanity.
You're doing very well from what I see. I don't know how you can maintain your composure when speaking with people calling you a treasonist, which is crazy. But I'm Palestinian. My family was expelled back in 1948. My mother's family went to Lebanon. My father's family went to Jordan. And I just want to make a note for people that are kind of new to the Palestinian struggle that this did not start in 1948. There was stuff happening a little bit like close to 1917. And when we discuss the Holocaust, I'm going to try to use TikTok safe language. The Zionist entity partnered up with the Mustache Man to bring over a lot of the Jews that were in Europe in order to add to the population of Palestine. And I'm not even going to say that is not real. It's occupied state of Palestine. In order to bring a funnel of people so that when they decide to establish the state of occupied Palestine in 1948, there is already enough population that can kind of push forward their agenda, which if we look at all the massacres, I don't know what other word for that, massacres that has happened, there's been over 52, 27 of them were in 1948. So when we take a look at October 7th or 10/7, we have to understand that the occupied state of Palestine knew about this maybe a year before it happened, and they decided to ignore it. Even when the jailbreak happened, it took them over 6 hours to respond to this, which is, if you care about the Jewish people, that wouldn't have taken so long to respond to something this wild. Like, we haven't seen something like this in a really long time, with the jailbreak of having all these H group members going. And if you didn't know, I'm going to let you know that when they saw the festival happening, they were taken aback because the change of location for the festival happened maybe 2 weeks before the actual festival.
Yeah, real quick, I apologize for the interruption. Please continue your thought in 1 second. I brought up Goldie. Goldie, I need you to moderate for the next few minutes. Can I give you the order so you can do that? Real quick, I think the order was, let me give you the order so you can follow it. I think it was Mo9 Haas, then Justice Creed, then Roland Darm, then Haich, and then Mohammed. I hope that doesn't make it too hard for you.
No, I'm gonna write it
Salaam
down.
alaikum.
So Mo, what's the so it's Mo, and then who's next?
Mo, then Justice, then Roland, then Haich, and then Mohammed. And I'm going to be about 5 minutes off. I got to take care of something. Thank you. I'm just going to turn my screen around. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry.
And before we start, can everybody like the live and share it out? We're having some glitching where we're not seeing people in the request box. So if we can just like the live, share it, it would really help us out to protect and get, that's the whole point of it. So Mo, go ahead, my brother.
Hello, everyone.
So Sorry, I forgot my train of thought. So when they initially broke through and saw that the festival was going on, they were taken aback because the location of the festival was changed last minute to be in between two army bases. Now, if you care so much for your people and your civilians, why would you change a music festival to be in between two army bases? And I want to touch back on what I was talking about earlier. It's called the Havara Agreement. And pretty much in order to boycott the German boycott that was happening at the time, they brought a fair number, maybe 30,000, if not more, of European Jews to Palestine, and they were holding German goods, which they sold in order to pay for the settlements that were built in occupied Palestine. And I have family in the West Bank currently, and they're experiencing a lot of violence and aggression towards them because they don't want to give up their houses. And if someone also mentioned that the reason why occupied Palestine, they don't want to I forgot the word, but they don't want to finalize their borders is because they have a greater plan of occupied Palestine. They want to push it to Lebanon, a little bit of the Sinai, and they're not going to stop at just Palestine. And we have to understand that Zionism is not the same as Judaism. And in fact, they love to use anti-Semitism in order to bring people to the state of Palestine to increase the plight of the occupation. And a lot of the settler I'm just like, when I come up on certain lives and I hear a certain rhetoric being spewed, it's just very hard to control my blood boiling, because it seems as though we want to diminish the fact and years of oppression that has been happening to the Palestinian people, just because of one moment of 150 hostages being taken. And if you really stand with humanity, you have to stand with the fact that a lot of the people that were unalived on 10/7 were unalived by their own occupation, by the IOF forces. And I lost one of my trains of thoughts. I'm just gonna finish off by saying that thank you, Goldie. Like a list of things I wanted to mention. There was one video I saw today. It was of a man that converted to Judaism, and he was standing at a bus stop in the West Bank. He was approached by a settler that has a weapon. A lot of the settlers have been given weapons since 10/7, and he was unalived by the settler because he was a recent convert. And when we speak on like, there's been a lot of Islamophobic comments, there's a few anti-Semitic comments, and I'm Muslim, alhamdulillah. I don't believe anybody at all, given their religion or wherever they were born, should be treated in such a way based on whatever it is that they believe in. However, we have to stand together as humans, no matter what our creed, our dialect, our religion is, and we have to go based off what it is that's putting us down, and that's white supremacy, and that's Zionism. If we stand together against these colonial projects in America, in Canada, in Yugoslavia, wherever it is, that's when they will all fall. This empire of Zionism will fall one day, inshallah. And I really hope to see the day where I can invite you guys all to my home in Palestine, and we can all live in peace and harmony like we did pre-1948 when we were living with our Jewish and Christian brothers and sisters, because we can't forget about our Christian brothers that are being taken down by the Zionist entity. From the river to the sea, Palestine.
I'm gonna hold you up to that. Yes, sister.
For
Yes,
sure.
sister. We're
Ahlan
gonna take you up
sahlan.
on that.
Ahlan
We're going.
Of course.
That's right. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
We will be there.
I'm gonna welcome you with open
I
arms.
appreciate you.
Of course, I appreciate you too. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Oh, absolutely, bro, sister. Absolutely, sister. So Mo, do you want to? I'm not sure if it was Mo 9 or if it was Mohammed, but I believe Mo goes next.
Thank you, Goldie. Thank you so much. And I should salute our host, good host, Chick Barnes, for being so diplomatic about the whole situation, yet he's spot on. Anyway, coming back to DJ Marley's viewpoints earlier, I think she got it, in hand. I mean, she has the upper hand. She has got the analytical whole chronological facts to it. And also, if you're talking about this current tense situation now, even though we are in the process of ceasefire, immediate ceasefire soon, but the thing is, this has been going on since 2020. PMBB has been masterminding this since day one, 2021. He negotiated a contract deal, a huge $1 billion, multi-billion-dollar contract deal with British Petroleum, BP, for the Gaza Marine offshore natural gas. And he wants Israel to overtake Qatar as the world's largest supplier of natural gas, naturally. And then he went into agreement with Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and Qatar, and all the Middle Eastern countries, UAE, to make the Palestine land that they're stealing now, the lands that they're grabbing now, to become a utopia metro or global city of like a state-of-the-art kind of thing, okay? So this is all in the pipeline. And last June, he made a deal with Mahmoud Abbas, secret negotiation on the Gaza Marine deal, natural gas deal. Probably Mahmoud Abbas pissed him off. So he went to the UN General Assembly with a map, deleting Palestine on the map in front of the whole world, community of nations in the UN General Assembly. And he had it all planned for actually October 6, but it backfired, the original plan to have a tragedy like the narrative of 9/11 in the USA, but he switched it to the border between Israel and Gaza Strip. So this is what's been happening October 7. So the Israeli-Palestine conflict has now extended into a 6 month come April 7th. Just next week, right? And as we witness these unfolding events, it becomes strikingly evident that the Euro-American alliance, the failed NATO particularly, posts itself as the blows of the world, striving to safeguard civilization against barbarism. US President G.I. Joe, or G-Side Joe Biden, and his administration are actively bolstering Israel's war effort, providing emergency financial aid, military intelligence, weaponry, and unwavering diplomatic backing. Israel's war on Gaza is very much America's, and Western governments, primarily the United States, are taking a sickeningly hypocritical position on Israel's scorched earth military operations in Gaza. The stark contrast in their approach to human rights, international law, the Geneva Convention, is glaringly evident, with Gaza serving as a prime example. The United States' disgusting stance on Gaza, together with Britain, France, and Germany, should merit the most vehement and resounding condemnation. The hands of Israel, the heart-wrenching, child mass-murdering darling of the West, are stained with the innocent blood of innocent civilians, a stain so deep that not even the cleansing waters of the Mediterranean Sea can ever wash away. After all, what's the difference between a terrorist who murders kids and a state that murders a pregnant mother that with kids watching in front of them being raped? What's the difference between the two? Are the killings by the state just a collateral damage? How many innocent lives is a state allowed to finish off before being labeled as a terrorist? A Likud Party member of parliament and former minister, Galit Distel, posted a video on Facebook urging her fellow Israelis to bury internal disputes and focus on the monsters, stating, invest that energy in one thing, erasing all of Gaza from the face of the earth. You got that? A far-right Israeli minister shocked the world by suggesting that nuking is one of the possibilities to clear the enclave of all Palestinians. Bombing, massive bombings, drone attacks, aerial attacks, who he said could go to island or deserts. Similarly, Israel's President Isaac Herzog lumps all Palestinians together, asserting there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. What's happening? Has humanity lost its way? How is it that the heart-wrenching wails, cries, and screams of the suffering multitude has failed to prick the conscience of those in the global corridors of power? Shame on them. Shame on Genocide Joe. Shame on PMBB. Shame on Macron. Shame on Rishi Sunak. These aside, the United States is mulling supplying smaller bombs to minimize civil casualties. This is what the peculiar fate of the oppressed and downtrodden people around the world is all about. Was this not sheer senselessness? Was this not the height of insanity? Approximately almost 25,000 tons of bombs, equal to the power of 2 nuclear bombs, have already been reportedly unleashed upon Gaza, which resulted in the deaths of over 30,000 people, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Even hospitals, schools, UN officers, ambulances, refugee camps, etc. have not been spared. Initially, Israel disclosed reports on the frequency of airstrikes, but it later shifted to counting the number of targets, perhaps apprehensive that a record of thousands of bombings would blemish its image. Over 85 United Nations staff members have been killed, setting a grim record for the highest figure of fatalities among United Nations personnel in any conflict till date. Veteran Israeli journalist Gideon Levy wrote in 2022 in Haaretz, "The way of terror is the only way open to the Palestinians to fight for their future. This is the only way for them to remind Israel, the Arab states, and the world of their existence. Israel has taught them this." UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres aptly said, "The Hamas attack, the H group attack did not happen in a vacuum. The USA and its proxy Israel, the biggest perpetrators of terrorism, have had their purported commitment and dedication to democracy, human rights, the rule of law, which they are most obsessed with, and international norms, unequivocally exposed for the entire world to witness. The indiscriminate onslaught of Gaza on Gaza has made it abundantly clear that their professed commitment to these principles is nothing more than a hollow facade. The recent adoption of a resolution at the UN Security Council with an overwhelming majority in favor of immediate ceasefire unmistakably reflects the collective intent of the global community, but this non-binding resolution got consigned to the dustbin of history soon. The stark and unabashed bullying by the Western powers has been unveiled in full view yet again amid geopolitical tensions building up in the Middle East. The USA has emerged as a disruptive antagonist, and its escalatory endeavors only exacerbate the potential for a more profound clash of civilization.
Brother
Thank
Mo,
you, Wally.
Brother Mo, we appreciate you so much. I don't want to cut you off, but I am on a time limit, and if I don't meet it, I will get.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you so much. You're so
Thank you
right.
so much.
You made so many good points. But I want to make sure that we get everyone's voice heard. But please stick around. I don't want you to leave yet. I just want to make sure,
Yeah, but,
Justice, do you want to
I
go
have
ahead
to
and
I have to go for my iftar, my
okay,
sahur. Okay. Okay.
I'll
Thank
drop
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
No,
Have
brother,
fun.
I'll drop you. I'll drop you
Okay. Thank you.
for the algo. And Justice, go ahead, brother. Let's see what you got to say.
Thanks, thanks to you and Chip for having me on. I just want to talk about, I think a lot of people think that this is some sort of Muslim versus Christian conflict, and that's thanks to a lot of the propaganda that's been going around. This is not a Muslim versus Christian conflict. I was reading the statistics of how many Palestinians are Christian, about 10%, which comes out to about 1.5 million Palestinian Christians. So that's a lot of Christians. They make up about 10% of Palestine. You know, the Christians of Palestine are just as important as the Muslims of Palestine, and they're the ones, as well as the Jews, Palestine. They're the ones who have built and maintained Palestine over the centuries, not the Zionists who have come from abroad, from all these different countries. the Christians, I'm not particularly talking about the Christians of Palestine because they often get neglected. And it's often, it's convenient for the Zionists because they say it was only just Muslims, and so they capitalize on the hatred that a lot of people have against Muslims. Especially we had a Hindu Vita guy earlier, and he just hates Muslims so much that he doesn't know anything about Palestine. He just knows he hates Muslims, and so now he wants to go join the IDF and commit a genocide against Muslims and Christians. So that's what he thinks. So I'm just gonna dispel it. The Christians of Palestine, they are the people, along with the Muslims, have been there, for literally 2,000 years. I mean, they are the ones who have maintained, the Holy Church, the Holy Scripture Church in Jerusalem, where Christ is buried. These are the people, who are the descendants of the Christians, from centuries ago. They were Christians before, all you Europeans were even Christians. I mean, they're the ones who have propagated the Christianity. You're Christian today because of these people, their ancestors. You're Christian because they spread the message to you guys. And now you're coming back centuries later to help the Zionists and to take away their homes, to demolish the second oldest church in the world, was literally blown to bits with nearly 20 people, many of them children, were literally unalived in Gaza. Yes, Gaza has a church. Yes, the Christians live in Gaza. And yes, they were massacred. I just want to tell you one story about a grandma and her daughter in the church. They were sheltering in the church. This was, earlier, I think on Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve, guys, they were sheltering in the church, and the grandma wanted to go use the washroom. So she went to use, they were besieged in the church by the IOF, and the grandma left the church and she went to use a washroom. The IOF soldier took a shot and killed the grandma. Cold blood, little murder, just unalived the grandma. The daughter saw that the grandma was unalived. She ran to help the grandma. The IOF soldier came. He took another shot. He unalived the daughter, and they bled to death there in the courtyard on Christmas Eve. That was a gift for the Christians living in Gaza. That was their gift. Meanwhile, we have these Christian Zionists cheering on Israel, go IDF, go torture the Christians of Palestine. Go torture the Muslims of Palestine. Go steal the land. We support them. They're the chosen people. What kind of chosen people demolish churches? What kind of people take the homes of Christian families and kick them out of Palestine? What kind of people do this? I mean, it's hard to understand how brainwashed. We have Christians in churches praying for the support of IDF, while we have Christians in actual Palestine praying for God to save them from the IDF. Are you guys okay? Do you realize what you're doing to your own people? It's really, it's hard to believe. I see my brothers and sisters here in, America, and they're just, blindly supporting the IDF because they think they're the chosen people. They're not the chosen people. The chosen people are supposed to be righteous. These people are not righteous. These people are literally Zionist devils. What's happening in Gaza is a genocide. The ICJ has came out and said there's a plausible case. One of the UN heads wrote a report, and she said that it's a genocide. Children are literally, there's a doctor, he said that when he was working in the hospital, children were coming in with injuries and this guy works in war zones, by the way, injuries that he's never seen in his 20 years. He's worked in like Iraq, he's worked in Yemen, he knows what war is, and he's seeing injuries that he's never seen before. I mean, he's like, these people are targeting children. And the worst part about it is these children in the hospital, their families are usually totally unalived. So the doctors have to, kind of console these children as they basically die alone in the hospital. These children, and there's no morphine, there's no drugs to help them be comfortable. They just, die in agony in the hospital, alone with no family members. And, outside the hospital, there's gunfire because the IDF loves targeting hospitals. This is the reality. This is a reality. This is a suffering that millions of children, like over nearly 1 million children in Gaza, are going through right now. Women and girls are getting raped by the IDF. We're not just hearing one story or two, we're hearing multiple women, coming out and saying the IDF assaulted me, raping me. Is this the most moral army? An army that
I hear you, brother. No, I
targets
hear you.
people?
I hear you. I hear you.
It's just totally disturbing. I just want to talk about one last thing, a video
Yes,
that
sir.
everyone should search up. There was a video, if you guys think the IDF actually cares about, innocence, there's people with white flags, Palestinian innocent civilians, or had white flags. They wanted just to go into their home. What did they do? The IDF soldiers took a shot, and just how they did to their own hostages. They unalived the two civilians. The next thing, there's a video of it, and what happens next is even more horrifying. They took a bulldozer and they ran over and they scooped up the bodies of, these innocent civilians that they unalived, and then dumped them into rubbish, and then used rubbish to
Do
cover
we
up
know
their
where that
bodies.
video is? I've heard about this. Do
Um,
we know where?
Al Jazeera has it. You just search
Okay, all
up
right. So they can search
IDF
Al Jazeera.
unalived civilians. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's Al Jazeera. They release it. It is disgusting. The video. That's what they do to. This is what more small army does to civilians.
Yeah.
Caught on
Hold on,
tape.
Chip. Chip, Chip, your camera's on, my brother. There
I'm
you
sorry.
go. We can see your feet. There you go.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I hear you. So we can find this on Al Jazeera. Is that
You can,
correct?
yeah, Al Jazeera. I think they
Okay.
obtained the video first. So just search
Okay.
up.
Okay.
Just search
You
up
got it.
that.
You got it.
Go on.
I don't wanna cut you off, but a few of the brothers have DM'd me
Yeah.
that they want to get, but
Yeah.
they're on a time limit, so we want to reach them.
No
So
worries. I covered all the points. No
awesome,
worries.
thank you, Justice. I appreciate you, and I gave you a follow. I believe it's Roland H and then Cole. H, I know you'd asked, but I think Roland goes, and then H, and then Cole goes. That's the order. Is that okay?
Hey,
Are we
Goldie.
still good with that? Hi, Goldie. Hi. How are you, Roland?
Hey, I'm good. Can I yield my time because I wanted to chat with Chip for a little bit
That's what
about
I
his.
was thinking, Roland. That's what I had thought. So H, you're and we appreciate that because Brother H is I believe he has he's on a time limit. So we really appreciate you for
I'm
that,
on the
Roland.
time limit.
Not on the time limit, but you're not on the time limit, but you
No,
have
that's
to. I
absolutely
feel like
fine.
no, I feel like you've been waiting and like you want to get and you're busy
I
and I want to
do.
get you in.
I do. Thank you very much for your time. I really
Yes,
appreciate you
yes.
having me up, Chip. Just a quick commercial break. Let's get the likes to 150K. I think Chip will appreciate that. And also, if you can share the live as well and join Chip's team membership as well, I'd really appreciate that. Can you make me big, please, Goldie? So I just want to carry on from what the point Justice made about the report that was submitted into the UN. This is actually an additional report that was submitted into the United Nations from Francesca Albanese, who is a human rights activist, and she's very well versed in her field, and she's also a scholar. So this report that was submitted on the 25th of March, and you can find it's online. It's called The Autonomy of the G-Side, and it goes into a lot of details. It goes into how much was actually done. It gives you an introduction about Roberta Albanese, about what her history is and her past, and what makes her so suitable to actually be writing this report. And then it goes further on about contextualizing G-Side, what the legal framework of a G-Side is. But this is the most interesting part for me because I always thought it was the other way around, but actually it's just both. So now, when we're discussing what a G-Side is and what actually the shit rally is doing to the Palestinian people is actually a G-Side because South Africa's put in a claim that they actually are committing a G-Side, and this just bolsters this, to be honest. And looking at the requirements of what a G-Side is just down here, I thought it was just one of them, but it's actually both parts has to be both A and B has to be met in terms of criteria to call it a G-Side. And then she goes into further details that both components must be satisfied for conducting a legal consent of a G-Side. And it just says that actually both parts of these are being met currently by the Ship Rally Army and this is what they are doing. And it goes into a lot of details. I really recommend that you actually go and read this report. It is quite in depth and in detail. It goes in hand in what South Africa has submitted as well. But I do recommend that you actually go see it. And then also just going back in time a little and read this report as well. It is the black paper on the Jewish Agency and the Zionist terrorism, which was submitted to the United Nations by the Arab High Committee delegation for Palestine back in 12th of March 1948. It tells you about the introduction, what I'm interested about, where everybody actually came from, all the leaders at the time, that they were not from Palestine at all. None of them were Palestine or from Shitrail. But then more is what is interesting is in page 11. If I go down to, so basically it details and outlines all the atrocities that were committed back before Shitrail even became the states, and the T groups at the time, the Irgun, the Lehi, and the Sturgeon. These are the kind of atrocities that they were committing back in those days. It started. Well, this report started from 1943, and then it goes to other years, and it just goes on, and it's double-sided, and it outlines all the atrocities that were committed and how many people were unalive. And this one, as we all know, the King David Hotel, where 92 British Army members were unalived as well by this Zionist entity. And then it goes on and on and on and on and on, and it actually outlines how many were committed at each incident as well. These are not actually massacres. These are just this is what the Zionist people were doing back in those days, just to establish their Shitrail state. And then I want to just go back up to here and just remind everybody what happened just the other day or just the other week. The US was the only one that abstained. They did not want a ceasefire. Why? Because this is why. This is what they have done today. This is what they did today, and this is what I said. And this is what helps Shitrail continue to continue and do this genocide, what they're doing right now. So anybody who's here.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask you nicely not to use that term to describe the nation state. You can say the nation state I disagree with. You can say I don't want to name it. You can even call it Palestine, but please don't use disparaging language like that. Thank you.
Fair enough. I will call it Palestine, and it is Palestine. So this is what and I'm struggling to understand any Zionist that comes up here that is now justifying a genocide, and that's all I'm seeing at the moment is Zionists that come up time and time again and again justifying a genocide. It has been confirmed that it's likelihood or there is plausible accountability that it is a genocide. There's been an additional report to say that it is a genocide. I'm struggling now to understand that does this Zionist entity believe that it's above the law? That's a question that I want to ask Cole here, down at the bottom, who just came up quite eagerly, wanted to speak quite frantically. But all these people that are here from that are Palestine or old Israel or whatever you want to call it, I don't really care. But are they here justifying a genocide and the atrocities that the IOF, that was a spawn of a T group, are committing?
Thank you,
Thanks,
brother. I
folks.
appreciate you, H. And that's actually a really interesting document. I printed it out myself and I've read through it. So brother Mohammed, it's your turn, my dear.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Hi,
assalam,
Mohammed.
my brother.
في حدا يترجم عربي هون؟
أنا بطل.
كيف حالك يا أختي؟
الحمد لله، كيفك أنت؟
الحمد لله رب العالمين. أختي أنا محمد من فلسطين، عندي 5 أطفال ومحتاج مساعدتكم. والله العظيم ما معي أجيب حكي شهادة طحينة طعم أولادي. عندي ولد أقسم بالله.
لحظة أخوي، let me أترجم.
ترجمي لهم إذا حدا بحب يساعدني.
Okay. So he was just saying that he has 5 children and he is begging you guys for help. It's very hard for him to get anything like flour or any sort of supplies. So if you guys could help him. اتفضل.
يعني يا أختي عندي 5 أطفال أنا ومعيش أجيب يعني وابني مريض
Goldie,
سرطان.
Goldie.
Yes, my dear. I don't
Yeah,
see.
one second, because that's what Chip would tell. He's got to look up Rima, Sister Rima, and Sister Rima will verify him, and that's after he's verified and that he's legit, we all will help him.
Yeah, Goldie, I
That's
believe
what I was
it's
gonna say.
important. It's
Yeah,
important to
let him
verify the
Yeah.
people.
let him look up Rima. Rima is the one that usually verify everyone, and then once he's verified, we all will help.
Okay, do you guys have her TikTok ID so I can tell him?
I think it's I think I don't know. It's Rima.
It's
Rima's
just
the
under
lady.
Rima. It's just under Rima.
At
But
Rima,
but
yeah.
Chip doesn't like Chip prefers to go that route. So let I just if you could let him know because now Cole is waiting to speak and then we have Alejandro next.
Goldie,
But
can I
this
just
is
say
just
one more thing
something that
before?
oh yes,
Sorry.
yes, absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
I just want to let everybody know and bring their attention to this QR code. It's a repository that I'm creating with all the information available about Palestine v Israel. I really struggled with that name. Sorry, Chip. About Palestine v Israel. There's a QR code there. Please take a screenshot or something if you want a link. I can send you the link or something. But that will have all the information, news updates, and everything else that you need to know about what's going on in Palestine, what happened in Palestine back in those days, and the black paper is on there, along with other videos and sources and information that you can just read at the moment. There's a few bits and bobs on there, but it will be expanding as time goes on. And I'm trying to ask everybody to send me their sources of information as well that I can just add on to it. But please continue, take a screenshot, or if you want a direct link, I can send you that as well.
And from what I understand, the information on this QR code is vetted and verified, and there's proof behind it. It's actually a very good source of information
Yeah,
for those who are looking for it, and it's amazing. Again, if
most
we
of
can
it's
just tap and go on, brother. I'm
sorry,
sorry.
most of it is sources from scholars and well approved and accredited people.
Yes, that is true. That is true. If everyone can tap the screen and share the live, please. We just dropped about 15 people in the audience. It would be incredibly we would appreciate it. Chip would appreciate it. We'd all would appreciate it. Let's get the message out. This is a great space to learn from. So let's all tap and share. And H, thank you for showing that QR code because it does have a lot of fact-based information, a lot of scholars. It's not theory or opinion based, and it's a great source for people to get a quick guide to information on on what's going on. So
Yeah,
thank you for that, brother.
So just to let you know, it's not biased. It's not from one side. It's not just all about Palestine. There is
Exactly.
information and sources about Israel as well within the QR code. So it is covering both sides, not just one side, just so you can make your own decision if you are on the fence.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I appreciate you, H, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn the mic over to Cole.
Can I just tell him what you guys told me?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Or can you can we do it in the comments? That way he doesn't feel like
Sure.
he's on the spot or being
Okay.
like it's being announced. I don't want him to feel
Okay, no worries. I'll do that.
okay. Thank you so much, DJ. Thank God you're here so you can break that down for him. I appreciate you. I just feel like it would be more polite to do it in the comments probably. All right, Cole, go ahead. Go ahead, my dear. It's your turn.
Give me 1 minute, real quick.
Absolutely, absolutely. Take your time. Take your time. Let me know if you want the big screen.
I don't need the big screen. It's fine. I don't know if I should start with an introduction or something. I'm an Israeli born person born in Tel Aviv. Both citizens of America and the United States. Don't really know where to go from there. It's easier when I directly reply from someone. I mean, I can go off a few talking points I have.
Oh, do you work better
You
if
guys can
there's a
hear me okay,
question
right?
or yeah, we can absolutely hear you, Cole. You're clear, you're clear as day.
Okay.
Do you feel better that you work with a question in mind in particular? Because I think the current topic was just kind of like a general talking points.
Well, I did ask a question. Sorry, Goldie.
That's perfect. That's what I was trying to get you to do that. So yes, perfect. Thank you, H. I appreciate you.
So Cole, as a person that has got, I believe you probably have got dual citizenship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
And I believe that you're a Zionist.
Yeah. There is an Israeli flag in my bio.
Okay. How can you be justifying a G-side right now?
Yeah, that's actually a really good talking point you're given. You pulled up a very good
Look at
article from a very distinguished scholar, right? They made very good points of the two parts of genocide, including the act, or like the act of what is being done, and the intent to do so. And I can talk about the Israel's intent, but like I can also talk about how there's intent from Palestine to do the exact same thing, and there is all.
Is it me or is Cole cutting out?
Sorry, I'm walking around trying to find good Wi-Fi. Hold on, give me a second.
Well, I think whilst we're waiting, if everybody in the chat can start liking, let's get to 160K. Share the
Thank you,
live
thank
as
you.
well. And
Yeah,
if you
let's
can
support
join
Chip in that way.
Chip in becoming a team member as well, I think Chip would appreciate that as well.
Yep, it's the heart right next to his name. We want it to be orange and go ahead and add. I think it's like not even a coin. It's less like half of one coin. It just protects the live, it gets the message out, and then we can just, continue to get the message out there. This is a very new, it's not neutral, but it's very inflammatory. It's very respectful panel, and it's modeling kind of what we need to, how we need to approach. So thank you all for liking.
All right, I'm all good. You guys can hear me, right?
Okay, awesome. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I guess I'll start with the bombing topic because there is a lot of concern about that. And let me clarify, it does break my heart when I see innocent Palestinians die. I don't want to see that, right? By any means at all. Like when I see Palestinians suffering as a result of this conflict, it does make me feel sick, and it doesn't make me feel good in any way. But to move on, in a sense, according to multiple verified statistics, right, there have been approximately 31,000 munitions dropped from planes onto Gaza. Munitions. So individual bombs. This is actually greater than the death toll according to the Gazan Ministry of Health, or the Hamas Ministry of Health in Gaza. According to Hamas, there's approximately 9,000 militants dead and 25,000 civilians. I just have a question. How could it be possible that there is intent to eliminate if there are more munitions dropped than people dead? There are also 75,000 tons of munitions dropped in total. You can search up all these statistics if you're curious. You can question me. I'll pull up sources if you need it. On Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined, the two atomic bombs in World War II, there were a total of 15,000 tons of munitions, with far greater death tolls in just the initial blasts, not including the acute radiation sickness or any radioactive fallout that occurred after. Just the initial blast of these two cities. I don't entirely understand where the point is coming from that the intent is there to eliminate them.
Can I answer?
Yeah, sure.
So you said there's no intent when I just pulled out a report that there is intent because both criteria of a G-side has been met. It has been met, and your reference is the number of kaboom booms that have been dropped on the Palestinians. That doesn't even make sense. When when you've got the Israeli army, the IOF, who are, I believe they're like the fourth, like one of the fourth highest ranking army in the world. And you telling me that they don't have intelligence? They don't use this AI technology called Hasbara before they drop kaboom booms, and actually they don't know how many people they're going to be unaliving at any one time. Either you're telling me that their intelligence is a bit messed up, or they're just dropping kaboom booms willy nilly.
So it's a great question, actually, and you're lucky because I'm Israeli. I have family members in the IDF. I have relatives who have served in the IDF. I have friends currently in the IDF. All right, I can tell you a lot about the technology they use and how intriguing it is, actually. How accurate their drone and plane footage is, to the point where they can basically see someone holding a cigarette from the sky in a plane using their surveillance. So their surveillance is actually really accurate. But the issue is when you have when you have a group, right, an enemy, right, it's obviously easiest to get rid of them with minimizing your own casualties, right? But
Can
you
I ask you
also
a question real quick?
can I finish just really quick? When you don't want to maximize the civilian casualties on their side, because the civilians don't deserve to suffer for the governmental choices, especially if they're not entirely supportive of them, right? We see some Palestinian people, especially those in Gaza, don't always support the actions of Hamas. There are videos of it, all right? There are people who do support it as well. But the issue is when they hide in these underground tunnels, which you can see entire footage of, they're approximately anywhere ranging from approximately 5 to 25 feet, I believe, below ground. It's really tough. Let me tell you, it is really tough to get rid of the enemy without getting civilian casualties. And
So
if Israel were to just go in willy-nilly, that would be possibly the dumbest thing they can do. We can look back to the Vietnam War, where the United States was out of their realm, right? They were out of their territory. They were in the middle of a rainforest. Basically, all of Vietnam is a rainforest. And they were absolutely massacred in these booby traps. And it doesn't make sense for Israel to directly send IDF troops into these tunnels and to invade them every single time.
Why not?
can
They
can
did
can
it.
I ask
They
you?
did it in Vietnam.
Wait 1 second. Can I just point out that those underground tunnels that you suggesting that are there? Do you actually realize that your fourth prime minister admitted that Israel supported and helped build those tunnels as well?
Fourth
Did you
prime
know that?
minister? So
Yeah.
what year was that? What year was that?
So basically, about 4 decades ago, that they were built. 4 to
Our
5 decades ago, they're there.
fourth prime minister, I don't believe was 4 decades ago. I believe that was longer. Correct me if I'm
But
wrong.
that's that. Well, you've only been there established for about 75 years, so it would be probably about right.
You think a prime ministership lasts around? Hold on. Let me search this up. Give me a second.
I just wanted to mention one thing as well. Since the technology is so great that they can
And
pinpoint
advance, yeah.
smoking a cigarette, or even they can pinpoint someone farting at the time, how is it that they missed 30,000 civilians? That's what I want to know. If their technology is so amazing, why did it take them 6 hours to respond to 10-7? If it's so amazing.
WDJ.
Do you want to answer, Cole?
He has to look it up first.
Sorry, when I joined back the live from switching to a different tab, I was talking there, by the way. When I join a different live and switch back to a different tab, it makes you mute and unmute. I didn't realize that. When your enemy hides within the civilians and underneath them, it is really tough to not get civilian casualties, right? When you throw bombs at the enemy, there will be
can I just
civilian
point out?
casualties.
Can
We can
I
see
point
this in the
out?
Rush.
Can I point out that?
Arguably, by the way, you said Israel as approximately the fourth best military. I'm not sure if that's true. I think they might be in the top 10. It is pretty much undebated that the United States of America and Russia are the top two militaries in the world. Russia having some of the best technology, and yet they still had casualties in Ukraine that were civilians.
That
You
was
understand
Russia's
that, right?
intent. It was Russia's intent to target the civilians in Ukraine.
So was it genocide in Ukraine too? Because I didn't hear any chants for free Ukraine. I didn't see people calling it a genocide in Ukraine.
Okay, let's talk about
Yeah,
that.
well,
You didn't
let's
watch
stick to
the
Palestine.
State
Let's stick to
Department?
Palestine, and the point that you just made, and the question that the sister asked. You've got the most advanced technology for trying to kaboom boom your enemy. She even mentioned that you can see people, farting. How are you? How are you then justifying the unaliving of civilians if your technology is so great and advanced? How can you be
We are able.
justifying?
Okay, the
How
technology. The
can you be
technology.
justifying the unaliving of so many civilians in such a short period?
So
Good
the
question.
technology allows you, as she said, right, and as I said, you can literally see someone holding a cigarette on the ground of Gaza from an airplane, right? That allows you to see people. That doesn't mean it makes the bombs smaller. I don't know what is hard to understand about that. The bombs don't just get smaller because we have better
So
technology.
your
Actually,
Hasbara
quite the opposite
technology,
happens as the world's got better technology.
your Hasbara technology states that you're gonna unalive X number of civilians or people before the command is given, go or no go. So someone is accountable for unaliving those civilians, right?
Well,
And in addition to, Israel holds the register of every single person that is in Gaza. They know where they're born, when they're born, and when they were unalive, how old they are, and where they live. So basically, they have access to all of their register, right? They then know also which members of those are the members of H group as well. Why aren't they just targeting those specific people? Because they know exactly where they are, blah, blah, blah. And why are then unaliving a mass number of civilians is the question.
yeah. I'll answer that. So, your point about the registry, I'm not entirely familiar with that, but I wouldn't doubt the fact that Israel has a registry on the population of
Well,
Gaza.
when you're under occupation, then you would.
No. I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting it. The issue with your point is they know everyone who's in Hamas. They don't, right? Let's say, right, someone were to join Hamas the next minute secretly, right? They joined Hamas for intelligence purposes. They secretly met in their bases, right? They didn't carry weapons in public. They didn't wear any sort of uniform. They dressed up as a civilian. How is Israel supposed to entirely know that they're a Hamas member?
How does
Is
the
a
whole
child
They
is
have
a, is a
how
child
does the
is a
whole
child
story
a
of
H
October
group member?
7 make sense?
Wait, there's
Is
two
a
people
child
talking.
is a child a H group member?
They can be if they serve to give
Is
intelligence for
a
them,
is a
yes.
4-year-old a H group member? Is starving
Unlikely, all right?
children a H group
99%
member?
chance, 99% chance, no. But if they
Is
carry
starving
around a
children
Glock
a H
17
group
in
member?
public and they attempt to shoot Israelis, yes, they are.
Is
What do you
is a
want?
child
If
is
they
a
identify with
4-year-old a
H
H
group, yes, they are.
Can I
is
ask
a
Cole a question?
4-year-old a
Group,
H group
yes.
member? Is starving children a H group member?
No, starving children are not a H group member. Sorry,
Is that
sorry. Okay.
You're still justifying a G-side then.
I'm not justifying the genocide because I'm sorry, I'm going to say genocide because I don't entirely believe there is one. That's my issue with this. And I'd like to speak really quickly because if you believe there's
If
intent
if
coming
if
from the
if if
hold on,
if
hold on, just
if
give me a
if
minute, give
the
me a minute.
if the ICJ sees plausibility, they would have dismissed the case, right?
They saw plausibility. That's why the case was
So they were,
dismissed.
it wasn't dismissed. It
wasn't
wasn't
dismissed?
dismissed. They're proceeding. They are
Okay.
seeing there
Guaranteed
is
100% there's no
It's really
hostage.
important we go one at a time. It's really important we go one person at a time. Chip will get on here and start moderating soon, but that's respectfully, I believe that H had asked Cole a question and Danny would like to ask Cole a question as well.
So would I.
So
So would
and
I.
so would Bernie, and so would Roland. So I think that we all have some questions for Cole. And
All
so
right.
just so he doesn't feel like he can't answer them entirely. So let's go first.
With
H,
H,
I think you
because
were in the
yeah.
middle of one. Yes, that there you go, Cole. Thank you for that, Cole. I appreciate it.
so the question still remains: starving children, not giving them enough aid, access to aid. Giving them food, nutritional value food. Not out of date biscuits or anything like that. Is subject to a G side, and you're still here justifying a G side. You're talking about the kaboom booms, that's fine, but then allowing aid in is also part of a G side. And also then starving those members of that public is also known as a G side. You are still here justifying a G side, brother.
Okay, so I'm gonna respond to that. So
I would expect you
yes,
to.
starving children are highly unfortunate. Do I want to see young children with their ribs sticking out of their bodies? Absolutely not. Like obviously in a healthy manner, that'd be fine. But most of these children, or I won't say most, because I don't actually know the statistic, but starving children are not acceptable. when this conflict first broke out, as in most wars, trade between the two fighting countries ceased to exist, right? It's tough to get aid into a country that you're legitimately fighting. When Israel is fighting Gaza,
No.
wait.
Let's
I'm gonna finish.
Let's
Hold
rewind.
on.
The settlers are not letting the aid in. The
So,
settlers are doing this.
I'm gonna speak to that.
It's not the Gazan people are not allowing the aid in. It is
I'm
the
gonna
settlers.
speak to that. On October 7th, approximately, to my
Don't justify
knowledge,
a genocide.
hold on, you gotta let me speak, dude. On October 7th, I believe approximately 19 entry points into Gaza. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that statistic. I believe there's more than a dozen at least were blown up by Hamas. Now, I'm not gonna ask a question because I'm not gonna be able to speak again. But like essentially, if these entry points into Gaza are broken, it makes it tougher to enter aid. You can look at the statistics. Israel is sending aid into Gaza right now. There is more aid entering Gaza than there was pre-war. There are also
Is it sufficient?
There are also statistics.
Is it sufficient?
Hold on. There are also statistics and witness testimonies that civilians are being shot at as they're trying to loot these aid trucks because it is being stolen by Hamas. I don't think the Palestinians, the Gazans, their greatest enemy is Israel. I really do genuinely believe it is Hamas. It's literal hundreds of witness testimonies
Stop
coming
it,
out.
man. Stop lying.
Do
Sure.
you actually
Cole,
realize?
you have to use every so often you can say those words, but if you do it consistently, TikTok, not even us, will drop you, Cole.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it'll flag the live, Cole. So just, I mean, every so often it's fine. It's when it's consistent. If you can, thank you. I appreciate it.
Just use H group or hero group, whatever you want, but
When
don't use
H group.
hero group. Yep.
There are multiple witness testimonies saying that H group is stealing the aid that comes off of these ships. You know, look at the statistics. Approximately pre-war, I believe there are around 220 trucks entering from Israel, not even including Egypt, just Israel, entering into Gaza, right? Now, I believe, as of recently, I believe it was March 14th, I saw a statistic that stated that 358 aid trucks were entering into Gaza.
Can you give me a reference to your source, please?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll look
Can
it
you
up.
tell me, are they stealing it from the tunnels? Are they stealing the trucks from the tunnels?
Hey guys, can I say something, please? When you first came on, you said something really funny. Assalamu alaikum to everyone.
Hi,
Right?
Hi, Nada.
Before when you first came on, he proved the G-side when he first came on. He's so stupid, this guy. He said, and the aeroplanes where they're booming at the people in Gaza, they pinpoint cigarettes, men smoking cigarettes. So that means before they unalive his kids, they know it's kids.
Yep.
Exactly.
So he just proved it himself. Is he 50.1? Seriously? Is he dumb?
Well, Nada,
Not
he's from
exactly.
Israel.
Not exactly.
So
Hold
Cole,
on.
can I?
Hold on. Let me respond to that. There's Danny, there's Fake, there's Chip. You're all asking me questions. Give me a
Cole,
second to respond to it.
Can I ask you a question? I don't really care because it's H. It's phonetically spelled out for you because I believe that Israelis can't actually read. However, did you serve in the IOF?
No, too young to.
You didn't?
Right now. Actually, no, no.
How old are you?
Am I required to answer this question?
Yeah, because you need to be 18 on the panel.
Okay, yeah, I am 18. I was born March 12, 2006.
Okay, but you didn't serve in the IOF?
Not yet, because I'm
a
an
reservist?
American citizen.
Are you a reservist?
I will be.
It's still
To my knowledge,
required if you're there it is still required if you're there, Cole, to serve, I believe.
That's not true. So as an Israeli citizen, I understand the law most likely better than you guys do. I will be attending university in the United States next year, which does, and I say does because it's the same for Israel. If you're attending university in Israel, you are not required to immediately serve in the IDF.
That wasn't part. You have to serve in the IOF and then go and do your career or your chosen education.
Oh my God!
System
My dad
after.
grew up in Israel. He had friends who went to college before they went to the IDF.
Oh my God!
My dad went to the IDF before he went to
I've spoken to people from Israel as well. However,
Let's not do that. Let's not talk about if he serves and all of that. Let's stick to the point.
still trying to justify a G side. Goldie, I'm done with this guy. I don't really want to talk
Hold on.
to shit ready people. Can you please
Okay.
drop me?
Whoa.
Yes, sir. I will drop you, brother. And I believe in queue it's Rez Khan and then Bernie and then Nader. But I will drop you right now, H, and I'll catch you on
Thank
the other
you.
panels, my brother.
He's
I'll
just.
see you
Thank you
soon.
very much, Goldie. I appreciate it. Thanks, Chip. Everybody, continue liking the live. And Cole, I hope you have a shit day.
I appreciate you, H. I'll see you soon, brother.
Bye.
Really quickly, I was asked to provide a source for the amount of aid trucks entering Gaza. Do you mind if I do that really quickly? I just have to switch tabs on my phone and then
Yes,
just
because
memorize the
we
name.
were asking you questions, and so absolutely that would
Okay.
well,
Give
that's
me
one
one.
of the questions we asked. It would only be
All
right.
right.
Absolutely,
Goldie,
absolutely.
real quick. By the way, Goldie, you're doing amazing jobs. Thank you so much. Real quick, to those who come and go, if you're still listening, I don't let people disparage guests, no matter how much you might disagree. So if you have to hold your tongue and leave, do that. But no shit radio, none of that stuff, man. And don't tell somebody to have a bad day. Cole feels the way he does
Okay.
because of his family and his upbringing and his heritage, and that's okay. But we can just explain on the details why we disagree, and that's enough. Thank you.
You got it. I'll be better at managing that. I didn't want to overstep boundaries on the live, so I will do that moving forward.
Goldie, let me ask the next question, Nicole, please.
Absolutely. You were next a long time ago. So yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Feel
thanks.
feel free, my
Sure.
brother.
Were you going to give us evidence, Cole?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you wanted the question first
No,
or
that's all right.
the
I
evidence.
wanted you to finish your thought, and then I'll ask you.
Okay. Okay. You.
I'm gonna get you unbrainwashed today, Cole.
I don't know what his source is going to be, but over the weekend, Lord David Cameron from the UK, expressed his frustration with the lack of aid going into Gaza, and he laid it squarely at the feet of the Netanyahu government, and also reminding them, as the occupying power, of their requirement, their duty to provide aid. And the talking point that more aid is going into Israel, into Gaza, than before the war, genocide, is incorrect. The aid that was going, the trucks that were going into Gaza prior to the conflict, those trucks were not just, they were carrying not just food, medicine, they were carrying other things that people in Gaza require. Sorry, he's back. I'll shut up.
I have a few sources. I'll read them out real quick.
Okay, he's back on pause. So as I was saying, that when they say more aid, they're talking about more trucks going into Gaza. Before, the trucks that was going into Gaza,
I could take it right now. Just right here, yeah.
October 7th, there was over 500 aid trucks that were going in daily to Gaza. Barely even 50 or 40 are going in currently. So I'm really excited to see what this proof is from Cole.
Yeah. So I have the proof. Really quickly on your claim, it's not entirely true. There were 500, but that includes the aid trucks entering through Kerem Shalom and on the Israeli side, along with the aid entering through Rafah. You can't include that because I didn't include Rafah in my original statement. And that number 58 is the amount of aid that was entering in approximately October to December, when many of the checkpoints and entering points were destroyed.
So they were destroyed from the occupied state of Palestine. And you have to
on October 7th.
You have to include Rafah because the Gaza Strip is the whole strip from the northern to the south. So you have to include it. You can't pick and choose what you want to include.
But the thing is, although Israel does check the aid that enters in through Rafah, the trucks are entering from Egypt, right? All of Israel's aid that it intends to give enters through Israel, to my knowledge.
the issue with the aid call is that Israel is disqualifying vehicles, trucks. If the truck, for example, has water filtration tablets on it, Israel would throw that entire truck out.
Yeah, or like
Senator,
nail clippers.
right. Senator Van Hollen from the United States was at the Rafah crossing. He was able to see how Israel was, for no good reason, turning trucks away. And if their intent is to say, let's say, for example, they're fingernail clippers. I don't know how it could injure them, but they're fingernail clippers. Take them off and let the rest of the aid go in. Instead, what Israel has been doing, and I'm saying again, this is from Senator Van Hollen in the United States. I can't remember what state he's senated for, and also David Cameron from the UK. They're both saying Israel is arbitrarily stopping aid trucks from entering into Gaza. And
Yes,
I
that's
don't,
obvious. That's pretty obvious. And what's wrong with nail clippers, anyways?
right. I mean, water
Yeah,
filtration.
they've refused tents because they have poles in them. When there's already exposed poles in the buildings, they've refused birthing kits, oxygen tanks, and gas operated generators as well. There's warehouses full of them.
They're weaponizing bureaucracy.
Right. They've made the process overly cumbersome. They've made the process too onerous. One would think water filtration tablets would be something that would be that you want to get in, considering there is no clean water, and having those tablets can at least sanitize the water a little bit better than what they're doing now, which is drinking water from the ocean.
Now, how do you unalive someone without saying you want to unalive them?
Starve them.
I mean,
And that's not even including, sorry to cut you off, Bernie. I love you right now, but that's not even including all of the settlers that are camping out currently having raves preventing the aid from going through.
and the Israeli government is not dealing with it at all. I mean, if that was happening in the West Bank, for example, I'm sure they would be met with heavy-handed military pushback. And I mean, these people are they're camping out, they're having picnics. This isn't this is being allowed so that Israel can say it's not the government, but it is the government. Again, as David Cameron reminded everyone, Israel is the occupying power, and by international law have an obligation, a requirement, and a duty to ensure aid gets into where they are occupying. And he made a reference to the vehicle, to Gazans looting. Well, the situation that was created is the reason for the looting, especially in northern Gaza, where they barely see any aid coming in. And Israel is supposed to be able, as they're bringing that aid in, there should be a system to where people know how they're going to get aid. You have the aid coming in. The IDF is not doing anything other than pew-pewing at people. They're not doing anything to ensure the distribution is orderly. I am from the Bahamas. We have hurricanes, and after the aftermath of a hurricane, especially the last major one that was there, it was massive. And there was law enforcement there at every distribution point to make sure people weren't looting. That's just what you have to do. You have to put in a system. It's not enough for Israel to say we're driving or we're letting it go through the crossing, and then for them to then figure it out when the IDF is right there watching them, i.e. the Flower Massacre. Call this back.
Exactly. That's why it doesn't make sense that
I'm back.
they
Sorry, I
steal
have
from.
really crappy Wi-Fi. It's taking
Also,
a long
though,
time to load. I will give two sources here, and then I will talk about the points I was hearing while I was looking at my sources. Let me just switch back.
can I just say one more thing before he shows his source?
You have to dig pretty deep to find them.
Real quick, everybody. This is Chip. Sorry for the interruption. So this is 6 p.m. We've been on since about noon. I'm not getting off yet, but I want to ask the group. We had about 584 people about maybe an hour ago. Now we're down at 250 or so. If everybody could please, 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 I know it's a pain in the ass, please share the live. I'm going to do it with you. Hold down the screen for like a half second, and all of your mutual friends will pop up, and just hit the invite button. Let's take about 30 seconds to a minute to do that. And if you want to hit the likes, just pound on my ugly face, and that'll do the job too. All right, let's just take a 30-second break and do that, and then we'll continue. Thank you so much.
Is he going to be sharing his bloody script soon or what? Anyway,
Yeah,
yeah.
folks. I think what we have here is he's volunteering for the Hasbara Youth Brigade.
Hold on, guys. I
Okay,
asked very
let's.
nice. I asked very nice. Everyone, just take a couple seconds and invite people. So rather than coming up and speaking like in about the next minute or so, let's just do that. It's a little intermission. Thank you for cooperating because it means a lot to share it because we get more people need to hear, especially people that are pro-Israel. If we have a respectful conversation, hopefully they'll learn to replicate this because my God, the way that they treat some folks, myself included, is just well, it's barbaric, much like the tactics we see from their IDF. It's just really sad. Okay, I'm going to invite some people myself, and then we'll continue. Give me a little bit here. Hold on. Thank you for
And
doing it,
then
by the way.
there's the poll as well, Chip. Oh, the poll's already expired. Darn it. Okay.
Okay, I'm still sending. It shows up in the comments when you send the live, so you can get a pat on the back if you do it, which I
I was
appreciate everybody doing
I
that.
was gonna say too with the clicking, like if you guys click his face and then click on his name, Chip Barnes, there's a little sticker above it that says like. If you click on that, that helps the algorithm a lot more than just clicking on his face.
Thank you.
And there's something to do with green hearts, like green hearts in the chat. If you do them at least 3 times, I guess there's like something came out that it also
There we
boosts
go.
the live. So if we could do green hearts in the chat, it boosts.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting. Thank you for those who shared the live and liked it. If you could, somebody could please take their turn again. Thank you.
I just want to
I'm gonna
say
give.
that, but Bernie was saying a lot of UNRWA A trucks that were asked. Sorry, there's like background sound. A lot of the UNRWA A trucks that were asked to be put in through the north was actually denied by occupied state of Palestine. And also too, they told the trucks, you can't stop. And that's why you see a lot of Palestinians jumping on the trucks because they were told, if you stop, we're gonna unalive you and pew pew you. So there's a lot of videos of a truck just going by fast. That's the reason why they were giving directive by the IOF that if they stop, they were gonna get pew pewed. But yeah, go ahead, Cole. We're waiting.
Okay, sources time. Ready?
Yes, yes, we are.
Is he going to keep going and coming? What's happening with this guy? Oh.
He's trying to get his talking points.
Okay, source number 1, ABC News. Oh my God, I just forgot the name. God damn it.
He's a bloody kid, man. Well, he's a kid.
Hundreds of truckloads of aid enter Gaza as more lives lost. Something along that title. It states in the article that approximately 200 to 300 trucks are entering Gaza right now. I'll give the second source in a second.
Why are we asking this kid for answers like he doesn't know anything?
But where's the source
I was
from?
about to say that's not a source. He needs to show us the source. That's
You guys, I have a
if I
I have a
quote it-
BBC source. I have a BBC source from March 15th, and it's saying that it's very few aid that's getting brought in, and it speaks on exactly the airdrops. So it's saying that there was about 3,800 meals in one drop, and then there was 66 bundles with 2,700 meals another time, and nearly another one was 2,600 bottles of water with 1.5 million people in the Rafah. That is not nearly enough. It's also stating here, and this is BBC, it's the first thing that popped up, that there's about 120 trucks going in, which is not enough for 1.5 million 1.5 million people, and there's nothing getting up into the north because there's the no-go zones between the north and the south, and it's a hot spot. So I'm not sure what source you're referring to, Cole. If you give me the exact name, I'm happy to look it up on my iPad, and then I'll bring it up on the panel.
Yeah, I did that. It was ABC News, and when I stated it, I
Okay.
was told it wasn't a source.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's a source,
Yeah, it
so let
was.
me look it up for you. I'll look it up for you, no problem. You're saying
You want me
ABC.
to? You want me to give you the exact title?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me go. So let me go ABC. I'm a little old. So I'm rusty. So ABC's News Network, right? So if I go to that website, I can just look it up on the search button. And if you want to give me, um, what is it? I wonder if it's abc.com or ABC News. Okay, I'm gonna go to the News Network and then search, and then just let me know what the title is.
It's ABC news, and it's hundreds of hold on.
ABC.news. Okay, let's do
What's the
ABC.
title of the
Sorry, I have a
article?
really bad memory.
Well, I'm rusty, so it's
What's the
working
title of
to
the
my
article?
advantage.
Let me just say, I often hear people citing news agencies as sources, but these sources are saying IDF sources say, and then they use that as a source.
Yeah, and they're being very specific because they want their understanding. They're getting scrutiny, from my opinion, about where the sources are coming from. So when they say IDF source, it's kind of putting it out there that it might not be accurate. If that right? Is that what you're getting, Roland? Is that kind of the point you're making too? Is
The
that it?
source is hundreds of aid trucks for Gaza as more lives are lost to malnutrition. Regarding the like you saying you're not allowed to cite the IDF. The IDF is actually court ordered by the
Oh no,
ICJ.
we are allowed to
So
cite it. We didn't say that. Just to clarify, we didn't say that we're not allowed to cite
yeah,
it. We're just stating that some of the sites are indicating that it is an IDF source that the news
yeah.
came from.
But
Okay,
the
okay.
IDF, not only is the IDF counting the number of trucks that have to enter Gaza through these checkpoints, but they have to use independent sources as well. So people from the UN and other people who have to count the or I believe it's different agencies. I'm not sure if it's entirely the UN, but it's different groups of people have to count the number of trucks that go in because they're court ordered by the ICJ to increase the number of aid, and so they have to prove that they increase the number of aid. So you saying that it might not be entirely reliable, that it's coming from the IDF, is kind of not true.
Well, I mean,
Kind of.
they're legally obligated to increase the amount of aid going in, but it's monitored also by other sources. Like there's a UN agency worker that works at, the crossing, and that would then be where we would get the source from the UN or the UNRWA. Like
It's
that's where
the
it would be.
the thing is the IDF sources are verified by these independent agencies. It's literally required to be because they have to submit them to the ICJ.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Well,
Yes,
I'm
you can't.
We don't
You
know
think
if we.
if the
Yeah, I don't think
International
that's
Court of
true.
Justice asked someone, think if the International Court of Justice asked someone
I don't think
to
that's
do
true at all.
something, they would just like let them go back to their country and make up a bunch of numbers? No, they've sent people, and multiple independent agencies are there at the multiple checkpoints. They're verifying the number of aid trucks entering. You can't just say, I don't think that's true. You'd have to provide
No,
a
it's
source
not true.
that it isn't
What are
true.
those agencies
No,
run
right
by?
now is Israel.
Oh,
Israel is standing on 10/7 is saying it's too soon to do any investigations, including around 10/7. So they're not going to be verifying with the UN. They're keeping everybody out.
I think it was
I know you
recently
want to
as
believe them because you're going to serve in them someday, but
they
I
control
think
them.
you're very naive.
I think it was recently as yesterday that the ICJ again asked Israel to increase and to make sure that people in Gaza are receiving all of the humanitarian aid that they need, and also give them another month to report to them, indicating based on the situation on the ground as well as reports they're getting, the IDF is still not doing what is necessary to ensure people in Gaza are getting the proper humanitarian aid, to include food and medicine that they need. I know Cole keep pausing. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if he can hear me when he pauses. But again, Cole, I know you're looking at a news article. I know you're very young. Are you familiar with David Cameron from the UK?
No,
You're not.
don't
Okay.
understand. Might be. It's a very generic thing.
Okay, so David Cameron used to be the Prime Minister of the UK. He now serves in is their Foreign Secretary. On Sunday over the weekend, David Cameron, I'll pull the article up for you in a minute. David Cameron wrote and also spoke to the House of Commons, where he stressed that Israel is slowing down, in his words, unnecessarily, causing the aid going into Gaza to be slowed down. You're familiar with Senator Chris Van Hollen? He's a
Who?
U.S. senator, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Don't know who he is now.
Senator Van Hollen traveled to Egypt at the Rafah crossing, where he saw all of the humanitarian trucks, the warehouses filled with humanitarian supplies. He reported Israel is arbitrarily. I'm sorry, the dots, man. He reported Israel is arbitrarily disqualifying trucks from going in for things for reasons such as having water filtration tablets in the cargo. Now, considering the situation on the ground, do you think a truck with water filtration tablets meets disqualification? And even if something on that truck, like for example, a toenail clipper, is it, in your assessment, does it make more sense to disqualify all of the cargo, or to just take off whatever it is the IDF is saying they don't agree with it going in there?
Really quickly, I don't mean to be annoying, but I'm gonna ask for a source on that one because I haven't heard that before. So I'm just
Which
gonna
one?
the nail clippers and the water filtration. I heard
Okay,
someone
so
mention tents earlier, really quickly, and there is actually a pretty good
I
reason
gave
for
you
that.
I gave
For the
you the
source.
source. I gave you the source on what I cited. As I said, Senator Van Hollen, you said you're familiar with, of the United States Senate. And what Senator Van Hollen spoke about was the water filtration tablets. And David Cameron of the UK. Those are two sources, as I said.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm
those
no.
are my
You have
sources.
the information. I'm just saying, like this
Van
information didn't like come to you. You know, like I'm saying, like
No, it
where
did.
did you
It did.
read it?
Van Hollen is a senator, and Jeff Merkley is also a senator. And one is in Oregon, and the other one, I believe, is in Maryland.
Right,
And they
Senator
went
Hollen.
to they went to they went to the crossing, and they seen that there is incumbent. Their words that they used were incumbent. That the facility that monitors the aid going in and out should be open at least 24 hours a day due to the crisis and the magnitude of it, and it's only open about 8 hours. And the things that are being denied are it's like an arbitrary process in which they're denying it, and they're things that by the UN are have to get put through. And what they did is they interviewed the person that manages that facility on the Israeli side, and he said that those things specifically were not being held back. And then they went and they released the statement. And what these two senators, again, it's Senator Chris Van Hollen and Jeff Merkley, they went and they said that there was hundreds. They stopped counting at 200 trucks being held at the border. And then they said that the things that are mandatory to get put through, like water, birthing kits. Now, the lack of birthing kits in Gaza can result in unhealthy births that will prevent healthy births in the future, which can be a part of there you go. My brother has it in the background. It's right there. And so, yeah, do you want to speak on that Chip?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know about this.
Let me just look it up. Give me a second.
You're
I had
mute.
to unmute. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so Chris Van Hollen and Ben Cardin are two senators from my state. So this is off of Chris Van Hollen's website. He's actually a pretty darn good guy. There are a lot of people in the Senate that are not, but he's actually not a bad guy. Anyway, so when they went there, here's what they said. This is what he said in a press conference following this. It is unacceptable the level to which Israel is restricting aid into Gaza, and the amount that's making it is insufficient to meet the basic humanitarian needs of the residents. Those are his words. So he doesn't have any reason to lie about it. He's not anti-Israel or like that. He's just going there and trying to make heads and tails on behalf of what he's hearing. And listen, there's nothing like going on the ground and seeing a situation. Anybody can make a claim in public like the Israelis. Now, there's one more thing I want to mention, and this is something that I hope Cole will look up. I have this video in my library, and I have it saved on my phone. So this is Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, and if I can find it, I'll play it. I have so many videos. But here's what he said. He was the chief of staff to then Secretary of State Colin Powell in the George W. Bush administration for 6 years. He dealt directly with the IDF and the Israelis during that whole time. And here's what he said, and again, this is pretty telling. He said, "You can never trust a single word that comes out of the mouths of the Israelis. They are liars." He goes, "Let me say this again. The Israelis are liars. They are inveterate liars. They lie." That's a pretty big thing to say for someone who was involved directly with Israel. So I've come to experience that too. So I always have to look at something with a drawn eye, because anybody who says trust me, but they've also lied 165,000 times before that, you have to actually question the statement. So earlier today we had somebody come on named Mufasa, and he made these really outrageous claims about the fact that the H group has unfortunately had things that have fallen short of target, their rockets, and that's caused considerable civilian casualties inside of Gaza. I have no information to corroborate that, but he cited an IDF website as a source. And again, getting back to that, the IDF just puts together garbage. They created a false underground base for H group as far as the 3D diagram they sent out to the public. Turns out there was nothing there. So this is the kind of stuff that the IDF does. They just make shit up and then want the public to do it. And then later they just go, oh, well, they don't even talk about it. And that happens over and over and over, just like this Colonel Wilkerson said. So would that involve Colton Nielsen? If my government does it too. So it's not like I'm just isolating Israel. But Israel is the most professional lying organization that's ever been created in the history of mankind, unfortunately.
And we see where that information is not trustworthy. Chip, with the Flower Massacre, Israel pretended that it's being completely transparent and giving us the videos of what happened at the Flower Massacre, only to have, when news agencies look at it, they were able to find where the footage was spliced and diced, and they've been asking the IDF to please give them the unedited version of what happened. And to this day, the IDF has not yet provided that. I think it's about 2 weeks since the Flower Massacre.
These topics are changing really quickly, and I don't want to ask for source in each of them because it'll
Sorry,
take me
Goldie,
forever. But hold on. I heard Goldie say the part about the water filtration tablets. I saw Chip pull up an article talking about how Van Halen went there
Oh,
and how he
respectfully,
said,
that wasn't me. That wasn't me, Cole.
oh,
I don't know anything about the water filtration tablets.
okay,
I believe that was
sorry,
Bernie.
That was me.
Bernie talking about the water filtration tablets, and then Chip pulling up the article saying that Van Halen, or however you pronounce his name, went there and made the claim. But can I see him talking about the tablets, or whoever was talking about the tablets? Just give me an article title so I can read about it.
The article that Chip had up, I believe Van Hollen spoke about that in that article. If he didn't, Van Hollen did. There are videos on social media. There's a video on Van Hollen's on his website, on his website that you can go on and look at and listen to what he had to say. It's a little bit difficult to have a conversation with you, Cole, because you keep pausing.
I forgot everything I want to say. 2 hours waiting for you to talk. Well, 2 hours. Come on.
I can still hear you. When I pause, I'm switching to Chrome to look up information about
Carl, I'll
what
tell
you
you
guys are
something,
saying.
man. Hey, Carl, I'll tell you something, my friend. Go to Macca's and steal Wi-Fi like you steal my land.
Okay. Chill with the logical fallacies here and stay on topic.
Okay, I think we have to understand too that he literally is 18 years old. So remember yourself when you're 18 years old. And then on top of that, he's like very brainwashed. So like, that's why I'm kind of giving him a little bit of grace. And I feel like sometimes he may feel like we're ganging up on him, but we're just trying to let you see the light, Cole. So don't take it as like ganging up or anything.
Exactly. Which
Yeah.
is why I've communicated with Cole before, and as soon as I found out he was 18, I definitely I think that some people do deserve that. I mean, human beings deserve the leeway to know the truth, and so yes, I agree with that. And I do think that Rez Khan hasn't even spoken. Poor thing. I want to make sure that your voice is heard, my dear. Do you want to add anything to the conversation? And then Nader hasn't been able to communicate very much of his points too. I just want to make sure that we respect that and that we hear you.
I just want to ask Cole a question before he goes away. It doesn't have to be right now, but before he goes away, please.
Sorry guys, can I just
No.
show you? This is the video on YouTube. It's entitled Senator Chris Van Hollen speaks about Gaza starvation deaths, and he also talks about the aid constriction by Israel. That's on YouTube for free. Senator Chris Van Hollen speaks about Gaza starvation deaths. That's video proof on the floor of the Senate.
All right, if you don't mind giving me 2 minutes to look up that video.
Go ahead.
Goldie, am I okay to play the video?
Hi there. I think you are, just as long as it doesn't have a firearms.
No, nothing like
Or
that. I know.
awesome. I figured that, sister. I just wanted to say it out loud. But yes, absolutely, my dear.
Okay. So can I have the big screen so that I don't get people saying there's all sorts in this? So I just want to make
You
sure.
got it. Absolutely, absolutely. Here we go, my dear.
So Lord Cameron's been very clear that the reason why sufficient aid is not getting into Gaza is due to the arbitrary and changing restrictions that the Israeli government is putting on them. One of the claims that had also been made was that the UN had requested for no aid delivery to be made on Saturdays. I knew that not to be the case, having met with the UN myself, and he has now confirmed in writing that actually it was the Israeli government made that request because it's Shabbat. So therefore it was important that he countered some of the claims that were being made that were misleading about why aid wasn't getting into Gaza. I think Israel is not showing the commitment to international law and humanitarian law they should be when it comes to aid deliveries. I saw on the border when I went to Al Arish, for example, children's neonatal resuscitation kits that have been rejected. I saw maternity kits that have been rejected. I saw UK aid that have been rejected. As Lord Cameron says, UK aid has sometimes sat for up to 3 weeks waiting to go in for no real reason that could be determined.
Next one, stay there.
What's your immediate reaction to this message from Israel that it will no longer allow your aid trucks into the territory?
Well, it's simply outrageous. The clock is ticking, and with this recent decision, the clock will be ticking even faster towards famine. There's more than 250,000 people who depend on UNRWA's food assistance in the north, and we haven't been able to reach them for the past 2 months.
We hear a lot about the necessity for aid to get into Gaza, and that's everything from food and water to medical assistance. Can you tell us specifically what it is that you are trying to deliver to Gaza, which you now will not be able to?
I mean, we're talking about the vast majority of the population that has been forced to flee their homes or the places of refuge. At UNRWA alone, we are hosting over 1 million people who live in United Nations UNRWA shelters. They lost everything, and they need everything, and they need the basics. And right now, the most important commodity that people need is food. I would also say that they need safety and they need protection and a ceasefire, which is very, very much overdue.
So basically, I don't know if Cole is still here, but I just wanted to ask if he was. Just wanted to ask him a quick question.
Here's one more source, just to let you know. This is a video, you may have just played this, but this is a UN official that says Israel is systematically blocking humanitarian aid to Gaza. That's the exact title. If you go to YouTube.
Guys, when I leave the live, I'm not listening. The sound still goes into my AirPods. You can test it out by swiping out of the app. I'm literally just looking stuff up. That's all. Nothing changes because it's just the news.
Are you learning
that I'm
anything,
listening to.
Cole?
I'm listening.
Are you learning anything?
My God, I don't know because I can't find any other sources online that agree to this so far.
But Paul, the two incidents that I cited, where I cited Lord David Cameron, you just saw a video, proof of that, and then you've been given the information where you can find Senator Van Hollen's statements. So at least for what I cited, you've been given proof, not from me, but from someone else, which also shows what I said was accurate.
Sorry, I don't even know if Cole is listening, but I just wanted to ask him a few questions if he is.
He says
Cole.
he is.
Okay. So you said before when you spoke about children being unalived and being starved, you said it's unfortunate. Would that be the same word you'd use if the children were Israeli children? Would you call it unfortunate then? Would that be the same word? Because that is such, considering what is going on, to call it unfortunate, it seems to make it sound not as serious. And I don't understand why you use that language when it comes to unaliving children, who you're starving them to death. I don't understand. And another thing is the lies that are being told by Zionists. Most of the people, obviously there's a lot of propaganda going on in Israel apparently. That's why there's so much hate that's being, there for Arabs, well, so-called Arabs, this basically talk about Palestinians. So when they're trying to push their narrative, when they're telling lies and they're getting debunked, does that not make you question the leadership, make you question the people that are telling you these lies? And also, before, I don't know how much you can hear, But before you answer that, can you also tell me the most moral army is making videos of going into people's homes, cooking with their food, going into schools, booming schools, going through women's underwear and making videos of all of this. So these are the most moral people, and these are what you said, that you've got friends and family that are in the IDF. So you think these people have got any morals? If these people are, and they're sniping, there's loads of videos on here where people are being sniped, children, people holding flags, white flags, and they're still being sniped. You're calling them people moral people? Yeah, they've got morals. Do you believe them people are morals? Because any other person, if it was any other country, it wouldn't have happened. This many months, this going on would never have happened. You guys have got the bully backing you up, and because of that, because of the US, you guys have got away with all of this for this many years.
We're switching topics too fast, and I can't keep up, guys. There's only one of me, and there are 8 of you. She has just switched topics like 4 times in a single monologue, and I'm trying to keep up with originally what Chip had up. I ended up reading the article a few different times. In that article, Van Hollen did say that he didn't believe enough aid was entering Gaza, but I didn't see anything in the article about water filtration tablets. And I really wanted to go back to that because I still haven't seen any source about it.
Next.
This is not really a dialogue. If you just have to take a break.
We're getting way down in the levels of detail that's really turning off the audience. So
Yeah,
let's make things a little more interesting. It's one thing, I think, in a general sense, Cole, this is the point that people are trying to raise. If Israel was being a good actor and trying to help the humanitarian situation, a lot more aid of whatever type would be making it through. They're using excuses of inspections and prohibited items and other reasons to restrict it to a point where Senator Van Hollen and others have called it out for what it is. And people are being affected by it negatively to an extent that's collective punishment, going along with all the other things it's really doing. Listen, if it were Jewish people in this little enclave and the Arabs were restricting stuff coming in, would you be okay with that? And Jewish people were starving and dying? Probably not.
We're in an if-but scenario here. We can talk about the restriction of aid. As I said, I wasn't able to find anything about the water filtration tablets. I can talk about the aid really quickly. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this. I really hope you don't deny it, but there are photos that Hamas posts online where they'll do stuff like take apart water pipes that are donated to them by the UN, or they'll take apart like irrigation systems and build them into missiles. If you're interested, I can provide a source for that.
Yes,
and
They're not
the issue
missiles.
is
They're not missiles, Cole. Missiles are high-tech equipment. Bottle rockets made out of water pipes are crude and large bottle rockets.
that's not how the chemistry of rockets works exactly. So
It's
they
rockets, not
are using.
missiles.
So
They're
it
not
doesn't,
missiles.
guys. Okay, I'll use the word
Big
rocket.
difference.
Missiles require to be guided. That's why they're called guided missiles, and I believe they need a level of technology that the age group just doesn't have right now.
And they carry bigger armaments.
They're called guided missiles if they're guided. They can be missiles, I believe, if they're unguided. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But I believe
I'll
don't
use the word
think
rocket from now on if that pleases you guys.
No,
but-
well, we don't want you to say it. We're trying to teach you that we don't. You can call it whatever you want, Cole. We just wanted to so you're an awareness. Like, I mean, you can say whatever you'd like, but I think that what we're trying to do is try to teach you something maybe that you might not have known. And also, like, I don't want you to feel ganged up at all. This is an opportunity, like, and even if you say, okay, all of you guys are right on the panel, like Israel kind of sucks at this stuff, you can still have love and admiration for your country and for your space and for your state. I don't think that anyone's trying to make you hate them with us. We're just trying to help you understand, I think. I don't want to speak for anybody, but
I just want to take it into a direction because this is a moment that could help him out. I get the feeling that you're wanting to join the IDF, or it'll soon happen. Are you familiar with the group called that's put together called Breaking the Silence? That are Israeli soldiers speaking out about the atrocities that they've been committing.
I believe I've heard it before. Yes.
Yeah, I would highly recommend you looking into that and listening to their testimonies, and also the people called refuseniks in Israel who are refusing to serve and have been put in prison. And then the other thing, because I know that you say that you have family members in the IDF and you're all excited about you know, the technology and everything. But you know, I would urge you to consider that dropping 2,000 pound bombs on highly densely populated areas and apartment complexes is a war crime. Not even the United States in the war on terror dropped 2,000 pound bombs on apartment complexes. They would locate bunkers, and they would do it, and there were highly regulated procedures to which they would have to go through to make sure that there was not any they were going to minimize civilian casualties. But Israel has been dropping multiple 2,000 pound unguided bombs into areas. And I won't use the G side because it seems like, you know, supporters of Israel just love to split hairs and play semantics on that. There's a clear ethnic cleansing going on. And how Israel has reacted post October 7th in using artificial intelligence to level Gaza, including sacred sites, university, cultural sites, everything. It's clear. The intention is absolutely clear to people paying attention on the ground. They're even running out of ammunition right now. And it's causing the U.S. to have to look at their reserves of ammunition because we've been sending so much ammunition to Ukraine and Israel. And you guys have ran through your stuff already. And I suspect that's why there is a pause on their part right now, because they're trying to get back some of their reserves. So anyway, I went on a rant there, but what I'm trying to say to you is please consider from your heart what Israeli soldiers like Iran Ephraim are saying about their time and serving and what it did to them. And it's called Breaking the Silence and look into what the receivers. All right. Thank you.
I have a question for Cole.
We're moving really quickly. Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah.
It's question. I need like a second, guys. I don't even remember what the topic we were on before that was because we're moving so quickly, but I believe I did end up citing a source a while ago about the number of trucks that were entering Gaza when I was questioned, and no one ever said anything about that. And I was talking about how Hamas uses infrastructure in their own countries, such as water pipes, and they'll post it online. You can see photos of it, where they'll take these and they'll build rockets out of them, and they'll use angular trajectory, and they'll use math, and you can actually figure out where these are going to land. And they still directly target cities with these rockets. That's why there are many bomb shelters in Tel Aviv and cities close to Gaza.
And we forgot about the Iron
Jerusalem.
Dome.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. It is not Israel's fault that Hamas didn't choose to build a defense system for themselves. It is not Israel's fault that they chose to build a defense system for themselves.
No, but
By any means.
you want to make it sound like we're firing rockets into these poor defenseless civilians when the Iron Dome system is there, the $1 billion.
That's not Israel's fault.
System.
I'm sorry.
It's
You're
not. It's
wrong.
not their fault. No, but the idea of the rockets is to wear down the system, to run their money out. It costs.
Do we know
millions
how
of
many
dollars.
casualties? Are we aware of how many casualties the rockets going into Israel have? How many there have been?
Practically none, because the point is Israel has invested billions of dollars of their money in the United States to build a defense system for themselves. That is not Israel's fault that
But
they did
some
that.
of those rockets
it's actually
do
a
get
good
through.
thing to do.
But some of those rockets do get through. How many people have been unalived?
I'm not sure of the statistic. I believe.
Okay.
Zero have got
50.
Zero have got alive.
Sorry.
Zero. No one has got. No one from the Israeli side in their occupied Palestine has zero. No one has passed away. So
Not at all this year. Not at all.
So,
Not a
so
single one. Not in 2023. Not in 2022. Not in 2021.
sorry, 1 second. So I think maybe it's like a 14-year span of the 26,000 pews that H Group has sent over to Israel. I think the death count is like 63, and that's over like 14-year span.
No, it's 10.
Oh, 10. Sorry, my apologies. A 10-year span. A 10-year span.
No, it's 10 people that have died, not 10.
Oh,
not
so
63
sorry. Even my apologies. So just even take a look at that. The amount that has been sent over, right, is like over 25,000 what did you call it, Chip, when they build it?
They're called
Uh,
crewed unguided rockets.
Right. So crude, unguided rockets with whatever they can find to defend themselves from an occupation has only killed 10 people compared to the amount of boom booms that was dropped, where the worst one, I think, was like when they dropped it on the hospital and unalived 500 people, then blamed it on H grade.
Oh my God, we're not going to the hospital. I'm sorry, we're not going there because that was disproven months ago.
Out of the
I will talk about
37,
this, though. I will gladly talk about this. It is
but
not,
honestly,
as I will repeat,
Cole,
it.
find
Okay.
yourself respectfully as a Palestinians, we have to talk about the hospitals. Out of the 37 hospitals, there's not even any that are fully running. Most of them are destroyed, if not partially running. So I feel like we have to speak about the hospitals.
Okay, but let me respond to the other stuff, all right? I was talking about that one specific hospital with the death
You're
count
hijacking the
and
live. Hey, mate.
the
Hey, Carl,
location.
you're hijacking your live for 1 hour now.
Call
You haven't.
Nader. I'm going to nail him on this. Just let him go on.
Just hold on. Let me
Just
ask you,
be
is it
calm, okay?
Israel's fault
Don't
that
get.
they've built a defense system inside of Gaza? I mean, inside of Israel. Is it their fault? No, it isn't.
I'll talk about that
And let me
hospital.
ask you, you guys love to cite the amount of bombs. Like, there's been this many people in Palestine killed, and in order for there to be a genocide, there has to be actions and there has to be intent. There are actions, even if it is a small amount of people, and there is intent from Hamas to eliminate these people. I believe the leader of Hamas stated in the early 2000s during the Second Intifada that he wishes for all the Jews to gather in Israel so he can bomb them all out. That is absolutely intent. If you don't think it is, then you can't call
Can I get a
Israel's
source?
intent.
Can I get a source on that, Cole? You mind?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Because
I'll give you
there's at
this.
least 15 or more sources
Hold
just
on,
within the
real
last
quick.
4
Hold on,
months of
hold on,
genocidal
real quick,
intent.
guys, real quick. So the aspiration to go after a group of people is not the definition of genocide. One has to have A, the capability to, and B, have been executing some or to some extent to meet the definition. So a statement like that, Cole, is not genocidal. It's an irrational statement by a leader that's incapable of being executed in terms of its armed forces and its personnel.
So by
Okay,
that
big
same
distinction.
logic, you can't
And then
you can't you can't quote people from the Knesset because they're not part of the IDF.
No, they may
By the
not
same
be
exact
part of the
logic.
IDF, but they're part of the government. That's the difference from what Chip was saying, right? Hamas, what they said, whatever their leaders said, they can't carry that out. So that makes it aspirational. What Israel's leaders has said, including his prime minister, when he cited Amalek, you're familiar with what Amalek is, right? When he cited Amalek, that was a genocide. That was a
No, it
genocidal.
wasn't. It was a biblical quote. It was a biblical quote.
What's the
You can
story
look it up.
behind the biblical quote? What's the story behind the story of Amalek?
It's a biblical quote. Hold on.
What's
Let me
the
go
what
back
is
to
the
the
story?
other.
I hear
Hold
you, but
on.
what is the story
Hold on.
behind it?
I have to switch tabs because I was asked for a source on something while I was conversing with someone else about a different
Bernie, I think
topic
that's going to be
where
a
I was
lost cause because
interrupted.
they're gonna split hairs on that
No,
forever.
they can't because we have the IDF soldiers chanting about Amalek. We have
That's
them
true.
chanting, saying, "We know what our slogan is. Our slogan is that there is no innocent, there is no uninvolved." And this is as they're chanting about Amalek. And the story, I mean, he says he's Israeli and he doesn't know the story about Amalek, which is what the Israeli prime minister came out and invoked.
Yeah.
So,
I think I heard somebody say the other day that it was a dog whistle. You know,
right, but
the right people heard it.
exactly. The
guys.
people he was talking to, I don't think Netanyahu expected people in the West to understand what he was saying, but he most certainly knew, Israelis knew what he was saying because they all say it.
Yeah, it was a wink of the nod to the people with the guns.
So I find it a little bit, it seems to me, Cole, with no disrespect, it seems to me every time you get, I'm going to use every time you get pinned, you pause to get your information from whoever is giving you that information. You're Israeli, you're Jewish, and you're telling me you don't know the story behind Amalek?
Look, settlers.
And the significance of the Israeli prime minister using of all biblical texts, using Amalek.
Guys, settlers were stopping your trucks. All right, they got signs up saying "unalive and more" using the K word. It's on TV every day. If you don't see it, it's on every day. So he doesn't know who he's talking about. They've got Amalek. They've got everything on their signs. The settlers and the ITF soldiers. Let them do this.
Right. We've never seen in my lifetime anyway, and I have some years on me, I've never seen a military carry out atrocities, record them carrying out the atrocities, and then uploading it to the internet for millions of people to see. The only reason why the IDF does that is because there's no consequences for it. Look at what happened with Abu Ghraib. Once that came out, the persons who were involved in that, they had to face consequences. But really, the IDF does not face any consequences.
About 10 minutes ago, someone said he's 18. We shouldn't pick on him. We're not picking on him. He's 18. All right. He will give him a chance to talk. 1 second,
I
please.
know we're not picking on him, but I don't think he is. I don't think he is equipped
Well,
to
let's
have
ask
the
him.
dialogue.
Yeah, you're right. But let's ask Cole, because if he does feel
no,
like he's being picked on, that's not kind
can
of
I
us
say
to do
something?
that.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, Cole, do you feel, yeah, Cole, do you feel
I'm fine,
attacked?
guys.
And okay, you sure?
Oh, guys, probably the nicest live I've done
Can
in
I say
previous
something, please?
seasons. So.
Yeah,
Oh,
Nader,
okay, okay,
Nader needs to go.
okay. Oh yeah.
Please. All right. You're saying we're picking on him, but these kids in Gaza taping yourself on their phone before they get unalived. They're 5 years old. So I think Cole can handle it. He's 18. All right. So I don't care what no one says. I've got no time for Cole. He's my enemy. All right. I'm Palestinian.
Listen, Nader, this is the second time you've come to one of my lives and done this. Please don't do this. If somebody's coming in and they're a guest of mine, and if you don't want to be here with somebody who's quote your enemy, go somewhere else. You're here as a guest as well, so please be congenial with people and not call them enemies. This guy's having the courage to step up. So, like I say, go to somebody else's live where you can bash people. That's not how I do it here. Sorry about that, Cole. Cole, I do want to ask you a question. Can you see what's behind me here on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, this is a very important resource. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Have you ever watched this documentary made by Jewish American former Zionist Anna Balter called Life in Occupied Palestine?
No, I have not.
Okay, it's 45 minutes. Not that I'm going to play it right now. Would you be willing to watch it?
Yeah, you guys are giving me a lot of homework here, though.
No, forget about all the other stuff. Forget everything except for this one thing. Forget everything else. Just leave it be. Pretend it doesn't exist. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to give you 10 minutes of uninterrupted time. The next time you want to come on my live, just request. After you've watched this, I want you to take whatever notes you want and come on and say what you do agree with or what you don't agree with or what you found interesting or what you think is propaganda or whatever. Your impressions. Okay, is that fair? Cole, are you still with us? Cole says he can't speak. Let me see if I can unmute you. I don't know who muted you. Did somebody mute Cole? Because I can't unmute him. Cole, see if you can unmute yourself because it looks like it's muted on your side. Yeah, Cole. Anyway, so you can probably hear me though. I'm sorry you can't speak. And maybe if you open up the panel on your side and hit the microphone button, you should be able to speak. But if you'll do this, listen, if you want to send me something to look at, I will happily do so. My email address is chipbarnes@gmail.com. So send me something. I'll take a look at it. Maybe we can have a back and forth on what we learned from that. But I guarantee you, if you watch this in good faith, Cole, you're going to see some things that you're going to be like, wow, that's screwed up. And then if you also go to any of those Israeli soldiers, some are pilots who talk about the war crimes they committed, but that's called, what is it called? Breaking the silence. So just do those two things. Forget about all the rest of the little tidbits about the aid and stuff. That's all negligible stuff. Those are details. These are the big picture issues I think that are most germane to the things that people find objectionable about what Israel does. Again, I think people should be able to live in safety and security. I'm all for that. But when you poke somebody in the eye and kick them in the head and put your finger in their wound and spit on their face and then say, hey, act peacefully, damn it. I don't know how any person can expect it. You'll see good examples of what I'm speaking of if you watch this particular documentary. Okay? I think it's very eye-opening. I think it should be required viewing for anybody who supports Israel. Because most people probably don't even know this. And once they do, if they're good people, hopefully they will care. All right, we lost Cole, unfortunately. Maybe he has a Wi-Fi issue because he said he had a Wi-Fi problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, and by the way, anybody here who's not seeing it, he's coming back up. There's Cole. He's trying to connect.
Hi,
Cole, you
sorry.
back?
Someone
You back?
kept calling me. Someone kept calling me. It was really annoying. And every time they call me, it would pause the live, and then it would take away my
I
ability to
see.
speak. I told them to leave me
I got
alone,
it.
so they're finally done. But it was
Okay, I'll try. Did you hear any of what I said about this documentary, or
I
did you
heard
miss
all of
all
it.
that I
I'll
said?
watch it. I'll give it a look.
Okay.
I do have a comment on one of the things you said though.
Yeah, go
Sorry.
ahead, please. Go
It's
ahead.
the poking in the eye, that part. You know, I have a notes app of dozens of massacres and attacks against the Israeli people that were committed from 1851 to modern day. If you like, I can read them all. It'll take me like 10 minutes though, because I can only remember
No,
like
no,
three names at
I'm
a
very
time.
much aware of the history of violence of both Israeli gangs or Jewish gangs against Arabs and Arabs against Jews. I got it all laid out.
And I
Don't have to tell me a
I
word
don't
about it.
deny that Israelis do it either. I just think it's a both sides issue, you know.
No, it's not a both sides issue. If you look at what happened since the delineation of the boundaries of Israel in 1948, and you look at what's happened since then, it is incredibly disproportionate. And yes, I feel badly that Jews have been subject to pogroms and other violence and being expelled from other regions, but the Palestinian people have nothing to do with that. So bringing that up is not germane to this particular set of arguments. What is germane is what Israel has chosen to do vis-a-vis its stated security interests versus what it's actually done in real life to people that, basically it looks down on and decides they can treat however they want. And that's what's most alarming, Cole. It's not that I don't want to have Israelis and Jewish people be safe from harm. That's a great goal, but not at someone else's expense and not at such violent mistreatment over so many decades.
Sorry, but how do massacres and intifadas, how are those justified exactly?
The two intifadas were not massacres of Jews. Go back and do your homework. I actually listened to somebody who was an hour.
I've done my homework, but they
How
frequently
many
led to
Jews were
massacres.
unalived in the first and second intifada in total?
I don't know the exact number, but I do.
161.
It's not exactly true because
How many Palestinians were killed in the first and second intifada?
I'm not sure.
2,841.
Okay, but you also have to look at the
When did
attacks
the
that occurred. No,
Cole,
you're
when did
taking
the
you're
intifadas
taking
occur? Cole,
you're
did
taking the
the
number. Hold on, Richard and Bernie. Wait a minute. You're taking the numbers, I believe, for the number of Jews killed inside the West Bank and Gaza. You have to look at the attacks that also occurred inside of Israel, the cafe bombings, the stabbings, the shootings.
We talked about the intifadas. Those particular exercises were carried out separate from the specific uprisings.
No, I just brought up the intifadas as an instance because it was more of a, how do I say this, like a socio-cultural thing where it, in a sense, promoted this type of behavior. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Wrong. Intifada in Arabic means it means uprising. It does not mean
Uprising.
right.
It means
It
what?
directly
It's what?
translates. I speak Arabic, right? Intifada means uprising.
Yes.
Uprising, right? It doesn't mean massacre.
And
Yes.
what was the reason for the uprising? When did the intifadas happen, Cole? They happened
I
during
believe
the
in the 90s
occupation.
and
That was
they
during the
occur in the
occupation.
90s and the early 2000s, 50 years
During
after the establishment of the Jewish state. The intent of them was to
during
uprise against the Jewish state.
during the occupation. The occupation started in 1967. The uprising happened during the occupation. Cole, they've been under occupation for some 50-something years now. I know you're young. I'm going to give you another person who you may not know. He's the ex-head of the Shin Bet. The Shin Bet, I'm sure you know, is Israel's version of the Secret Service. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. Do you know there's a video, you can go on my page, and I think I favored it on my page, with him being asked about the plight of the Palestinians. And his words were, this is a people yearning for liberty. And whether Israel wanted to accept it or not, Israel controls the lives of millions of people. When he was asked, what would he do were it the other way around? If it was him, what would he do? If he was the oppressed group, he said he would fight for his liberty. When the reporter asked him, or the interviewee asked him, how would you fight? How dirty would you get? He said, I would do whatever I needed to do to get my freedom. So when you bring up the Intifada, the uprisings that happened during the occupation, you have to think about or also speak about what caused the uprising. It's not as if this is a group of people who was living in peace, who was not under occupation, who had their freedom, and all of a sudden they decided to have an uprising against their oppressor, against the people that are occupying them. That's the context of the Intifada.
Okay, so I can give you more context if you're interested. We can talk about whether you believe Israel had a right to be partitioned in land, right? Initially with the Balfour Clause, Mexico Agreement, I believe, I might have gotten the letters wrong there, but it doesn't matter. 1936, originally they wanted to partition 1/3 of the land they were giving to Israel and I believe 2/3 to the Palestinians. Then later it was 50-50, yada, 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 you know that. Multiple wars were started by the Palestinians. One war, the 6-Day War, was started by the Israelis, to my knowledge, and it was a sort of a predict to a counteroffensive. Now, if we talk about why wars are started, we can understand from history they're started because people want land and power, right? People want their capitals and their people to be safe, right? But they also want to have... Sorry, someone called me again. They want the riches, and they want to be able to like gain from the war economically, right? Because if you're going to expend your resources economically, you're going to want to get something back, right? And this isn't actually the first time we've seen the occupation. We saw an occupation after World War II in Japan, when after Japan surrendered. We saw, I believe it was until 1952, so it was 7 years, because due to the safety of Americans, America didn't entirely believe Japan was safe yet to exist on its own, so they occupied it in, I believe, a sort of military regime sort of manner until they believed Japan could function on its own in a safe manner, right? And if I ask you, right, when this war started, the loser doesn't just get everything they want. And I don't just want to say that and lead to the point where the Palestinians deserve everything that's happened to them, right? I'm not saying that, right? But I am saying, like, when you lose a war, you do lose land, right? And sometimes you lose the ability to govern yourself, because if it's deemed unsafe by the opposing government, to what benefit do they have to let you reform your country again, attack them again? Then they win the war, they win the land, you reform your country again, you attack them again. It leads to many unnecessary casualties on Israel's part, and it's of no benefit for them, essentially.
Okay, hold on though. Back to the partition, right? You kind of skipped that so fast, like you sprinted through it. So they actually gave 56.4% to the Jewish population and only, 43% to the Palestinians.
That's not entirely true. Originally, they gave, in 1936, they attempted to give 1/3 of the total land to the Jewish population.
Okay, let's talk about the actual Balfour Declaration that was like actually made. Like they actually partitioned the land, not what
that
they.
Was in 1936. Was it not? Am I wrong? I might be wrong here. Correct me. But was the Balfour Declaration not in 1936?
I'm not sure what year it was in.
I believe it was 1936, and it was accepted by the Jews, right?
1917.
And it was.
Isn't
that Sykes-Picot or Pikes-Picot? I might be wrong. I might have those 2 dates back.
Go look up the original Balfour Declaration letter, please. If that's one thing that you can go look up the original Balfour Declaration letter. And then when you look it up, please look at the language that the Balfour Declaration letter said. So if people don't know about the Balfour Declaration, in it, the Zionist entity kind of put forth to find a homeland for the Jews, given that they don't alter the people that are living there. So the people that are living there were the Palestinians, right? So they can have this land, this homeland for Jews, as long as they don't alter the lives of the people living there. And Britain...
You skimmed over a part there. It wasn't
Okay.
just the Palestinians. I believe it was also 1 million Jews, including the hundreds of thousands of Mizrahi Jews who had lived there and the
Right.
Ashkenazi Jews who had been
Right.
immigrating there since the 1850s.
Nowhere
Okay.
near a
Palestinians.
million. Nowhere near a million. Go look at the charts. Go to Google and type in
Wasn't
population of
it? I believe it
Palestine
was 1
1900.
million by 1925.
Do the math. It's all simple research. Nowhere near a million. Nowhere near. Nowhere near.
To
Check
the
it out. I've looked
bathroom.
at this 1,000 times.
The
You can easily
bathroom.
look that up. Go to Google. Type in population of Palestine 1900 to 1947. Very
Really
simple
quickly,
math.
guys, my phone's about to die, so I'm on for time. I have to go eat dinner. Thank you. I don't mean to leave
Okay,
early. We're
cool.
in the middle of
Thanks for being
conversation.
here.
I also just stubbed my toe and it's bleeding really badly, so I'm gonna go fix
Ouch.
that. But
Well, hope it gets
thank you,
better.
guys.
Please watch that
Yep.
documentary.
See you guys.
Welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So, again, I know there's some people who feel strongly about not liking people who agree with that side. I don't want to tell anybody what to do. You do whatever the hell you want. Just, if you're going to be mean to somebody, don't do it here, please. There's lots of places you can go gang up on people. I don't do that. Anyway, okay. Anybody want to share any final thoughts?
I think I agree. I agree with you. I think it's counterproductive to be mean spirited when speaking to when speaking to the opposition, if you want to call it that. I know how I feel when I'm on their panels and they do that. So I do appreciate when they're on a pro-Palestinian panel when you show them a different way, and hopefully that they'll learn from that. And when you go on their platforms, they will show you the same respect they get on pro-Palestinian platforms. So that's what I have to say about that. Hopefully they can learn something from you. I do feel like he was kind of young and didn't know a lot about anything, and it did seem to me as if there was a handler almost while he was pausing, and that
Yeah.
person was giving him information, and that made it difficult to have a dialogue with him.
Yeah, I wanted to say, give a little critique. I thought the etiquette was in poor etiquette because we were wasting a lot of time, giving him evidence and information, and then we were put on pause and just waiting and waiting and waiting, and I think that's not productive to a good conversation.
I agree, and I understand where some hostility comes. Like for me personally, again, I keep saying it, I'm Palestinian, so I can understand where there's some Palestinians that are hostile towards people that approve or are behind the Israeli occupation. However, what I've learned is it's really counterproductive for your own trauma, for your own healing, to just, you're picking on people that it doesn't have anything to do with them. Like he didn't occupy my land. The Zionist entity did. Bibi Netanyahu, he is right now unaliving a lot of my brothers and sisters in Palestine. However, there was a lot more that was happening before him. So we just have to take note. And I totally understand with Nader. I know it feels as though he is your enemy, but it's really not. He's just another human being on this earth. He was born into a family. Unfortunately, his family is living in the occupation, but we just have to understand, at the end of it all, take away your patriotism, we're all human. You cut me, I'm gonna bleed red, same thing as Cole, So we just have to be very mindful, and it's just we're putting our rage into the wrong places,
Yes.
All right, everybody. I want to say thank you everybody for being here. I think we've been on for almost 7 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. This is my first time here. Thanks for having me, guys. Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much,
Absolutely.
everybody.
Thank you,
Hey,
Chip.
Chip,
Sure.
before you
Yeah.
go,
Yeah.
at some point I want to talk to you about the Persian Gulf. I serve too, and I just want to touch base and hit on some ideas. So whenever I see you next.
Yeah, that'd be great. DM me. We'll talk.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, everybody. Have a great night. Great having you. Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you.
Bye,
Appreciate it.
everybody. Bye,
Bye.
Chip. We appreciate
Bye-bye.
you.
Sure thing.